Book One, Chapter 1 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kehinde. Arachne by George Ebers. Translated by Mary J. Stafford. Chapter 1. Deep silence brooded over the water and the green islands which rose like oases from its glittering surface. The palms, silver poplars, and sycamores on the largest one were already casting longer shadows as the slanting rays of the sun touched their dark crowns, while its glowing ball still poured a flood of golden radiance upon the bushes along the shore, and the light, feathery tufts at the tops of the papyrus reeds in the brackish water. More than one flock of large and small waterfowl flew past beneath the silvery cloudlets flecking the lofty azure vault of heaven. Here and there a pelican or a pair of wild ducks plunged, with short calls which ceased abruptly, into the lush green thicket, but their cackling and quacking belonged to the voices of nature, and, when heard, soon died away in the heights of the Tipper air, or in the darkness of the underbrush that received the birds. Very few reached the little city of Tennis, which now, during the period of inundation, in the year 274 B.C., was completely encircled by water. From that small island, separated from it by a channel scarcely 3 arrow shots wide, it seemed as though sleep or paralysis had fallen upon the citizens of the busy little industrial town, for few people appeared in the streets, and the scanty number of porters and sailors who were working among the ships and boats in the little fleet performed their tasks noiselessly, exhausted by the heat and labour of the day. Columns of light smoke rose from many of the buildings, but the sunbeams prevented its ascent into the clear, still air, and forced it to spread over the roofs as if it, too, needed rest. Silence also reigned in the little island diagonally opposite to the harbour. The Tennites called it the Owl's Nest, and, though for no especial reason, neither they nor the magistrates of King Ptolemy II ever stepped upon its shores. Indeed, a short time before, the latter had even been forbidden to concern themselves about the pursuits of its inhabitants, since, though for centuries it had belonged to a family of seafaring folk who were suspected of piracy, it had received, 2 generations ago, from Alexander the Great himself, the right of asylum, because its owner, in those days, had commanded a little fleet which proved extremely useful to the conqueror of the world in the siege of Gaza and during the expedition to Egypt. True, under the reign of Ptolemy I, the owners of the Owl's Nest were on the point of being deprived of this favour, because they were repeatedly accused of piracy in distant seas, but it had not been done. Yet for the past 2 years an investigation had threatened Satabus, the distinguished head of the family, and during this period he, with his ships and his sons, had avoided Tennis and the Egyptian coast. The house occupied by the islanders stood on the shore facing the little city. It had once been a stately building, but now every part of it seemed to be going to ruin except the central portion, which presented a less dilapidated appearance than the sorely damaged, utterly neglected side wings. The roof of the whole long structure had originally consisted of palm branches, upon which mud and turf had been piled, but this, too, was now in repair only on the central building. On the right and left wings, the rain which often falls in the north-eastern part of the Nile delta near the sea had washed off the protecting earth, and the wind had borne it away as dust. Once the house had been spacious enough to shelter a numerous family, and to store a great quantity of goods and provisions, but it was now long since the ruinous chambers had been occupied. Smoke rose only from the opening in the roof of the main building, but its slender column showed from what a very scanty fire it ascended. The purpose which this was to serve was readily discovered, for in front of the open door of the dwelling, that seemed far too large, and on account of the pillars at the entrance, which supported a triangular pediment, also too stately for its sole occupant, sat an old woman, plucking 3 ducks. In front of her a girl, paying no heed to her companion, stood leaning against the trunk of the low, wide branching sycamore tree near the shore. A narrow boat, now concealed from view by the dense growth of rushes, had brought her to the spot. The beautiful motherless young creature, needing counsel, had come to old Tabus to appeal to her art of prophecy and, if she wanted them, to render her any little services, for the old dame on the island was closely bound to Ledscha, the daughter of one of the principal ship owners in Tennis, and had once been even more closely united to the girl. Now, as the sun was about to set, the latter gave herself up to a wild tumult of sweet memories, anxious fears, and yearning expectation. Not until a cool breath from the neighbouring sea fanned her brow did she throw down the cord and implement with which she had been adding a few meshes to a net, and rising, gaze sometimes across the water at a large white house in the northern part of the city, sometimes at the little harbour or the vessels on the horizon steering toward Tennis, among which her keen eyes discovered a magnificent ship with bright-hued sails. Drawing a long breath, she enjoyed the coolness which precedes the departure of the day star. But the effect of this harbinger of night upon her surroundings was even more powerful than upon herself, for the sun in the western horizon scarcely began to sink slowly behind the papyrus thicket on the shore of the straight Tanit arm of the Nile, dug by human hands, than one new and strange phenomenon followed another. First a fan, composed of countless glowing rays, which spread in dazzling radiance over the west, rose from the vanishing orb, and for several minutes adorned the lofty dome of the deep blue sky like the tail of a gigantic peacock. Then the glitter of the shining plumes paled. The light-giving body from which they emanated disappeared, and, in its stead, a crimson mantle with gold-bordered, crocus-yellow edges spread itself over the space it had left until the gleaming tints merged into the deeper hues of the violet. But the girl paid no heed to this splendid spectacle. Perhaps she noticed how the fading light diffused a delicate rose-hued veil over the light blue sails, embroidered with silver vines, of the approaching state galley, making its gilded prow glitter more brightly, and saw one fishing boat after another move toward the harbour. But she gave the whole scene only a few careless glances. Ledscha cared little for the poor fishermen of Tennis, and the glittering state galley could scarcely bring or bear away anything of importance to her. The epistrategus of the whole province was daily expected, but of what consequence to the young girl were the changes which it was rumoured he intended to introduce into the government of the country, concerning which her father had expressed such bitter dissatisfaction before he set out on his last trip to Pontus. A very different matter occupied her thoughts, and as, pressing her hand upon her heart, she gazed at the little city gleaming with crimson hues in the reflection of the setting sun, a strange restless stir pervaded the former stillness of nature. Pelicans and flamingoes, geese and ducks, storks and herons, ibises and cranes, bitterns and lapwings, flew in dark flocks of manifold forms from all directions. Countless multitudes of waterfowl darkened the air as they alighted upon the uninhabited islands, and with ear-splitting croaking and cackling, whistling and chirping, clapping and twittering, dropped into the sedges and bushes which concealed their nests, while in the city the doors of the houses opened, and men, women, and children, after toiling at the loom and in the workshop, came out to enjoy the coolness of the evening in the open air. One fishing boat after another was already throwing a rope to the shore as the ship with the gay sails approached the little roadstead. How large and magnificent it was! None of the king's officials had ever used such a galley, not even the epistrategus of the Delta, who last year had given the banking and the oil trade to new lessees. Besides, the two transports that had followed the magnificent vessel appeared to belong to it. Ledscha had watched the ships indifferently enough, but suddenly her gaze, and with it the austere beauty of her face, assumed a different expression. Her large black eyes dilated, and with passionate intentness she looked from the gaily ornamented galley to the shore, which several men in Greek costume were approaching. The first two had come from the large white house whose door, since sunset, had been the principal object of her attention. It was Hermon, the taller one, for whom she was waiting with old Tabus. He had promised to take her from the Owl's Nest after nightfall for a lonely row upon the water. Now he was not coming alone, but with his fellow artist, the sculptor, Myrtilus, the nomarch and the notary she recognized both distinctly, Gorgias, the rich owner of the second largest weaving establishment in Tennis, and several slaves. What did it mean? A sudden flush crimsoned her face, now slightly tanned to the brow, and her lips were compressed, giving her mouth an expression of repellent, almost cruel harshness. But the tension of her charming features, whose lines, though sharp, were delicately outlined, soon vanished. There was still plenty of time before the darkness would permit Hermon to join her unnoticed. A reception from which he could not be absent was evidently about to take place. Yes, that was certainly the case, for now the magnificent galley had approached as near the land as the shallow water permitted, and the whistle of the rower's flute player, shouts of command, and the barking of dogs could be heard. Then a handkerchief waved a greeting from the vessel to the men on shore, but the hand that held it was a woman's. Ledscha would have recognized it had the twilight been far deeper. The features of the new arrival could no longer be distinguished, but she must be young. An elderly woman would not have sprung so nimbly into the skiff that was to convey her to the land. The man who assisted her in doing so was the same sculptor, Hermon, for whom she had watched with so much longing. Again the blood mounted into Ledscha's cheeks, and when she saw the stranger lay her hand upon the shoulder of the Alexandrian who, only yesterday, had assured the young girl of his love with ardent vows, and allow him to lift her out of the boat, she buried her little white teeth deeply in her lips. She had never seen Hermon in the society of a woman of his own class, and, full of jealous displeasure, perceived with what zealous assiduity he who bowed before no one in Tennis paid court to the stranger no less eagerly than did his friend Myrtilus. The whole scene passed like a shadow in the dusk before Ledscha's eyes, half dimmed by uneasiness, perplexity, and suddenly inflamed jealousy. The Egyptian twilight is short, and when Hermon disappeared with the newcomer, it was no longer possible to recognize the man who entered the very boat in which she was to have taken the nocturnal voyage with her lover, and which was now rowed toward the Owl's Nest. Surely it would bring her a message from Hermon, and as the stranger, who was now joined by a number of other women and two packs of barking dogs with their keepers, vanished in the darkness, the skiff already touched the shore close at her side. End of chapter 1. Recording by Kehinde of biotrack.com. Book 1, Chapter 2 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kehinde. Arachne by George Ebers. Translated by Mary J. Stafford. Chapter 2. In spite of the surrounding gloom, Ledscha recognized the man who left the boat. The greeting he shouted told her that it was Hermon's slave, Pius, a Biamite, whom she had met in the house of some neighbours who were his relatives, and had sharply rebuffed when he ventured to accost her more familiarly than was seemly for one in bondage. True, in his childhood this man had lived near Tennis as the son of a free papyrus raiser, but when still a lad was sold into slavery in Alexandria with his father, who had been seized for taking part in an insurrection against the last king. In the service of Aurelius, his present master's uncle, who had given him to his nephew, and as the slave of the impetuous yet anything but cruel sculptor Hermon, he had become accustomed to bondage, but was still far more strongly attached to his Biamite race than to the Greek, to whom, it is true, his master belonged, but who had robbed him and his family of freedom. The man of 40 did not lack mother wit, and as his hard fate rendered him thoughtful, and often led him to use figurative turns of speech, which were by no means intended as jests, he had been called by his first master Bias, for the sage of Priene. In the house of Hermon, who associated with the best artists in Alexandria, he had picked up all sorts of knowledge, and gladly welcomed instruction. His highest desire was to win esteem, and he often did so. Hermon prized the useful fellow highly; he had no secrets from him, and was sure of his silence and goodwill. Bias had managed to lure many a young beauty in Alexandria, in whom the sculptor had seen a desirable model, to his studio, even under the most difficult circumstances, but he was vexed to find that his master had cast his eye upon the daughter of one of the most distinguished families among his own people. He knew, too, that the Biamites jealously guarded the honour of their women, and had represented to Hermon what a dangerous game he was playing when he began to offer vows of love to Ledscha. So it was an extremely welcome task to be permitted to inform her that she was awaiting his master in vain. In reply to her inquiry whether it was the aristocrat who had just arrived who kept Hermon from her, he admitted that she was right, but added that the gods were above even kings, and his master was obliged to yield to the Alexandrian's will. Ledscha laughed incredulously. "He obey a woman!" "He certainly would not submit to a man," replied the slave. "Artists, you must know, would rather oppose 10 of the most powerful men than one weak woman, if she is only beautiful. As for the daughter of Archias, thereby hangs a tale." "Archias?" interrupted the girl. "The rich Alexandrian who owns the great weaving house?" "The very man." "So it is his daughter who is keeping Hermon? And you say he is obliged to serve her?" "As men serve the Deity to the utmost or truth," replied the slave importantly. "Archias, the father, it is true, imposed upon us the debt which is most tardily paid, and which people, even in this country, call gratitude. We are under obligations to the old man, there's no denying it, and therefore also to his only child." "For what?" Ledscha indignantly exclaimed, and the dark eyebrows which met above her delicate nose contracted suspiciously. "I must know." "Must," repeated the slave. "That word is a ploughshare which suits only loose soil, and mine, now that my master is waiting for me, cannot be tilled even by the sharpest. Another time. But if, meanwhile, you have any message for Hermon—" "Nothing," she replied defiantly, but Bias, in a tone of the most eager assent, exclaimed: "One friendly word, girl. You are the fairest among the daughters of the highest Biamite families, and probably the richest also, and therefore 1,000 times too good to yield what adorns you to the Greek, that it may tickle the curiosity of the Alexandrian apes. There are more than enough women in the capital to serve that purpose. Trust the experience of a man not wholly devoid of wisdom, my girl. He will throw you aside like an empty wine bottle when he has used you for a model." "Used?" interrupted Ledscha disdainfully, but he repeated with firm decision: "Yes, used. What could you learn of life, of art and artists, here in the weaver's nest in the midst of the waves? I know them. A sculptor needs beautiful women as a cobbler wants leather, and the charms he seeks in you he does not conceal from his friend Myrtilus, at least. They are your large almond-shaped eyes and your arms. They make him fairly wild with delight by their curves when, in drawing water, you hold a jug balanced on your head. Your slender arched foot, too, is a welcome morsel to him." The darkness prevented Bias from seeing Ledscha's features, but it was easy to perceive what was passing in her mind as, hoarse with indignation, she gasped: "How can I know the object of your accusations? But fie upon the servant who would alienate from his own kind master what his soul desires!" Then Bias changed not only his tone of voice but his language, and, deeply offended, poured forth a torrent of wrath in the dialect of his people. "If to guard you and my master with you from harm my words had the power to put between you and Hermon the distance which separates yonder rising moon from Tennis, I would make them sound as loud as a lion's roar. Yet perhaps you would not understand them, for you go through life as though you were deaf and blind. Did you ever even ask yourself whether the Greek is not differently constituted from the sons of the Biamite sailors and fishermen, with whom you grew up, and to whom he is an abomination? Yet he is no more like them than poppy juice is like pure water. He and his companions turn life upside down. There is no more distinction between right and wrong in Alexandria than we here in the dark can make between blue and green. To me, the slave who is already growing old, Hermon is a kind master. I know without your aid what I owe him, and serve him as loyally as any one. But where he threatens to lead to ruin the innocent daughter of the race whose blood flows in my veins as well as yours, and in doing so perhaps finally destroy himself too, conscience commands me to raise my voice as loud as a sentinel crane when danger threatens the flock. Beware, girl, I repeat. Keep your beauty, which is now to be degraded to feast the eyes of gaping Greeks, for the worthiest husband among our people. Though Hermon has vowed I know not what, your love dallying will very soon be over. We shall leave Tennis within the next few days. When he has gone, there will be one more deceived Biamite who will call down the curse of the gods upon the head of a Greek. You are not the only one who will execrate the destiny that brought us here. Others have been caught in his net too." "Here?" asked Ledscha in a hollow tone, and the slave eagerly answered, "Where else? And that you may know the truth, among those who visited Hermon in his studios is your own young sister." "Our Taus? That child?" exclaimed the girl, stretching her hands toward the slave in horror, as if to ward off some impending disaster. "That child who, I think, has grown into a very charming girl, and before her pretty Gula, the wife of Paseth, who, like your father, is away on his ship." Here, in a note of triumphant confidence, the answer rang from the Biamite's lips: "There the slanderer stands revealed. Now you are detected. Now I perceive the meaning of your threat. Because, miserable slave, you cherish the mad hope of beguiling me yourself, you do your utmost to estrange me from your master. Gula, you say, visited Hermon in his studio, and it may be true. But though I have been at home only a short time, Tennis is too full of the praises of the heroic Greek who, at the risk of his own life, rescued a child from Paseth's burning house, for the tale not to reach my ears from 10 or a dozen different quarters. Gula is the mother of the little girl whose life was saved by Hermon's bold deed, and perhaps the young mother only knocked at her benefactor's door to thank him, but you, base defamer—" "I," Bias continued, maintaining his composure with difficulty, "I saw Gula secretly glide into our rooms again and again, to permit her child's preserver to imitate in clay what he considered beautiful. To seek your love, as you know, the slave forbade himself, although a man no more loses tender desires with his freedom than the tree which is encircled by a fence ceases to put forth buds and blossoms. Eros chooses the slave's heart also as a target for his arrows, but his aim at yours was better than at mine. Now I know how deeply he wounds, and so, as soon as yonder ship in the harbor bears our visitor away again, I shall see you, Shallit's daughter, Ledscha, standing before Hermon's modelling table, and behold him scan your beauty to determine what seems worth copying." The Biamite, panting for breath, had listened to the end. Then raising her little clenched hand menacingly, she muttered through her set teeth, "Let him try even to touch my veil with his fingers. If I had not been obliged to go away, this would not have happened to my Taus and luckless Gula." "Scarcely," replied Bias calmly. "If the chicken runs into the water, the hen cannot save it. For the rest, I grew up as a boy in freedom with the husband of your sister, who summoned you to her aid. His father's brick kiln was next to our papyrus plantation. Then we fared like so many others: the great devour the small, the just cause is a lost one, and the gods are like men. My father, who drew the sword against oppression and violence, was robbed of liberty, and your brother in law, in payment for his honest courage, met an early death. Is the story which is told of you here true? I heard that soon after the poor fellow's burial, the slaves in the brick kiln refused to obey his widow. There were a dozen rebellious brick moulders, and you. One can forgive you much for it. You, the weak girl." "I am not weak," interrupted Ledscha proudly. "I could have taught 3 times 12 of the scoundrels who was master. Now they obey my sister, and yet I wish I had stayed in Tennis. Our Taus," she continued in a more gentle tone, "is still so young, and our mother died when she was a little child, but I, fool, who should have warned her, left her alone, and if she yielded to Hermon's temptations, the fault is mine, wholly mine." During this outburst, the light of the fire which old Tabus had fed with fresh straw and dry rushes fell upon the face of the agitated girl. It revealed her thoughts plainly enough, and pleased with the success of his warning, Bias exclaimed: "And Ledscha, you too will not grant him that from which you would so gladly have withheld your sister. So I will go and tell my master that you refuse to give him another appointment." He had confidently expected an assent, and therefore started indignantly at her exclamation. "I intend to do just the contrary." Yet she eagerly added, as if in explanation, "He must give me an account of himself, no matter where, and since it cannot be today, tomorrow at latest." The slave, disappointed and anxious, now tried to make her understand how foolish and hard to accomplish her wish was, but she obstinately insisted upon having her own way. Bias angrily turned his back upon her and, in the early light of the moon, walked toward the shore, but she hastened after him, seized his arm, and with imperious firmness commanded: "You will stay. I must first know whether Hermon really means to leave Tennis so soon." "That was his intention early this morning," replied the other, releasing himself from her grasp. "What are we to do here longer, now that his work is as good as finished?" "But when is he going?" she urged, with increased eagerness. "Day after tomorrow," was the reply. "In 5, or perhaps even in 6 days, just as it suits him. Usually we do not even know today what is to be done tomorrow. So long as the Alexandrian remains, he will scarcely leave her, or Myrtilus either. Probably she will take both hunting with her, for, though a kind, fair-minded woman, she loves the chase, and as both have finished their work, they probably will not be reluctant to go with Daphne." He stepped into the boat as he spoke, but Ledscha again detained him, asking impatiently: "And the work, as you call it? It was covered with a cloth when I visited the studio, but Hermon himself termed it the statue of a goddess. Yet what it represents? Does it look like my sister Taus, enough like her, I mean, to be recognized?" A half compassionate, half mocking smile flitted over the Biamite's copper-colored visage, and in a tone of patronizing instruction assumed by the better informed, he began: "You are thinking of the face. Why, no, child. What that requires can be found in the countenance of no Biamite, hardly even in yours, the fairest of all." "And the goddess's figure?" asked Ledscha eagerly. For that he first used as a model the fair-haired Heliodora, whom he summoned from Alexandria, and as the wild cat could endure the loneliness only a fortnight, the sisters Necho and Pagis came together. But Tennis was too quiet for them too. The rabble can only be contented among those of their own sort in the capital. But the great preliminary work was already finished before we left Alexandria." "And Gula, my sister?" "They were not used for the Demeter. said the slave, smiling. "Just think, that slender, scarcely grown creature, Taos, and the matronly patroness of marriage. And Gula. True, her little round face is fresh and not ill looking, but the model of a goddess requires something more. That can only be obtained in Alexandria. What do not the women there do for the care of the body? They learn it in the Aphrodisian, as the boys study reading and writing. But you, what do you here know even about colouring the eyelids and the lips, curling the hair, and treating the nails on the hands and feet? And the clothes! You let them hang just as you put them on, and my master's work is full of folds and little lines in the robe and the peplos. But I have stayed too long already. Do you really insist upon meeting Hermon again?" "I will and must see him," she eagerly declared. "Well, then," he answered harshly. "But if you cast my warning to the winds, pity will also fly away with it." "I do not need it," the girl retorted in a contemptuous tone. "Then let fate take its course," said the slave, shrugging his shoulders regretfully. "My master shall learn what you wish. I shall remain at home until the market is empty. There are plenty of servants at your farm. Your messenger shall bring you Hermon's answer." "I will come myself and wait for it under the acacia," she cried hastily, and went toward the house, but this time it was Bias who called her back. Ledscha reluctantly fulfilled his wish, but she soon regretted it, for though what he had to say was doubtless kindly meant, it contained a fresh and severe offence. The slave represented to her the possibility that, so long as the daughter of Archias remained his guest, Hermon might rebuff her like a troublesome beggar. Then, as if sure of her cause, she indignantly cut short his words. "You measure him according to your own standard, and do not know what depends upon it for us. Remind him of the full moon on the coming night, and, though 10 Alexandrians detained him, he would escape from them to hear what I bring him." With these words Ledscha again turned her back upon him, but Bias, with a low imprecation, pushed the boat from the shore and rowed toward the city. End of chapter 2. Read by Kehinde of Bahatrek.com. Book 1, Chapter 3 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kehinde. Arachne by George Ebers. Translated by Mary J. Stafford. Chapter 3. When Ledscha heard the strokes of the oars, she stopped again, and, with glowing cheeks, gazed after the boat and the glimmering silver furrow which it left upon the calm surface of the moonlit water. Her heart was heavy. The doubts of her lover's sincerity, which the slave had awakened, tortured her proud soul. Was Hermon really only trifling mischievously with her affection? Surely it was impossible. She would rather endure everything, everything, than this torturing uncertainty. Yet she was here on the Owl's Nest to seek the aid of old Tabus's magic arts. If any one could give her satisfaction, it was she and the demons who obeyed her will. And the old woman was glad to oblige Ledscha. She was bound to her by closer ties than most people in Tennis knew. Ledscha had no cause to be ashamed of her frequent visits to the Owl's Nest, for old Tabus had no equal as a leech and a prophetess, and the Corsair family, of which she was the female head, stood in high repute among the Biamites. People bore them no ill will, because they practiced piracy, many of their race pursued the same calling, and the sailors made common cause with them. Ledscha's father, too, was on good terms with the pirates, and when Ebers, a handsome fellow who commanded his father's second ship and had won a certain degree of renown by many a bold deed, sought the hand of his eldest daughter, he did not refuse him, and only imposed the condition that when he had gained riches enough and made Ledscha his wife, he would cease his piratical pursuits, and in partnership with him take goods and slaves from Pontus to the Syrian and Egyptian harbors, and grain and textiles from the Nile to the coasts of the Black Sea. Young Ebers had yielded to this demand, since his grandmother on the Owl's Nest thought it wise to delay for a time the girl's marriage to him, the best beloved of her grandsons. She was then scarcely beyond childhood. Yet Ledscha had felt a strong affection for the young pirate, in whom she saw the embodiment of heroic manhood. She accompanied him in imagination through all his perilous expeditions, but she had been permitted to enjoy his society only after long intervals for a few days. Once he remained absent longer than usual, and this very voyage was to have been his last on a pirate craft. The peaceful seafaring life was to begin, after his landing, with the marriage. Ledscha had expected her lover's return with eager longing, but week after week elapsed, yet nothing was seen or heard of the ships owned by the Owl's Nest family. Then a rumour spread that this time the corsairs were defeated in a battle with the Syrian war galleys. The first person who received sure tidings was old Tabus. Her grandson Hanno, who escaped with his life at the bidding of his father Satabus, who revered his mother, had made his way to her amid great perils to convey the sorrowful news. Two of the best ships in the family had been sunk, and on one the brave Abbess, Ledscha's betrothed husband, who commanded it, had lost his life. On the other, the aged dame's oldest son and three of her grandchildren. Tabus fell as if struck by lightning when she heard the tidings, and since that time her tongue had lost its power of fluent speech, her ear its sharpness. But Ledscha did not leave her side, and saved her life by tireless, faithful nursing. Neither Satabus, the old woman's second son, who now commanded the little pirate fleet, nor his sons Hanno and Labaja, had been seen in the neighbourhood of Tennis since the disaster, but after Tabus had recovered sufficiently to provide for herself, Ledscha returned to Tennis to manage her father's great household, and supply the mother's place to her younger sister Taus. She had not recovered the careless cheerfulness of earlier years, but, graver than the companions of her own age, she absented herself from the gaieties of the Biamite maidens. Meanwhile her beauty had increased wonderfully, and, attracting attention far and wide, drew many suitors from neighbouring towns to Tennis. Only a few, however, had made offers of marriage to her father. The beautiful girl's cold, repellent manner disheartened them. She herself desired nothing better, yet it secretly incensed her and pierced her soul with pain to see herself at 20 unwedded, while far less attractive companions of her own age had long been wives and mothers. The arduous task which she had performed a short time before for her widowed sister had increased the seriousness of her disposition to sullen moroseness. After her return home she often rode to the Owl's Nest, for Ledscha felt bound to old Tabus, and, so far as lay in her power, under obligation to atone for the injury which the horror of her lover's sudden death had inflicted upon his grandmother. Now she had at last been subjugated by a new passion, love for the Greek sculptor Hermon, who did his best to win the heart of the Biamite girl, whose austere, extremely singular beauty attracted his artist eyes. Today Ledscha had come to the sorceress to learn from her what awaited her and her love. She had landed on the island sure of favourable predictions, but now her hopes lay as if crushed by hailstones. If Bias, who was superior to any ordinary slave, was right, she was to be degraded to a toy and useful tool by the man who had already proved his pernicious power over other women of her race, even her own young sister, whom she had hitherto guarded with faithful care. It had by no means escaped her notice that the girl was concealing something from her, though she did not perceive the true cause of the change. The bright moonbeams, which now wove a silvery web over every surrounding object, seemed like a mockery of her darkened soul. If the demons of the heights and depths had been subject to her, As to the aged enchantress, she would have commanded them to cover the heavens with black clouds. Now they must show her what she had to hope or to fear. She shook her head slightly, as if she no longer believed in a favourable turn of affairs, pushed the little curls which had escaped from the wealth of her black hair back from her forehead with her slender hand, and walked firmly to the house. The old dame was crouching beside the hearth in the middle room, turning the metal spit on which she had put the ducks over the freshly kindled fire. The smoke hurt her eyes, which were slightly inflamed, yet they seemed to serve their purpose better than her half-dulled ear, for after a swift glance at Ledscha, she stammered in her faltering speech: "What has happened? Nothing good, certainly. It is written on your face." The girl nodded assent, pointed with a significant gesture to her eyes and the open air, and went down to the shore again to convince herself that no other vessel was approaching. What she had to confide to Tabus was intended for her alone, and experience taught how far spoken words could be heard at night over the water. When she had returned to the hut, she bent down to the old woman's ear and, holding her curved hand to her lips, cried, "He is not coming." Tabus shrugged her shoulders, and the smile of satisfaction which flitted over her brown, wrinkled face showed that the news was welcome. For her murdered grandson's sake, the girl's confession that she had given her heart to a Greek affected her painfully, but Tabus also had something else on her mind for her beautiful darling. Now she only intimated by a silent nod that she understood Ledscha, and her head remained constantly in motion as the latter continued: "True, I shall see him again tomorrow, but when we part it will hardly be in love. At any rate, do you hear, grandmother? Tomorrow must decide everything. Therefore, do you understand me? You must question the cords now, tonight, for tomorrow evening what they advised might be too late." "Now?" repeated Tabus in surprise, letting her gaze rest inquiringly upon the girl. Then she took the spit from the fire, exclaiming angrily: "Directly, do you mean? As if that could be! As if the stars obeyed us mortals like maids or men servants! The moon must be at the full to learn the truth from the cords. Wait, child, what is life but waiting? Only have patience, girl. True, few know how to practice this art at your age, and it is alien to many all their lives. But the stars! From them, the least and the greatest, man can learn to go his way patiently, year by year. Always the same course and the same pace. No deviation, even one hair's breadth, no swifter or slower movement for the unresting wanderers. No sudden wrath, no ardent desire, no weariness or aversion urges or delays them. How I love and honor them! They willingly submit to the great law until the end of all things. What they appoint for this hour is for it alone, not for the next one. Everything in the vast universe is connected with them. Whoever should delay their course a moment would make the earth reel. Night would become day. The rivers would return to their sources. People would walk on their heads instead of their feet. Joy would be transformed to sorrow, and power to servitude. Therefore, child, the full moon has a different effect from the waxing or waning one during the other 29 nights of the month. To ask of one what belongs to another is to expect an answer from the foreigner who does not understand your language. How young you are, child, and how foolish! To question the cords for you in the moonlight now is to expect to gather grapes from thorns. Take my word for that." Here she interrupted the words uttered with so much difficulty, and with her blackish blue cotton dress wiped her perspiring face, strangely flushed by the exertion and the firelight. Ledscha had listened with increasing disappointment. The wise old dame was doubtless right, yet before she ventured to the sculptor's workshop the next day She must know at every cost how matters stood, what she had to fear or to hope from him, so after a brief silence she ventured to ask the question: "But are there only the stars and the chords which predict what fate holds in store for one who is so nearly allied to you?" "No, child, no," was the reply. "But nothing can be done about looking into the future now. It requires rigid fasting from early dawn, and I ate the dates you brought me. I inhaled the odor of the roasting ducks, too. And then it must be done at midnight. And at midnight your people will be anxious if you are not at home by that time, or perhaps send a slave to seek you here at my house, and that must not be done. I must prevent it." "So you are expecting some one," Ledscha eagerly replied, "and I know who it is, your son Satabus, or one of your grandsons. Else why are the ducks cooked? And for what is the wine jar which I just took from its hiding place?" A vehement gesture of denial from Tabus contradicted the girl's conjecture, but directly after she scanned her with a keen, searching glance, and said: "No, no, we have nothing to fear from you, surely. Poor Abus! Through him you will always belong to us. In spite of the Greek, ours you are, and ours you will remain. The stars confirm it, and you have always been faithful to the old woman. You are shrewd and steadfast. You would have been the right mate for him who was also wise and firm. Poor, dear, brave boy! But why pity him? Because the salt waves now flow over him. Fools that we are! There is nothing better than death, for it is peace. And almost all of them have found it. Of 9 sons and 20 grandsons, only 3 are left. The others are all calm after so much conflict and danger. How long ago it is since 7 perished at once. The last 3, their turn will come too. How I envy them that best of blessings! Only, may they not also go before me?" Here she lowered her voice, and in a scarcely audible whisper murmured: "You shall know it. My son Satabus, with his brave boys Hanno and Labaja, are coming later in the evening, about midnight. If ye protect them, ye powers above, they will be with me. And you, child, I know your soul to its inmost depths, before you would betray the last of Abus's kindred." "My hand and tongue should wither!" Ledscha passionately interrupted. And then, with zealous feminine solicitude, she asked whether the 3 ducks would suffice to satisfy the hunger of these strong men. The old woman smiled, and pointed to a pile of fresh leaves heaped one above another, beneath which lay several fine shad. They were not to be cooked until the expected visitors arrived, and she had plenty of bread besides. In the presence of these proofs of maternal solicitude the morose, wrinkled countenance of the old sorceress wore a kind, almost tender expression, and the light of joyous anticipation beamed upon her young guest from her red-rimmed eyes. "I am to see them once more!" cried Tabus in an agitated tone. "The last, and all 3, all! If they But no, they will not set to work so near Pelusium. No, no, they will not, lest they should spoil the meeting with the old woman. Oh, they are kind. No one knows how kind my rough Satabus can be. He would be your father now, girl, if we could have kept our Abus. He was the best of all, longer. It is fortunate that you are here, for they must see you, and it would have been hard for me to fetch the other things, the salt, the Indian pepper, and the jug of Pelusinian zithus, which Satabus is always so fond of drinking." Then Ledscha went into the ruinous left wing of the house, where she took from a covered hole in the floor what the old woman had kept for the last of her race, and she performed her task gladly and with rare skill. Next she prepared the fish in the pan, and while her hands were moving busily, she earnestly entreated the old woman to gratify her wish and look into the future for her. Tabus, however, persisted in her refusal, until Ledscha again called her grandmother, and entreated her by the heads of the three beloved ones whom she expected to fulfil her desire. Then the old dame rose, and while the girl, panting for breath, took the roasted ducks from the spit, the former, with her own trembling hands, drew from the little chest, which she kept concealed behind a heap of dry reeds, branches, and straw, a shining copper dish, tossed the gold coins which had been in it back into the box, and moistened the bottom with the blackish red juice of the grape from the wine jar. After carefully making these preparations, she called Ledscha and repeated that the cords possessed the power of prophecy only on nights when the moon was full, and that she would use another means of looking into the future. Then she commanded the girl to let her hands rest now, and to think of nothing except the questions whose answer she had at heart. Lastly, she muttered into the vessel a series of incantations which Ledscha repeated after her, and gazed as if spellbound at the dark liquid which covered the bottom. The girl, panting for breath, watched every movement of the sorceress, but some time elapsed ere the latter suddenly exclaimed, "There he is!" And then, without removing her eyes from the bottom of the vessel, she went on, with faltering accents, as though she was describing a scene close before her eyes. "Two young men, both Greeks, if the dress does not deceive. One is at your right hand, the other at your left. The former is fair haired, the glance of his eyes is deep and constant. It is he, I think. But no! His image is fading, and you are turning your back upon him. You do it intentionally. No, no, you two are not destined for each other. You think of the one with the waving black hair and beard, of him alone. He is growing more and more distant. A handsome man, and how his brow shines! Yet his glance, it sees more than that of many others, but, like the rest of his nature, it lacks steadfastness." Here she paused, raising her shaking head, looked at Ledscha's flushed face, and in a grave, warning tone said: "Many signs of happiness, but also many dark shadows and black spots. If he is the one, child, you must be on your guard." "He is," murmured the girl softly, as if speaking to herself. But the deaf old crone had read the words from her lips, and while gazing intently at the wine, went on impatiently: "If the picture would only grow more distinct! As it was, so it has remained. And now the image of the fair man with the deep blue eyes melts away entirely, and a gray cloud flutters between you and the other one with the black beard. If it would only scatter! But we shall never make any progress in this way. Now, pay attention, girl." The words had an imperious tone, and with outstretched hand and throbbing heart Ledscha awaited the old woman's further commands. They came at once and ordered her to confess, as freely and openly as though she was talking to herself, where she had met the man whom she loved, how he had succeeded in snaring her heart, and how he repaid her for the passion which he had awakened. These commands were so confused and mingled in utterance that any one less familiar with the speaker would scarcely have comprehended what they required of her, but Ledscha understood and was ready to obey. End of chapter 3. Recording by Kehinde of Bahatrek.com. Book 1, Chapter 4 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kehinde. Arachne by George Ebers. Translated by Mary J. Stafford. Chapter 4. This reserved, thoroughly self-reliant creature would never have betrayed to any human being what moved her soul and filled it sometimes with inspiring hope, sometimes with a consuming desire for vengeance. But Ledscha did not shrink from confiding it to the demons who were to help her to regain her composure. So, obeying a swift impulse, she threw herself on her knees by the old woman's side. Then, supporting her head with her hands, she gazed at the still glimmering fire, and, as if one memory after another received new life from it, she began the difficult confession. "I returned from my sister's Bricklin a fortnight ago," she commenced, while the sorceress leaned her deaf ear nearer to her lips. "During my absence something, I know not what it was, had saddened the cheerful spirits of my young sister Taus. At the recent festival of Astarte she regained them, and obtained some beautiful bright flowers to make wreaths for herself and me. So we joined the procession of the Tennis maidens, and, as the fairest, they placed us directly behind the daughters of Hiram. When we were about to go home after the sacrifice, two young Greeks approached us and greeted Hiram's daughters, and my sister also. One was a quiet young man with narrow shoulders and light curling hair, the other towered above him in stature. His powerful figure was magnificently formed, and he carried his head with its splendid black beard proudly. Since the gods snatched Ebers from me, though so many men had wooed me, I had cared for no one. But the fair-haired Greek, with the sparkling light in his blue eyes and the faint flush on his cheeks, pleased me, and his name, Myrtilus, fell upon my ear like music. I was glad when he joined me and asked, as simply as though he were merely inquiring the way, why he had never seen me, the loveliest among the beauties in the temple in Tennis. I scarcely noticed the other. Besides, he seemed to have eyes only for Taus and the daughters of Hiram. He played all sorts of pranks with them, and they laughed so heartily that, fearing the strangers, of whom there was no lack, might class them with the hieroduli who followed the sailors and young men in the temple grottos, I motioned to Taus to restrain herself. Hermon, this was the name of the tall bearded man, noticed it and turned toward me. In doing so his eyes met mine, and it seemed as though sweet wine flowed through my veins, for I perceived that my appearance paralyzed his reckless tongue. Yet he did not accost me, but Myrtilus, the fair one, entreated me not to lessen for the beautiful children the pleasure to which we are all born. I thought this remark foolish. How much sorrow and how little pleasure I had experienced from childhood. So I only shrugged my shoulders disdainfully. Then the black bearded man asked if, young and beautiful as I was, I had forgotten to believe in mirth and joy. My reply was intended to tell him that, though this was not the case, I did not belong to those who spent their lives in loud laughing and extravagant jests. The answer was aimed at the black bearded man's reckless conduct, but the fair haired one parried the attack in his stead, and retorted that I seemed to misunderstand his friend. Pleasure belonged to a festival as light belonged to the sun, but usually Hermon laboured earnestly, and only a short time before he had saved the little daughter of Gula, the sailor's wife, from a burning house. The other did not let Myrtilus finish, but exclaimed that this would only confirm my opinion of him, for this very leap into the flames had afforded him the utmost joy. The words fell from his bearded lips as if the affair was very simple, a mere matter of course, yet I knew that the bold deed had nearly cost him his life. I said to myself that no one but our Abbess would have done it, and then I may have looked at him more kindly, for he cried out that I, too, understood how to smile, and would never cease doing so if I knew how it became me. As he spoke, he turned away from the girls to my side, while Myrtilus joined them. Hermon's handsome face had become grave and thoughtful, and when our eyes met I could have wished that they would never part again. But on account of the others I soon looked down at the ground, and we walked on in this way, side by side, for some distance, but as he did not address a word to me, only sometimes gazed into my face, as if seeking or examining. I grew vexed, and asked why he, who had just entertained the others gaily enough, had suddenly become so silent. He shook his head and answered, every word impressed itself firmly upon my memory: "Because speech fails even the eloquent when confronted with a miracle." What, except me and my beauty, could be meant by that? But he probably perceived how strangely his words confused me, for he suddenly seized my hand, pressing it so firmly that it hurt me, and while I tried to withdraw it, he whispered, "How the immortals must love you, that they lend you so large a share of their own divine beauty." "Greek honey," interposed the sorceress, "but strong enough to turn such a poor young head. And what more happened? The demons desire to hear all, down to the last detail, all." "The last detail," repeated Ledscha reluctantly, gazing into vacancy as if seeking aid. Then pressing her hand on her brow, she indignantly exclaimed, "Ah, if I only knew myself, how it conquered me so quickly! If I could understand and put it into intelligible words, I should need no stranger's counsel to regain my peace of mind. But as it is, I was driven by my anxiety from temple to temple, and now to you and your demons. I went from hour to hour as though in a burning fever. If I left the house firmly resolved to bethink myself and, as I had bidden my sister, avoid danger and the gossip of the people, my feet still led me only where he desired to meet me. Oh, and how well he understood how to flatter, to describe my beauty! Surely it was impossible not to believe in it and trust its power." Here she hesitated, and while gazing silently into vacancy a sunny light flitted over her grave face, and, drawing a long breath, she began again: "I could curse those days of weakness and ecstasy which now, at least I hope so, are over. Yet they were wonderfully beautiful, and never can I forget them." Here she again bowed her head silently, but the old dame nodded encouragingly, saying eagerly, "Well, well, I understand all that, and I shall learn what more is coming, for whatever appears in the mirror of the wine is infallible. But it must become still more distinct. Let me first conjure up the 77 great and the 777 little demons. They will do their duty if you open your heart to us without reserve." This demand sounded urgent enough, and Ledscha pressed her head against the old woman's shoulder, as if seeking assistance, exclaiming, "I cannot, no, I cannot! As if the spirits who obey you did not know already what had happened and will happen in the future. Let them search the depths of my soul. There they will see with their own eyes what I should never, never succeed in describing. I could not tell even you, grandmother, for who among the Biamites ever found such lofty, heart bewitching words as Hermon? And what looks, what language he had at command when he desired to put an end to my jealous complaints! Could I still be angry with him when he confessed that there were other beauties here whom he admired, and then gazed deep into my eyes and said that when I appeared they all vanished like the stars at sunrise? Then every reproach was forgotten, and resentment was transformed into doubly ardent longing. This, however, by no means escaped his keen glance, which detects everything, and so he urged me with touching, ardent entreaties to go with him to his studio, though but for one poor brief hour." "And you granted his wish?" Tabus anxiously interrupted. "Yes," she answered frankly, "but it was the evening of the day before yesterday. That was the only time. Secrecy, nothing, grandmother, was more hateful to me from childhood." "But he," the old woman again interrupted, "he, I know it, he praised it to you as the noblest virtue." A silent nod from Ledscha confirmed this conjecture, and she added hesitatingly, "Only far from the haunts of men," he said, "when the light had vanished, did we hear the nightingale trill in the dark thickets. Those are his own words, and though it angers you, grandmother, they are true." "Until the secrecy is over, and the sun shines upon misery," the sorceress answered in her faltering speech with menacing severity. "And beneath the tempter's roof you enjoyed the lauded secret love until the cock roused you." "No," replied Ledscha firmly. "Did I ever tell you a lie, that you look at me so incredulously?" "Incredulously," replied the old woman in protest. "I only trembled at the danger into which you plunged." "There could be no greater peril," the girl admitted. "I foresaw it clearly enough, and yet this is the most terrible part of it yet my feet moved as if obeying a will of their own, instead of mine, and when I crossed his threshold resistance was silenced, for I was received like a princess. The lofty, spacious apartment was brilliantly illuminated, and the door was garlanded with flowers. It was magnificent. Then, in a manner as respectful as if welcoming an illustrious guest, he invited me to take my place opposite to him, that he might form a goddess after my model. This was the highest flattery of all, and I willingly assumed the position he directed, but he looked at me from every side with sparkling eyes, and asked me to let down my hair and remove the veil from the back of my head. Then, need I assure you of it? My blood boiled with righteous indignation, but instead of being ashamed of the outrage, he raised his hand to my head and pulled the veil. Resentment and wrath suddenly flamed in my soul, and before he could detain me, I had left the room. In spite of his representations and entreaties, I did not enter it again." "Yet," asked the sorceress in perplexity, "you once more obeyed his summons?" "Yesterday also I could not help it," Ledscha answered softly. "Fool!" cried Tabus indignantly, but the girl exclaimed in a tone of sincere shame: "You do well to call me that. Perhaps I deserve still harsher names, for, in spite of the sternness with which I forbade him ever to remind me of the studio by even a single word, I soon listened to him willingly when he besought me, if I really loved him, not to refuse what would make him happy. If I allowed him to model my figure, his renown and greatness would be secured. And how clearly he made me understand this! I could not help believing it, and at last promised that, in spite of my father and the women of Tennis, I would grant all, and accompany him again to the workroom if he would have patience until the night of the next day but one, when the moon would be at the full." "And he?" asked Tabus anxiously. "He called the brief hours which I required him to wait an eternity," replied the girl, "and they seemed no less long to me. But neither entreaties nor urgency availed. What you predicted for me from the chords last year strengthened my courage. I should wantonly throw away. I constantly reminded myself, whatever great good fortune fate destined for me if I yielded to my longing and took prematurely what was already so close at hand, for, do you remember, at that time it was promised that on a night when the moon was at the full a new period of the utmost happiness would begin for me. And now, unless everything deceives me, now it awaits me. Whether it will come with the full moon of tomorrow night, or the next, or the following one, your spirits alone can know. But yesterday was surely too soon to expect the new happiness." "And he?" asked the old dame. "He certainly did not make it easy for me," was the reply. "But as I remained firm, he was obliged to yield. I granted only his earnest desire to see me again this evening. I fancy I can still hear him exclaim, with loving impetuosity, that he hated every day and every night which kept him from me. And now, for another's sake he lets me wait for him in vain, and if his slave does not lie, this is only the beginning of his infamous treacherous game." She had uttered the last words in a hoarse cry, but Tabus answered soothingly: "Hush, child, hush. The first thing is to see clearly, if I am to interpret correctly what is shown me here. The demons are to be fully informed they have required it. But you, did you come to hear whether the spirits still intend to keep the promise they made then?" Ledscha eagerly assented to this question, and the old woman continued urgently: Then tell me first what suddenly incenses you so violently against the man whom you have so highly praised." The girl related what had formerly been rumoured in Tennis, and which she had just heard from the slave. He had lured other women, even her innocent young sister, to his studio. Now he wanted to induce Ledscha to go there, not from love, but merely to model her limbs so far as he considered them useful for his work. He was in haste to do so, because he intended to return to the capital immediately. Whether he meant to leave her in the lurch after using her for his selfish purposes, she also desired to learn from the sorceress. But she would ask him that question herself tomorrow. Woe betide him if the spirits recognized in him the deceiver she now believed him. Hitherto Tabus had listened quietly, but when she closed her passionate threats with the exclamation that he also deserved punishment for alienating Gula, the sailor's wife, from her absent husband, the enchantress also lost her composure and cried out angrily: "If that is true, if the Greek really committed that crime, then certainly the foreigners destroy, with their laughing levity, much that is good among us. We must endure it, but whoever broke the Biamite's marriage bond from the earliest times forfeited his life, and so, the gods be thanked, it has remained. This very last year the fisherman Phabis killed with a hammer the Alexandrian clerk who had stolen into his house and drowned his faithless wife. But your lover, though you should weep for sorrow till your eyes are red." "I would denounce the traitor if he made himself worthy of death," Ledscha passionately interrupted with flashing eyes. "What portion of the slave's charge is true will appear at once, and if it proves correct, tomorrow's full moon shall indeed bring me the greatest bliss, for though, when I was younger and happier,
I contradicted
Ebers when he declared that one thing surpassed even the raptures of love, satisfied vengeance, now I would agree with him." A loud cry of "Right! Right!" from the old crone's lips expressed the grey haired Biamite's pleasure in this worthy daughter of her race. Then she again gazed at the wine in the vessel, and this time she did so silently, as if spellbound by the mirror on its bottom. At last, raising her aged head, she said in a tone of the most sincere compassion: "Poor child, yes, you would be cruelly and shamefully deceived. Tear your love for this man from your heart like poisonous hemlock. But the full moon which is to bring you great happiness is scarcely the next, perhaps not even the one which follows it, but surely and certainly a later one will rise, by whose light the utmost bliss awaits you. True, I see it come from another man than the Greek." The girl had listened with panting breath. She believed as firmly in the infallibility of the knowledge which the witch received from the demons who obeyed her as she did in her own existence. All her happiness, all that had filled her joyous soul with freshly awakened hopes, now lay shattered at her feet, and, sobbing aloud, she threw herself down beside the old woman and buried her beautiful face in her lap. Completely overwhelmed by the great misfortune which had come upon her, without thinking of the vengeance which had just made her hold her head so proudly erect, or the rare delight which a later full moon was to bring, she remained motionless, while the old woman, who loved her, and who remembered an hour in the distant past when she herself had been dissolved in tears at the prediction of another prophetess, laid her trembling hand upon her head. Let the child weep her fill. Time, perhaps, vengeance also, cured many a heartache, and when they had accomplished this office upon the girl who had once been betrothed to her grandson, perhaps the full moon bringing happiness, whose appearance first the cords, then the wine mirror in the bottom of the vessel had predicted, would come to Ledscha, and she believed she knew at whose side the girl could regain what she had twice lost: satisfaction for the young heart that yearned for love. "Only wait, wait!" she cried at last, repeating the consoling words again and again. Ledscha raised her tear-stained face. Impulse urged her to kiss the sufferer, but as she bent over the mourner, the copper dish slipped from her knees and fell rattling on the floor. Ledscha started up in terror, and at the same moment the Alexandrian packs of hounds on the shore opposite to the owl's nest began to bark so loudly that the deaf old woman heard the baying as if it came from a great distance. But the girl ran out into the open air, and, returning at the end of a few minutes, called joyously to the sorceress from the threshold, "They are coming!" They," faltered Tabus, hurriedly pushing her disordered gray hair under the veil on the back of her head, while exclaiming, scarcely able to use her voice in her joyous excitement, "I knew it! He keeps his word. My Satabus is coming. The ducks, the bread, the fish, girl. Good loyal heart." Then a wide, long shadow fell across the dimly lighted room, and from the darkened threshold a strangely deep, gasping peal of laughter rang from a man's broad breast. "Satabus, my boy!" The witch's shriek rose above the peculiar sound. "Mother," answered the gray bearded lips of the pirate. For one short moment he remained standing at the door with outstretched arms. Then he took a step toward the beloved being from whom he had been separated for more than 2 years, and suddenly throwing himself down before her, while his huge lower limbs covered part of the floor, he stretched his hands toward the little crooked old woman, who had not strength to rise from her crouching posture, and seizing her with loving impetuosity, lifted her as if she were a child, and placing her on his knees, drew her into a close embrace. Tabus willingly submitted to this act of violence, and passing her thin left arm around her son's bull neck with her free hand, patted his bearded cheeks, wrinkled brow, and bushy, almost white hair. No intelligible words passed the lips of either the mother or the son at this meeting. Nothing but a confused medley of tender and uncouth natural sounds which no language knows. Yet they understood each other, and Ledscha, who had moved silently aside, also comprehended that these low laughs, moans, cries, and stammers were the expression of love of two deeply agitated hearts, and for a moment an emotion of envy seized her. The gods had early bereft her of her mother, while this savage fighter against the might of the waves, justice, law, and their pitiless, too powerful defenders, this man, already on the verge of age, still possessed his, and sunned his rude heart in her love. It was some time before the old pirate had satisfied his yearning for affection and placed his light burden down beside the fire. Tabus now regained the power to utter distinct words, and, difficult as it was for her half paralyzed tongue to speak, she poured a flood of tender pet names and affectionate thanks upon the head of her rude son, the last one left, who had grown gray in bloody warfare, but with the eyes of her soul she again saw in him the little boy whom, with warm maternal love, she had once pressed to her breast and cradled in her arms. When, in his rough fashion, he warmly returned her professions of tenderness, her eyes grew wet with tears, and at the question what he could still find in her, a withered, good for nothing little creature, who just dragged along from one day to another, an object of pity to herself, he again burst into his mighty laugh, and his deep voice shouted: "Do you want to know that? But where would be the lime that holds us on the ships if you were no longer here? The best capture wouldn't be worth a drachm if we could not say, 'Hurrah! How pleased the old mother will be when she hears it!' And when things go badly, when men have been wounded or perished in the sea, we should despair of our lives if we did not know that whatever troubles our hearts the old mother feels too, and we shall always get from her the kind words needed to press on again. And then, when the strait is sore and life is at stake, whence would come the courage to cast the die if we did not know that you are with us day and night, and will send your spirits to help us if the need is great? Hundreds of times they rushed to our aid just at the right time, and assisted us to hew off the hand of the foe which was already choking us. But that is only something extra, which we could do without, if necessary. That you are here, that a man still has his dear mother, whose heart wishes us everything good, and our foes death and destruction, whose aged eyes will weep if anything harms us, that, mother dear, that is the main thing." He bent his clumsy figure over her as he spoke, and cautiously, as if he were afraid of doing her some injury, kissed her head with tender care. Then, rising, he turned to Ledscha, whom he always regarded as his dead son's betrothed bride, and greeted her with sincere kindness. Her great beauty strengthened his plan of uniting her to his oldest son, and when the latter entered the house he cast a searching glance at him. The result was favourable, for a smile of satisfaction flitted over his scarred features. The young pirate's stately figure was not inferior in height to the old one's, but his shoulders were narrower, his features less broad and full, and his hair and beard had the glossy raven hue of the blackbird's plumage. The young man paused on the threshold in embarrassment, and gazed at Ledscha with pleased surprise. When he saw her last, his grandmother had not been stricken by paralysis, and the girl was the promised wife of his older brother, to whom custom forbade him to raise his eyes. He had thought of her numberless times as the most desirable of women. Now nothing prevented his wooing her, and finding her far more beautiful than memory had showed her, strengthened his intention of winning her. This purpose had matured in the utmost secrecy. He had concealed it even from his father and his brother Labaja, who was still keeping watch on the ships, for he had a reserved disposition, and though obliged to obey his father, wherever it was possible he pursued his own way. Though Satabus shared Hanno's wish, it vexed him that at this meeting, after so long a separation, his son should neglect his beloved and honoured mother for the sake of a beautiful girl. So, turning his back on Ledscha, he seized the young giant's shoulder with a powerful grip to drag him toward the old woman, but Hanno perceived his error, and now in brief but affectionate words showed his grandmother that he too rejoiced at seeing her again. The sorceress gazed at her grandson's stalwart figure with a pleasant smile, and, after welcoming him, exclaimed to Ledscha, "It seems as if Ebers had risen from the grave." The girl vouchsafed her dead lover's brother a brief glance, and, while pouring oil upon the fish in the pan, answered carelessly, "He is a little like him." "Not only in person," remarked the old pirate with fatherly pride, and pointing to the broad scar across the young man's forehead, visible even in the dim light, he added by way of explanation, "When we took vengeance for Abus, he bore away that decoration of honour. The blow nearly made him follow his brother, but the youth first sent the souls of half a dozen enemies to greet him in the netherworld." Then Ledscha held out her hand to Hanno, and permitted him to detain it till an ardent glance from his black eyes met hers, and she withdrew it blushing. As she did so, she said to Tabus, "You can put them on the fire, and there stands whatever else you need. I must go home now." In taking leave of the men, she asked if she could hope to find them here again the next day. "The full moon will make it damnably light," replied the father, "but they will scarcely venture to assail the right of asylum, and the ships anchored according to regulation at Tennis, with a cargo of wood from Sinope. Besides, for 2 years people have believed that we have abandoned these waters, and the guards think that if we should return, the last time to choose it would be these bright nights. Still, I should not like to decide anything positively about the morrow until news came from Labaja." "You will find me, whatever happens," Hanno declared after his father had ceased speaking. Old Tabus exchanged a swift glance with her son, and Satabus said, "He is his own master. If I am obliged to go, which may happen, then, my girl, you must be content with the youth. Besides, you are better suited to him than to the grey beard." He shook his hands with Ledscha as he spoke, and Hanno accompanied her to her boat. At first he was silent, but as she was stepping into the skiff he repeated his promise of meeting her here the following night. "Very well," she answered quickly. "Perhaps I may have a commission to give you." "I will fulfill it," he answered firmly. "Tomorrow, then," she called, "unless something unexpected prevents." But when seated on the thwart, she again turned to him and asked, "Does it need a long time to bring your ship, with brave men on board, to this place?" "We can be here in 4 hours, and with favorable winds still sooner," was the reply. "Even if it displeases your father?" "Even then, and though the gods, many as there are, should forbid, if only your gratitude will be gained." "It will," she answered firmly, and the water splashed lightly under the strokes of her oars. End of chapter 4. Read by Gaynde of Podtrack.com. Book 1, Chapter 5 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gaynde. Arachne by George Ebers. Translated by Mary J. Stafford. Chapter 5. In the extreme northern portion of the little city of Tennis, a large, perfectly plain, whitewashed building stood on an open, grass-grown square. The side facing the north rested upon a solid substructure of hard blocks of hewn stone washed by the waves. This protecting wall extended along both sides of the long, plain edifice, and prevented the water from overflowing the open space which belonged to it. Archias, the owner of the largest weaving establishment in Tennis, the father of the Alexandrian aristocrat who had arrived the evening before, was the owner of the house, as well as of the broad plain on which he had had it built, with the indestructible sea wall to serve as a storehouse to receive the supplies of linen, flax, and wool which were manufactured in his factories. It was favorably suited for this purpose, for the raw materials could be moved from the ships which brought them to Tennis directly into the building. But as the factories were at a considerable distance, the transportation required much time and expense, and therefore Archias had had a canal dug connecting the workshops with the water, and at its end erected a new storehouse, which rendered a second transportation of the ship's cargoes unnecessary. The white mansion had not yet been devoted to any other purpose when the owner determined to offer the spacious, empty rooms of the warehouse to his nephews, the sculptors Hermon and Myrtilus, for the production of two works with whose completion he associated expectations of good fortune both for the young artists, who were his nephews and wards, and himself. The very extensive building which now contained the studios and spacious living apartments for the sculptors and their slaves would also have afforded ample room for his daughter and her attendants, but Daphne had learned from the reports of the artists that rats, mice, and other disagreeable vermin shared the former storehouse with them, so she had preferred to have tents pitched in the large open space which belonged it. True, the broad field was exposed to the burning sun, and its soil was covered only with sand and pitiably scorched turf, but 3 palm trees, a few sun acacias, 2 carob trees, a small clump of fig trees, and the superb wide-branched sycamore on the extreme outer edge had won for it the proud name of a garden. Now a great change in its favour had taken place, for Daphne's beautiful tent, with walls and top of blue and white striped sailcloth, and the small adjoining tents of the same colours, gave it a brighter aspect. The very roomy main tent contained the splendidly furnished sitting and dining rooms. The beds occupied by Daphne and her companion Chrysilla had been placed in an adjoining one, which was nearly as large, and the cook, with his assistants, was quartered in a third. The head keeper, the master of the hounds, and most of the slaves remained in the transports which had followed the state galley. Some had slept under the open sky beside the dog kennel hastily erected for Daphne's pack of hounds. So, on the morning after the wholly unexpected arrival of the owner's daughter, the garden in front of the White House, but yesterday a desolate field, resembled an encampment whose busy life was varied and noisy enough. Slaves and freedmen had been astir before sunrise, for Daphne was up betimes in order to begin the hunt in the early hour when the birds left their secret nooks on the islands. Her cousins, the young sculptors, to please her, had gone out, too, but the sport did not last long, for when the market place of Tennis, just between the morning and noontide hours, was most crowded, the little boats which the hunters had used again touched the shore. With them and Daphne's servants, seafaring men also left the boats, Biamite fishermen, and boatmen who knew the breeding places and nests of the feathered prey, and before them, barking loudly and shaking their dripping bodies, the young huntress's brown and white spotted dogs ran toward the tents. Dark-skinned slaves carried the game, which had been tied in bunches while in the boats, to the White House, where they laid 3 rows of large waterfowl upon the steps leading to the entrance. Daphne's arrows were supposed to have killed all these, but the master of the hunt had taken care to place among his mistress's booty some of the largest pelicans and vultures which had been shot by the others. Before retiring to her tent, she inspected the result of the shooting expedition, and was satisfied. She had been told of the numbers of birds in this archipelago, but the quantity of game which had been killed far exceeded her greatest expectations, and her pleasant blue eyes sparkled with joy as she began to examine the birds which had been slaughtered in so short a time. Yet, ere she had finished the task, a slight shadow flitted over her well formed and attractive, though not beautiful, features. The odor emanating from so many dead fowls, on which the sun, already high in the heavens, was shining, became disagreeable to her, and a strong sense of discomfort, whose cause, however, she did not seek, made her turn from them. The movement with which she did so was full of quiet, stately grace, and the admiring glance with which Hermon, a tall, black-bearded young man, watched it, showed that he knew how to value the exquisite symmetry of her figure. The somewhat full outlines of her form and the self-possession of her bearing would have led everyone to think her a young matron rather than a girl, but the 2 artists who accompanied her on the shooting party had been intimate with her from childhood, and knew how much modesty and genuine kindness of heart were united with the resolute nature of this maiden, who numbered 22 years. Fair-haired Myrtilus seemed to pay little heed to the game which Gras, Archias's Bithynian house steward, was counting, but black-bearded Hermon had given it more attention, and when Daphne drew back he nodded approvingly, and, pointing to the heap of motionless inhabitants of the air, exclaimed with sincere regret: "Fie upon us, human wretches! Would the most bloodthirsty hyena destroy such a number of living creatures in a few hours? Other beasts of prey do not kill even one wretched sparrow more than they need to appease their hunger. But we, and you, tender-hearted priestess of a gracious goddess, leading us friends of the Muse, we pursue a different course. What a mound of corpses! And what will become of it? Perhaps a few geese and ducks will go into the kitchen, but the rest? The red flamingos and the brave pelicans who feed their young with their own blood. They are only fit to throw away, for the Biamites eat no game that is shot, and your black slaves too would refuse to taste it. So we destroy hundreds of lives for pastime. Base word! As if we had so many superfluous hours at our disposal ere we descend into Hades. A philosopher among brutes would be entitled to cry out, 'Shame upon you, raging monster!' Shame on you, you perpetual grumbler! interrupted Daphne in an offended tone. "Who would ever have thought it cruel to test the steady hand and the keen eye upon senseless animals in the joyous chase? But what shall we call the fault finder who spoils his friend's innocent enjoyment of a happy morning by his sharp reproaches?" Hermon shrugged his shoulders, and in a voice which expressed far more compassion than resentment, answered: "If this pile of dead birds pleases you, go on with the slaughter. You can sometimes save the arrows and catch the swarming game with your hands. If your lifeless victims yonder were human beings, after all, they would have cause to thank you, for what is existence?" "To these creatures everything," said Myrtilus, the Alexandrian's other cousin, beckoning to Daphne, who had summoned him to her aid by a beseeching glance, to draw nearer. "Gladly as I would always and everywhere uphold your cause, I cannot do so this time. Only look here. Your arrow merely broke the wing of yonder sea eagle, and he is just recovering from the shock. What a magnificent fellow! How wrathfully and vengefully his eyes sparkle! How fiercely he stretches his brave head toward us in helpless fury, and step back! How vigorously, spite of the pain of his poor wounded drooping pinion, he flaps the other, and raises his yellow claws to punish his foes! His plumage glistens and shines exquisitely where it lies smooth, and how savagely he puffs out the feathers on his neck! A wonderful spectacle, the embodiment of powerful life. And the others by his side. We transformed the poor creatures into a motionless, miserable mass, and just now they were cleaving the air with their strong wings, proclaiming by proud, glad cries to their families among the reeds their approach with an abundant store of prey. Every one was a feast to the eyes before our arrow struck it, and now, when Hermon with his pitying heart condemns this kind of hunting, he is right. It deprives free, harmless creatures of their best possession, life, and us thereby of a pleasant sight. In general, a bird's existence seems to me also of little value, but beauty, to me as to you, transcends everything else. What would existence be without it? And wherever it appears, to injure it is infamous." Here a slight cough interrupted the young artist, and the moist glitter of his blue eyes also betrayed that he was suffering from an attack of severe pain in his lungs. But Daphne nodded assent to him, and to Hermon also, and commanded the steward Gras to take the birds out of her sight. "But," said the Bithynian, "our mistress will doubtless allow us at least to take the hard lower part of the pelicans' beaks, and the wing feathers of the flamingoes and birds of prey, to show our master on our return as trophies." "Trophies?" repeated the girl scornfully. "Hermon, you are better than I and the rest of us, and I see that you are right. Where game flies toward us in such quantities, hunting becomes almost murder, and successes won by so slight an exertion offer little charm. The second expedition before sunset, Gras, shall be given up. The master of the hounds, with his men and the dogs, will return home on the transports this very day. I am disgusted with sport here. Birds of prey, and those only when brought down from the air, would probably be the right game in this place." "Those are the very ones to which I would grant life," said Hermon, smiling, "because they enjoy it most." "Then we will at least save the sea eagle," cried Daphne, and ordered the steward, who was already having the dead fowl carried off, to care for the wounded bird of prey. But when the latter struck furiously with his beak at the Biamite who attempted to remove it, Hermon again turned to the girl, saying: "I thank you in the eagle's name for your good will, you best of women, but I fear even the most careful nursing will not help this wounded creature, for the higher one seeks to soar, the more surely he goes to destruction if his power of flight is broken. Mine, too, was seriously injured." "Here?" asked Daphne anxiously. "At this time, which is of such great importance to you and your art." Then she interrupted herself to ask Myrtilus's opinion, but as he had gone away coughing, she continued in a softer tone: "How anxious you can make one, Hermon. Has anything really happened which clouds your pleasure in creating and your hope of success?" "Let us wait," he answered, hastily throwing back his head with its thick, waving raven locks. If in leaping over the ditch I should fall into the marsh, I must endure it if thereby I can only reach the shore where my roses bloom." "Then you fear that you have failed in the Demeter?" asked Daphne. "Failed?" repeated the other. "That seems too strong. Only the work is not proving as good as I originally expected. For the head we both used a model, you will see, whose fitness could not be surpassed. But the body. Myrtilus knows how earnestly I labored, and without looking to the right or the left, devoted all my powers to the task of creation. True, the models did not remain, but even had a magic spell doubled my ability, the toil would still have been futile. The error is there, yet I am repairing it. To be sure, many things must aid me in doing so, for which I now hope, who knows whether it will not again be in vain. You are acquainted with my past life. It has never yet granted me any great, complete success, and if I was occasionally permitted to pluck a flower, my hands were pricked by thorns and nettles." He pursed up his lips as if to hiss the unfriendly fate, and Daphne felt that he, whose career she had watched from childhood with the interest of affection, and to whom, though she did not confess it even to herself, she had clung for years with far more than sisterly love, needed a kind word. Her heart ached, and it was difficult for her to assume the cheerful tone which she desired to use. But she succeeded, and her voice sounded gay and careless enough, as she exclaimed to the by no means happy artist and Myrtilus, who was just returning: "Give up your foolish opposition, you obstinate men, and let me see what you have accomplished during this long time. You promised my father that you would show your work to no one before him, but believe my words, if he were here he would give you back the pledge and lead me himself to the last production of your study. Compassion would compel you disobliging fellows to yield, if you could only imagine how curiosity tortures us women. We can conquer it where more indifferent matters are concerned. But here it need not make you vainer than you already are, but accept my father, you are dearest in all the world to me. And then, only listen. In my character as priestess of Demeter, I hereby release you from your vow, and thus from any evil consequences of your, moreover, very trivial guilt. For a father and daughter who live together as I do with your uncle are just the same as one person. So come, wearied as I am by the miserable hunting excursion which caused me such vexation, in the presence of your works, rely upon it, I shall instantly be gay again, and all my life will thank you for your noble indulgence." While speaking, she walked toward the white house, beckoning to the young men with a winning, encouraging smile. It seemed to produce the effect intended, for the artists looked at each other irresolutely, and Hermon was already asking himself whether Daphne's arguments had convinced Myrtilus also, when the latter, in great excitement, called after her: "How gladly we would do it, but we must not fulfill your wish, for it was no light promise. No, your father exacted an oath. He alone can absolve us from the obligation of showing him, before any one else, what we finish here. It is not to be submitted to the judges until after he has seen it." "Listen to me," Daphne interrupted with urgent warmth, and began to assail the artists with fresh entreaties. For the second time, black bearded Hermon seemed inclined to give up his resistance, but Myrtilus cried in zealous refusal: "For Hermon's sake I insist upon my denial. The judges must not talk about the work until both tasks are completed, for then each of us will be as good as certain of a prize. I myself believe that the one for Demeter will fall to me." "But Hermon will succeed better with the Arachne?" asked Daphne eagerly. Myrtilus warmly assented, but Hermon exclaimed: "If I could only rely upon the goodwill of the judges!" "Why not?" the girl interrupted. "My father is just, the king is an incorruptible connoisseur, and certainly yesterday evening you, too, believed the others to be honest men. As for your fellow candidate Myrtilus, he will no more grudge a prize to you than to himself." "Why should he?" asked Hermon, as if he, too, was perfectly sure of his friend. "We have shared many a bit of bread together. When we determined upon this competition, each knew the other's ability. Your father commissioned us to create peaceful Demeter, the patroness of agriculture, peace, marriage, and Arachne, the mortal who was the most skilful of spinners, for he is both a grain dealer and owner of spinning factories. The best Demeter is to be placed in the Alexandrian temple of the goddess to whose priestesses you belong, the less successful one in your own house in the city. But whose Demeter is destined for the sanctuary, I repeat, is now virtually decided. Myrtilus will add this prize to the others, and grant me with all his heart the one for the Arachne. The subject, at any rate, is better adapted to my art than to his, and so I should be tolerably certain of my cause. Yet my anxiety about the verdict of the judges remains, for surely you know how much the majority are opposed to my tendency. I and the few Alexandrians who, following me, sacrifice beauty to truth, swim against the stream which bears you, Myrtilus, and those who are on your side, smoothly along. I know that you do it through conviction, but with other acknowledged great artists and our judges, you, too, demand beauty, always beauty. Am I right or wrong? Is not any one who refuses to follow in the footsteps left by the ancients of Athens as certain of condemnation as the convicted thief or murderer? But I will not follow the lead of the Athenians, inimitably great though they are in their own way, because I would fain be more than the ancients of Ilissus, a disciple and an Alexandrian. The never-ending dispute. Myrtilus answered his fellow artist with a cordiality in which, nevertheless, there was a slight accent of pity. "Surely you know it, Daphne. To me the ideal and its embodiment within the limits of the natural according to the models of Phidias, Polycletus, and Myron is the highest goal, but he and his co-workers seek objects nearer at hand." "Or rather, we found them," cried Hermon, interrupting his companion with angry positiveness. "The city of Alexandria, which is growing with unprecedented vigor, is their home. There, the place to which every race on earth sends a representative, the pulse of the whole world is throbbing. There, whoever does not run with the rest is run over. There, but one thing is important, actual life. Science has undertaken to fathom it, and the results which it gains with measures and numbers is of a different value and more lasting than that which the idle sport of the intellects of the older philosophers obtained. But art, her nobler sister, must pursue the same paths. To occupy life as it is, to reproduce the real as it presents itself, not as it might or must be, is the task which I set myself. If you would have me carve gods whom man cannot represent to himself except in his own form, allow me also to represent them as reality shows me mortals. I will form them after the models of the greatest, highest, and best, and also, when the subject permits, in powerful action in accordance with my own power, but always as real men from head to foot. We must also cling to the old symbols which those who order demand, because they serve as signs of recognition, and my Demeter, too, received the bundle of wheat." As the excited artist uttered this challenge, a defiant glance rested upon his comrade and Daphne. But Myrtilus, with a soothing gesture of the hand, answered: "What is the cause of this heat? I at least watch your work with interest, and do not dispute your art so long as it does not cross the boundaries of the beautiful, which to me are those of art." Here the conversation was interrupted. The steward Gras brought a letter, which a courier from Pelusium had just delivered. Thyone, the wife of Philippus, the commander of the strong border fortress of Pelusium, near Tennis, had written it. She and her husband had been intimate friends of Hermon's father, who had served under the old general as hipparch, and through him had become well acquainted with his wealthy brother Archias and his relatives. The Alexandrian merchant had informed Philippus, whom, like all the world, he held in the highest honor as one of the former companions of Alexander the Great, of his daughter's journey, and his wife now announced her visit to Daphne. She expected to reach Tennis that evening with her husband and several friends, and mentioned especially her anticipation of meeting Hermon, the son of her beloved Erigone and her husband's brave companion in arms. Daphne and Myrtilus received the announcement with pleasure, But Hermon, who only the day before had spoken of the old couple with great affection, seemed disturbed by the arrival of the unexpected guests. To avoid them entirely appeared impossible even to him, but he declared in an embarrassed tone, and without giving any reason, that he should scarcely be able to devote the entire evening to Daphne and the Pelusinians. Then he turned quickly toward the house, to which a signal from his slave Bias summoned him. End of chapter 5. Recording by Gehinde of Baatrek.com.
Book 1, Chapter 6 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Translated by Mary J. Safford. Book 1, Chapter 6. As soon as Hermon had disappeared behind the door, Daphne begged Myrtilus to accompany her into the tent. After taking their seats there, the anxious exclamation escaped her lips. "How excited he became again! The stay in tennis does not seem to agree with you. You are coughing, and father expected so much benefit to your ailment from the pure moist air, and to Hermon still more from the lonely life here in your society, but I've rarely seen him more strongly enlisted in behalf of the tendency opposed to beauty." "Then your father must be satisfied with the good effect which our residence here has exerted upon me," replied Myrtilus. "I know that he was thinking of my illness when he proposed to us to complete his commissions here. Hermon, the good fellow, could never have been induced to leave his Alexandria, had not the hope of thereby doing me a kindness induced him to follow me. I will add it to the many for which I am already indebted to his friendship. As for art, he will go his own way, and any opposition would be futile. A goddess, he perceives it himself, was certainly the most unfortunate subject possible for his—" "Is his Demeter a complete failure?" asked Daphne anxiously. "Certainly not," replied Myrtilus eagerly. "The head is even one of his very best. Only the figure awakens grave doubts. In the effort to be faithful to reality, the fear of making concessions to beauty, he lapsed into ungraceful angularity and a sturdiness which, in my opinion, would be unpleasing even in a mortal woman. The excess of unbridled power again makes itself visible in the wonderfully gifted man. Many things reached him too late and others too soon." Daphne eagerly asked what he meant by these words, and Myrtilus replied: "Surely you know how he became a sculptor. Your father had intended him to be his successor in business, but Hermon felt the vocation to become an artist, probably first in my studio, awake with intense force. While I early placed myself under the instruction of the great Bryaxis, he was being trained for a merchant's life. When he was to guide the reed in the counting house, he sketched. When he was sent to the harbor to direct the loading of the ships, he became absorbed in gazing at the statues placed there. In the warehouse he secretly modelled, instead of attending to the bales of goods. You are certainly aware what a sad breach occurred then, and how long Hermon was restrained before he succeeded in turning his back upon trade." "My father meant so kindly toward him," Daphne protested. "He was appointed guardian to your both. You are rich, and therefore he aided in every possible way your taste for art, but Hermon did not inherit from his parents a single drachme, and so my father saw the most serious struggles awaiting him if he devoted himself to sculpture. And besides, he had destined his nephew to become his successor, the head of one of the largest commercial houses in the city." "And in doing so," Myrtilus responded, "he believed he had made the best provision for his happiness. But there is something peculiar in art. I know from your father himself how kind his intentions were when he withdrew his assistance from Hermon, and when he had escaped to the island of Rhodes, left him to make his own way during the first period of apprenticeship through which he passed there. Necessity, he thought, would bring him back to where he had a life free from anxiety waiting him. But the result was different. Far be it from me to blame the admirable Archias, yet had he permitted his ward to follow his true vocation earlier, it would have been better for him." "Then you think that he began to study too late?" asked Daphne eagerly. "Not too late," was the reply, "but with his passionate struggle to advance, An earlier commencement would have been more favourable. While the companions of his own age were already doing independent work, he was still a student, and so it happened that he began for himself too soon. "Yet," Daphne answered, "can you deny that, directly after Hermon produced his first work, which made his talent undeniable, my father again treated him like his own son?" "On the contrary," replied Myrtilus, "I remember only too well how Archias at that time, probably not entirely without your intercession, fairly showered gold upon his nephew, but unfortunately this abundance was by no means to his advantage." "What do you mean?" asked Daphne. "Were not you, at that very time, in full possession of the great wealth inherited from your father and mother, and yet did you not work far beyond your strength? Bryaxis, I heard him, was full of your praises, and yet entreated my father to use all his influence as guardian to warn you against overwork." "My kind master!" cried Myrtilus, deeply moved. "He was as anxious about me as a father." "Because he perceived that you were destined for great achievements." "And because it did not escape his penetration how much I needed care. My lungs, Daphne, my lungs. Surely you know how the malicious disease became fatal to my dear mother, and to my brother and sister also. All three sank prematurely into the grave, and for years the shades of my parents have been beckoning to me too. When the cough shakes my chest, I see Charon raise his oar and invite me also to enter his sable boat." "But you just assured me that you were doing well," observed the girl. "The cough alone makes me a little anxious. If you could only see for yourself what a beautiful colour the pure air has given your cheeks." "This flush," replied Myrtilus gravely, "is the sunset of life's closing day, not the dawn of approaching convalescence. But let us drop the subject. I allude to these sorrowful things only to prevent your praises of me at Hermon's expense. True, even while a student I possessed wealth far beyond my needs, but the early death of my brother and sister had taught me even then to be economical of the brief span of life allotted to me. Hermon, on the contrary, was overflowing with manly vigour, and the strongest among the Ephebi in the wrestling school. After 3 nights' revel he would not even feel weary, and how difficult the women made it for the handsome, black bearded fellow to commence his work early. Did you ever ask yourself why young steeds are not broken in flowery meadows, but upon sand? Nothing which attracts their attention and awakens their desires must surround them. But your father's gold led Hermon, ere the season of apprenticeship was over, into the most luxuriant clover fields. Honour and respect the handsome hot-blooded youth that, nevertheless, he allowed himself to be diverted from work only a short time, and soon resumed it with ardent zeal, at first in superabundance, and then amid fresh need and privation." "Oh, Myrtilus," the girl interrupted, "how terribly I suffered in those days! For the first time the gods made me experience that there are black clouds as well as bright sunshine in the human soul. For weeks an impassable gulf separated me from my father, with whom I had always had one heart and soul. But I never saw him as he was then. The first prize had been awarded to you for your Aphrodite, radiant in marvellous beauty, and your brow had also been already crowned for your statue of Alexander, when Hermon stepped forward with his works. They were at the same time the first which were to show what he believed to be the true mission of art, a hideous hawker, hide in hand, praising his wares with open mouth, and the struggling Maenads. Surely you know the horrible women who throw one another on the ground, tearing and rending with bestial fury. The spectacle of these fruits of the industry of one dear to me grieved me also, and I could not understand how you and the others saw anything to admire in them. And my father! At the sight of these things the colour faded from his cheeks and lips, and, as if by virtue of his guardianship he had a right to direct Hermon in the paths of art also, he forbade his ward to waste any more time in such horrible scarecrows, and awaken loathing and wrath instead of gratification, exultation, and joy. You know the consequences, but you do not know how my heart ached when Hermon, frantic with wounded pride and indignation, turned his back upon my father and severed every tie that united him to us. In spite of his deep vexation and the unbridled violence with which the nephew had allowed himself to address his uncle, My father did not dream of withholding his assistance from him. But Hermon no longer came to our house, and when I sent for him to bring him to reason, he positively declared that he would not accept another obolus from my father. He would rather starve than permit any one to dictate to him in the choice of his subjects. Liberty was worth more than his uncle's gold. Yet my father sent him his annual allowance." "But he refused it," added Myrtilus. "I remember that day well, how I tried to persuade him, and, when he persisted in his intention, besought him to accept from my abundance what he needed. But this too he resolutely refused, though at that time I was already so deeply in his debt that I could not repay him at all with paltry money." "You are thinking of the devotion with which he nursed you when you were so ill?" asked Daphne. "Certainly, yet not of that alone," was the reply. "You do not know how he stood by me in the worst days. Who was it that after my first great successes, when base envy clouded many an hour of my life, rejoiced with me as though he himself had won the laurel? It was he, the ambitious artist, though recognition held even farther aloof from his creations than success. And when, just at that time, the insidious disease attacked me more cruelly than ever, he devoted himself to me like a loving brother. While formerly, in the overflowing joy of existence, he had revelled all day and caroused all night, how often he paused in the rush of gaiety to exchange the festal hall for a place beside my couch, frequently remaining there until Eos dyed the east, that he might hold my fevered hand and support my shaken frame. Frequently, too, when already garlanded for some gay banquet, he took the flowers from his head and devoted the night to his friend, that he might not leave him to the attendance of the slaves. It is owing to him, and the care and skill of the great leech Erasistratus, that I am still standing before you alive, and can praise what my Hermon was and proved himself to me in those days. Yet I must also accuse him of a wrong. To this hour I bear him a grudge for having in those sorrowful hours refused to share my property with me fraternally. What manly pride would have cheerfully permitted him to accept was opposed by the defiant desire to show me, your father, you, the whole world, that he would depend upon himself, and needed assistance neither from human beings nor even the gods. In the same way, while working, he obstinately rejected my counsel and my help, though the Muse grants me some things which he unfortunately lacks. Great as his talent is, firmly as I believe that he will yet succeed some day in creating something grand, nay, perhaps something mighty, the unbelieving disciple of Straton lacks the power of comprehending the august dignity, the superhuman majesty of the divine nature, and he does not succeed in representing the bewitching charm of woman, because he hates it as the bull hates a red rag. Only once hitherto has he been successful, and that was with your bust." Daphne's cheeks suddenly flamed with a burning flush, and feeling it, she raised her feather fan to her eyes, and with forced indifference murmured: "We were good friends from our earliest childhood. And besides, how small is the charm with which the artist who chooses me for a model has to deal?" "It is rather an unusually fascinating one," Myrtilus asserted resolutely. "I have no idea of flattering you, and you are certainly aware that I do not number you among the beauties of Alexandria. But instead of the delicate, symmetrical features which artists need, the gods bestowed upon you a face which wins all hearts, even those of women, because it is a mirror of genuine, helpful, womanly kindness, a sincere disposition, and a healthy, receptive mind. To reproduce such a face, not exactly beautiful, and yet bewitching, is the hardest possible task, and Hermon, I repeat it, has succeeded. You are the only one of your noble sex who inspires the motherless man with respect, and for whom he feels more than a fleeting fancy. What does he not owe you? After the bridge which united him to his uncle and paternal friend had been so suddenly broken, it was you who rebuilt it. Now I think it is stronger than ever. I could not imagine anything that would induce him to give you up. And all honour to your father, who, instead of bearing the insubordinate fellow a grudge, only drew him more warmly to his heart, and gave us 2 commissions which will permit each to do his best. If I see clearly, the daughter of Archias is closely connected with this admirable deed." "Of course," replied Daphne, My father discussed his intention with me, but the thought was entirely his own. True, Hermann's street boy eating figs was not exactly according to his taste, but it pleased him better than his former works, and I agree with Euphranor, it is remarkably true to nature. My father perceived this too. Besides, he is a merchant who sets a high value upon what he has earned, and Hermann's refusal of his gold startled him. Then the good man also saw how nobly, in spite of his wild life, his obstinacy, and the work so unpleasing to him, his nephew always showed the noble impulses inherited from his brave father, and thus Hermann gained the day. But what would have become of him last year, after the mortifying rejection of his model of the happy return home for the harbour of Eunostus, asked Myrtilus, if you and your encouragement had not cheered him? That verdict, too, was abominable, exclaimed Daphne indignantly. The mother opening her arms to the returning son was unlovely, it is true, and did not please me either, but the youth with the travelling hat and staff is magnificent in his vigour and natural action. That opinion, as you know, is mine also, replied Myrtilus. In the mother, the expression was intended to take the place of beauty. For the returning son, as well as for the fig-eater, he found a suitable model. True, the best was at his disposal for his Demeter. Here he hesitated, but Daphne so urgently asked to know what he, who had already denied her admission to the studios, was now again withholding from her, that, smiling indulgently, he added, "Then I must probably consent to tell in advance the secret with which you were to be surprised. Before him, as well as before me, hovered, since you wish to know it, in Alexandria, when we first began to model the head of the goddess, a certain charming face, which is as dear to one as to the other." Daphne, joyously excited, held out her hand to the artist, exclaiming, "Oh, how kind that is! Yet how was it possible, since I posed neither to him nor to you?" "Hermann had finished your bust only a short time before, and you permitted me to use your head for my statue of the Goddess of Peace, which went down with the ship on the voyage to Ostia. This was at the disposal of us both in 3 or 4 reproductions, and besides, it hovered before our mental vision clearly enough. When the time to show you our work arrives, you will be surprised to discover how differently 2 persons see and copy the same object." "Now that I know so much, and have a certain share in your works, I insist upon seeing them," cried Daphne, with far greater impetuosity than usual. "Tell Hermann so, and remind him that I shall at any rate expect him to meet the Pelusinian guests at the banquet. Threaten him seriously with my grave displeasure if he persists in leaving it speedily." "I will not fail to do my part," replied Myrtilus. "But as to your wish to see the 2 Demeters—" "That will come to pass," interrupted Daphne, "as soon as we 3 are together again like a clover leaf." She returned the sculptor's farewell greeting as she spoke, but before he reached the entrance to the tent, she again detained him with the exclamation, "Only this one thing more. Does Hermann deceive himself when he hopes so confidently for success with the weaver Arachne?" "Hardly, if the model whom he desires does not fail him." "Is she beautiful? And did he find her here in Tennis?" asked Daphne, trying to assume an indifferent manner. But Myrtilus was not deceived, and answered gaily, "That's the way people question children to find out things. Farewell until the banquet, fair curiosity." End of Chapter 6 from Book 1.
Book 1, Chapter 7 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Translated by Mary J. Safford. Book 1, Chapter 7. The slave Bias had not gone to the hunting party with his master. He had never been fit for such expeditions, since the Egyptian guard who took him to the slave market for sale crippled the arch-traitor's son's left leg by a blow, but he was all the more useful in the house, and even the keenest eye could scarcely now perceive the injury which lessened his commercial value. He had prepared everything his master would need to shoot the birds very early in the morning, and after helping the men push the boats into the water, he, too, remained out of doors. The old Nubian doorkeeper's little badger dog ran to meet him, as usual, barking loudly, and startled a flock of sparrows, which flew up directly in front of Bias and fluttered to and fro in confusion. The slave regarded this as an infallible omen, and when Stephanion, Daphne's maid, who had grown grey in the household of Archias, and though a freed woman still worked in the old way, came out of the tent, he called to her the gay Greek greeting, "Rejoice!" pointed to the sparrows, and eagerly continued, "How one flies above another! How they flutter and chirp and twitter! It will be a busy day." Stephanion thought this interpretation of the ordinary action of the birds very consistent with Bias's wisdom, which was highly esteemed in the household of Archias, and it also just suited her inclination to chat with him for a while, especially as she had brought a great deal of news from Alexandria. By way of introduction she mentioned the marriages and deaths in their circle of acquaintances, bond and free, and then confided to the slave what had induced her mistress to remain so long absent from her father, whom she usually left alone for only a few hours at the utmost. Archias himself had sent her here after young Philotas, who was now apparently wooing her with better success than other suitors, had spoken of the enormous booty which one of his friends had brought from a shooting expedition at Tennis, and Daphne had expressed a wish to empty her quiver there too. True, Philotas himself had been eager to guide the hunting party, but Daphne declined his escort, because, so the maid asserted, she cared far more about meeting her cousins, the sculptors, than for the chase. Her mistress had frankly told her so, but her father was delighted to hear her express her wish, because for several months she had been so quiet and listless that she, Stephanion, had become anxious about her. Meanwhile, Daphne had tried honestly to conceal her feelings from the old man, but such games of hide and seek were useless against the master's keen penetration. He spared no pains in the preparations for the journey, and the girl now seemed already transformed. This was caused solely by meeting her cousins again, but if any one should ask her whether Daphne preferred Myrtilus or Hermon, she could not give a positive answer. "Cautious inquiry saves recantation," replied Bias importantly. "Yet you may believe my experience, it is Myrtilus. Fame inspires love, and what the world will not grant my master, in spite of his great talent, it conceded to the other long ago. And besides, we are not starving, but Myrtilus is as rich as King Croesus of Sardis. Not that Daphne, who is stifling in gold herself, would care about that, but whoever knows life knows, where doves are, doves will fly." Stephanion, however, was of a different opinion, not only because Daphne talked far more about the black-bearded cousin than the fair one, but because she knew the girl, and was seldom mistaken in such matters. She would not deny that Daphne was also fond of Myrtilus, yet probably neither of the artists but Philotas would lead home the bride, for he was related to the royal family, a fine, handsome man, and, besides, her father preferred him to the other suitors who hovered around her as flies buzzed about honey. Of course, matters would be more favorable to Philotas in any other household. Who else in Alexandria would consult the daughter long when he was choosing her future husband? But Archias was a right raven among fathers, and would never force his only child to do anything. Marrying and loving, however, were two different affairs. If Eros had the final decision, her choice might perhaps fall on one of the artists. Here she was interrupted by the slave's indignant exclamation: "What contradictions! Woman's hair is long, but her wit is short, says the proverb. Waiting is the merchant's wisdom, I have heard your master say more than once, and to obey the words of shrewd people is the best plan for those who are not so wise. Meanwhile I am of the opinion that curiosity alone brought Daphne, who, after all, is only a woman, to this place. She wants to see the statues of Demeter which her father ordered from us." "And the Arachne?" asked the maid. This was an opportune question to the slave. How often he had heard the artists utter the word Arachne, and his pride of education had suffered from the consciousness that he knew nothing about her except the name, which in Greek meant the spider. Some special story must surely be associated with this Arachne, for which his master desired to use his young countrywoman, Ledscha, as a model, and whose statues Archias intended to place in his house in Alexandria and in the great weaving establishment at Tennis beside the statue of Demeter. Stephanion, a Greek woman who grew up in a Macedonian household, must know something about her. So he cautiously turned the conversation to the spinner Arachne, and when Stephanion entered into it, admitted that he, too, was curious to learn in what way the sculptures would represent her. "Yes," replied the maid, "my mistress has more than once racked her brains over that, and Archias too. Perhaps they will carve her as a girl at work in the house of her father Idmon, the purple dyer of Colophon." "Never," replied Bias in a tone of dissent. "Just imagine how the loom would look wrought in gold and ivory." "I thought so too," said Stephanion, in apology for the foolish idea. "Daphne thinks that the two will model her in different ways: Myrtilus, as mistress in the weaving room, showing with proud delight a piece just completed to the nymphs from the Pactolus and other rivers, who sought her at Colophon to admire her work; but Hermon, after she aroused the wrath of Athene because she dared to weave into the hangings the love adventures of the gods with mortal women." "Father Zeus as a swan toying with Leda," replied Bias as confidently as if Arachne's work were before his eyes, "and in the form of a bull bearing away Europa, the chaste Artemis bending over the sleeping Endymion." "How that pleases you men!" interrupted the maid, striking him lightly on the arm with the duster which she had brought from the tent. "But ought the virgin Athene to be blamed because she punished the weaver who, with all her skill, was only a mortal woman, for thus exposing her divine kindred?" "Certainly not," replied Bias, and Stephanion went on eagerly. "And when the great Athene, who invented weaving and protects weavers, condescended to compete with Arachne, and was excelled by her, surely her gall must have overflowed. Whoever is just will scarcely blame her for striking the audacious conqueror on the brow with the weaver's shuttle." "It is that very thing," replied Bias modestly, "which to a short-sighted fool like myself, may the great goddess not bear me a grudge for it, never seemed just in her. Even the mortal who succumbs in a fair fight ought not to be enraged against the victor, at least so I was taught. But what, I ask myself, when I think of the stones which were flung at Hermon's struggling Maenads, could be less suited for imitation than two women, one of whom strikes the other?" "The woman who in her desperation at that blow desires to hang herself must produce a still more horrible impression," replied Stephanion. "Probably she will be represented as Athene releases her from the noose rather than when, as a punishment for her insolence, she transforms Arachne into a spider. That she might be permitted in the form of an insect to make artistic webs until the end of her life," the slave, now sufficiently well informed, added importantly. "Since that transformation, as you know, the spider has been called by the Greeks Arachne. Perhaps, I always thought so, Hermon will represent her twisting the rope with which she is to kill herself. You have seen many of our works, and know that we love the terrible." "Oh, let me go into your studio," the maid now entreated no less urgently than her mistress had done a short time before, but her wish, too, remained ungratified. The sculptors, Bias truthfully asserted, always kept their workrooms carefully locked. They were as inaccessible as the strongest fortress, and it was wise, less on account of curious spectators, from whom there was nothing to fear, than of the thievish propensities of the people. The statues, by Archias's orders, were to be executed in chryselephantine work, and the gold and ivory which this required might only too easily awaken the vice of cupidity in the honest and frugal Biamites. So nothing could be done about it, not to mention the fact that he was forbidden, on pain of being sold to work in a stone quarry, to open the studio to any one without his master's consent. So the maid, too, was obliged to submit, and the sacrifice was rendered easier for her because, just at that moment, a young female slave called her back to the tent where Chrysilla, Daphne's companion, a matron who belonged to a distinguished Greek family, needed her services. Bias, rejoicing that he had at least learned, without exposing his own ignorance, the story of the much-discussed Arachne, returned to the house, where he remained until Daphne came back from shooting with her companions. While the latter were talking about the birds they had killed, Bias went out of doors. But he was forced to give up his desire to listen to a conversation which was exactly suited to arrest his attention, for after the first few sentences he perceived behind the thorny acacias in the garden his countrywoman Ledscha. So she was keeping her promise. He recognized her plainly, in spite of the veil which covered the back of her head and the lower portion of her face. Her black eyes were visible, and what a sinister light shone in them as she fixed them sometimes on Daphne, sometimes on Hermon, who stood talking together by the steps. The evening before Bias had caught a glimpse of this passionate creature's agitated soul. If anything happened here that incensed or wounded her, she would be capable of committing some unprecedented act before the very master's honoured guest. To prevent this was a duty to the master whom he loved, and against whom he had only warned Ledscha because he was reluctant to see a free maiden of his own race placed on a level with the venal Alexandrian models, but still more because any serious love affair between Hermon and the Biamite might bring disastrous consequences upon both, and therefore also on himself. He knew that the free men of his little nation would not suffer an insult offered by a Greek to a virgin daughter of their lineage to pass unavenged. True, in his bondage, he had by no means remained free from all the bad qualities of slaves, but he was faithfully devoted to his master, who had imposed upon him a great debt of gratitude. For though, during the trying period of variance with his rich and generous uncle, Hermon had often been offered so large a sum for him that it would have relieved the artist from want, he could not be induced to yield his wise and faithful Bias to another. The slave had sworn to himself that he would never forget this, and he kept his oath. Freedmen and slaves were moving to and fro in the large open square before him, amid the barking of the dogs and the shouts of the male and female vendors of fruit, vegetables, and fish, who hoped to dispose of their wares in the kitchen tent of the wealthy strangers. The single veiled woman attracted no attention here, but Bias kept his gaze fixed steadily upon her, and as she curved her little slender hand above her brow to shade her watchful eyes from the dazzling sunlight, and set her beautifully arched foot on a stone near one of the trees in order to gain a better view, he thought of the story of the weaver which he had just heard. Though the stillness of the hot noontide was interrupted by many sounds, it exerted a bewitching influence over him. Ledscha seemed like the embodiment of some great danger, and when she lowered one arm and raised the other to protect herself again from the radiance of the noonday sun, he started; for though the brain of the usually fearless man darted the thought that now the nimble spider legs were moving to draw him toward her, and twine him, and suck his heart's blood. The illusion lasted only a few brief moments, but when it vanished and the girl had regained the figure of an unusually slender, veiled Biamite woman, he shook his head with a sigh of relief, for never had such a vision appeared to him in broad noonday and while awake, and it must have been sent to warn him and his master against this uncanny maiden. It positively announced some approaching misfortune which proceeded from this beautiful creature. The Biamite now advanced hesitatingly toward Hermon and Daphne, who were still a considerable distance from her. But Bias had also quitted his post of observation, and after she had taken a few steps forward, barred her way. With a curt "Come," he took her hand, whispering, "Hermann is joyously expecting your visit." Ledscha's veil concealed her mouth, but the expression of her eyes made him think that it curled scornfully. Yet she silently followed him. At first he led her by the hand, but on the way he saw at the edge of her upper veil the thick, dark eyebrows which met each other, and her fingers seemed to him so strangely cold and tapering that a shudder ran through his frame and he released them. Ledscha scarcely seemed to notice it, and, with bowed head, walked beside him through the side entrance to the door of Hermann's studio. It was a disappointment to her to find it locked, but Bias did not heed her angry complaint, and led her into the artist's sitting room, requesting her to wait for his master there. Then he hurried to the steps, and by a significant sign informed the sculptor that something important required his attention. Hermann understood him, and Bias soon had an opportunity to tell the artist who it was that desired to speak to him, and where he had taken Ledscha. He also made him aware that he feared some evil from her, and that, in an alarming vision, she had appeared to him as a hideous spider. Hermann laughed softly. "As a spider? The omen is appropriate. We will make her a woman spider, an Arachne that is worth looking at. But this strange beauty is one of the most obstinate of her sex, and if I let her carry out her bold visit in broad daylight, she will get the better of me completely. The blood must first be washed from my hands here. The wounded sea eagle tore the skin with its claw, and I concealed the scratch from Daphne. A strip of linen to bandage it. Meanwhile, let the impatient intruder learn that her sign is not enough to open every door." Then he entered his sitting room, greeted Ledscha curtly, invited her to go into the studio, unlocked it, and left her there alone while he went to his chamber with the slave, and had the slight wound bandaged comfortably. While Bias was helping his master he repeated with sincere anxiety his warning against the dangerous beauty whose eyebrows, which had grown together, proved that she was possessed by the demons of the nether world. "Yet they increase the austere beauty of her face," assented the artist. "I should not want to omit them in modelling Arachne while the goddess is transforming her into a spider. What a subject! A bolder one was scarcely ever attempted, and, like you, I already see before me the coming spider." Then, without the slightest haste, he exchanged the huntman's chiton for the white chlamys, which was extremely becoming to his long, waving beard, and at last exclaimed gaily, "If I stay any longer, she will transform herself into empty air instead of the spider." He went to her. End of chapter 7 of book 1.
Book 1, Chapter 8 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Translated by Mary J. Stafford. Book 1, Chapter 8. While waiting in the studio, Ledscha had used the time to satisfy her curiosity. What was there not to be seen? On pedestals and upon the boards of the floor, on boxes, racks, and along the wall, stood, lay, or hung the greatest variety of articles. Plaster casts of human limbs, and parts of the bodies of animals, male and female, of clay and wax, withered garlands, all sorts of sculptor's tools, a ladder, vases, cups and jars for wine and water, a frame over which linen and soft woolen materials were spread, a lute and a zither, several seats, an armchair, and in one corner a small table with 3 dilapidated book rolls, writing tablets, metal styluses, and reed pens. All these articles were arranged haphazard, and showed that Bias possessed more wisdom than care in the use of duster and broom. It would have been difficult to count the number of things brought together here, but the unusually long, wide room was by no means crowded. Ledscha cast a wondering glance, sometimes at one object, sometimes at another, but without understanding its meaning or its use. The huge figure on the pedestal in the middle of the studio, upon which the full glare of light fell through the open windows, was certainly the statue of the goddess on which Hermann was working, but a large grey cloth concealed it from her gaze. How tall it was! When she looked at it more closely, she felt small and oppressed by comparison. A passionate longing urged her to remove the cloth, but the boldness of the act restrained her. After she had taken another survey of the spacious apartment, which she was visiting for the first time by daylight, the torturing feeling of being neglected gained possession of her. She clinched her white teeth more firmly, and when there was a noise at the door that died away again without bringing the man she expected, she went up to the statue, which she had already walked past quietly several times, and, obeying an impatient impulse, freed it from its covering. The goddess, now illumined by the sunlight, shone before her in gleaming yellow gold and snowy ivory. She had never seen such a statue, and drew back dazzled. What a master was the man who had deceived her trusting heart! He had created a Demeter. The wheat in her hand showed it. How beautiful this work was, and how valuable! It produced a powerful impression upon her mind, wholly unaccustomed to the estimate of such things. The goddess before her was the very one whose statue stood in the temple of Demeter, and to whom she also sacrificed, with the Greeks in Tennis, when danger threatened the harvest. Involuntarily she removed the lower veil from her face, and raised her hand in prayer. Meanwhile she gazed into the pallid face, carved from ivory, of the immortal dispenser of blessings, and suddenly the blood crimsoned her cheeks, the nostrils of her delicate, slightly arched nose rose and fell more swiftly, for the countenance of the goddess, she was not mistaken, was that of the Alexandrian whom she had just watched so intently, and for whose sake Hermann had left her in the lurch the evening before. Now, too, she remembered for what purpose the sculptor was said to have lured Gula, the sailor's wife, and her own young sister Taus, to his studio, and in increasing excitement she drew the cloth also from the bust beside the Demeter. Again the Alexandrian's face. The likeness was even more unmistakable than in the goddess. The Greek girl alone occupied his thoughts. Hermann had disdained to model the Biamite's head. What could the others, or she herself, be to him, since he loved the rich foreigner in the tent outside, and her alone? How firmly her image must have been impressed upon his soul, that he could reproduce the features of the absent one with such lifelike fidelity! Yet with what bold assurance he had protested that his heart belonged solely to her! But she thought that she now perceived his purpose. If the slave was right, it was done that she might permit him to model what he admired in her figure, only not the head and face, whose beauty, nevertheless, he praised so extravagantly. Had he attracted Gula and her sister with similar sweet flatteries? Had the promise to bestow their charms upon a goddess been made to them also? The swift throbbing of her indignant heart made it impossible for her to think calmly, but its vehement pulsation reminded her of the object of her presence here. She had come to obtain a clear understanding between him and herself. She stood here as a judge. She must know whether she had been betrayed or deceived. He should confess what his intentions towards her were. The next moments must decide the fate of her life, and she added, drawing a long breath, perhaps of his also. Suddenly Ledscha started. She had not heard Hermann enter the studio, and was now startled by his greeting. It was not positively unkind, but certainly not a lover's. Perhaps the words might have been warmer, but for his annoyance at the insolent boldness with which she had removed the coverings from his works. He restrained himself from openly blaming her, it is true, but he exclaimed with a tinge of gay sarcasm, "You seem to feel very much at home here already, fairest of the fair. Or was it the goddess herself who removed the curtain from her image in order to show herself to her successor upon this pedestal?" But the question was to remain unanswered, for under the spell of the resentment which filled her heart, and in the effort not to lose sight of the object that brought her here, Ledscha had only half understood its meaning, and, pointing her slender forefinger at the face of his completed work, she demanded to know whom she recognized in this statue. "The goddess Demeter," he answered quietly. "But if it pleases you better, as you seem to be on the right track, also the daughter of Archias." Then, angered by the wrathful glance she cast at him, he added, more sternly, "She is kind-hearted, free from disagreeable whims and the disposition to torture others who are kindly disposed towards her. So I adorned the goddess with her pleasant features." "Mine, you mean to say," Ledscha answered bitterly, "would be less suitable for this purpose. Yet they too can wear a different expression from the present one. You, I think, have learned this. Only I shall never acquire the art of dissimulation, not even in your society." "You seem to be angry on account of my absence yesterday evening?" Hermann asked in an altered tone, clasping her hand. But Ledscha snatched it from him, exclaiming, "The model of Demeter, the daughter of the wealthy Archias, detained you, you were going to tell me? And you think that ought to satisfy the barbarian maiden?" "Folly!" he answered angrily. "I owe a debt of gratitude to her father, who was my guardian, and custom commands you also to honour a guest. But your obstinacy and jealousy are unbearable. What great thing is it that I ask of your love? A little patience. Practise it. Then your turn will come too." "Of course the second and third will follow the first," she answered bitterly. "After Gula, the sailor's wife, you lured my innocent young sister, Taus, to this apartment. Or am I mistaken in the order, and was Gula the second?" "So that's it!" cried Hermann, who was surprised rather than alarmed by this betrayal of his secret. "If you want confirmation of the fact, very well. Both were here." "Because you deluded them with false vows of love." "By no means. My heart has nothing whatever to do with these visits. Gula came to thank me because I rendered her a service, you know it, which to every mother seems greater than it is." "But you certainly did not underestimate it," Ledscha impetuously interrupted, "for you demanded her honour in return." "Guard your tongue!" the artist burst forth angrily. "The woman visited me unasked, and I let her leave me as faithful or as unfaithful to her husband as she came. If I used her as a model—" "Gula, whom the sculptor transforms into a goddess," Ledscha interrupted with a sneering laugh. "Into a fish seller, if you wish to know it," cried Hermann indignantly. "I saw in the market a young woman selling shad. I took the subject, and found in Gula a suitable model. Unfortunately, she ventured here far too seldom, but I can finish it with the help of the sketch. It stands in yonder cupboard." "A fish seller," Ledscha repeated contemptuously. "And for what did my Taus, poor lovely child, seem desirable?" "Over opposite," Hermann answered quickly, as if he wished to get rid of a troublesome duty, pointing through the window out of doors. "The free maidens during the hot days took off their sandals and waded through the water. There I saw your sister's feet. They were the prettiest of all, and Gula brought the young girl to me. I had commenced in Alexandria a figure of a girl holding her foot in her hand to take out a thorn, so I used your sister's for it." "And when my turn comes?" Ledscha demanded. "Then," he replied, freshly captivated by the magic of her beauty, in a kinder, almost tender tone, "I will make of you in gold and ivory you wonderfully lovely creature, the counterpart of this goddess." "And you will need a long time for it?" "The oftener you come, the faster the work will advance." "And the more surely the Biamite women will point their fingers at me." "Yet you ventured here to-day, unasked, in the broad light of noon." "Because I wished to remind you myself that I shall expect you this evening. Yesterday you did not appear, but to-day I am right, am I not? To-day you will come." "With the greatest delight, if it is possible," he answered eagerly. A warmer glance from her dark eyes rested upon him. The blood seethed in his veins, and as he extended both hands to her and ardently uttered her name, she rushed forward, clinging to him with passionate devotion, as if seeking assistance. But when his lips touched hers, she shrank back and loosed her soft arms from his neck. "What does this mean?" asked the sculptor in surprise, trying to draw her toward him again. But Ledscha would not permit it, pleading in a softer tone than before. "Not now. But am I not right, dearest? I may expect you this evening? Just this once let the daughter of Archias yield to me, who loves you better. We shall have a full moon to-night, and you have heard what was predicted to me. To-night the highest bliss which the gods can bestow upon a mortal awaits me." "And me also," cried Hermann, "if you will permit me to share it with you." "Then I will expect you on the Pelican Island, just when the full moon is over the lofty poplars there. You will come, not to the Owl's Nest, to the Pelican Island, and though your love is far less, far cooler than mine, yet you will not defraud me of the best happiness of my life." "How could I?" he asked, as if he felt wounded by such distrust. "What detains me must be something absolutely unavoidable." Ledscha's eyebrows contracted sharply, and in a choked voice she exclaimed, "Nothing must detain you, nothing, whatever it may be. Though death should threaten, you will be with me just at midnight." "I will, if it is possible," he protested, painfully touched by the vehemence of her urging. "What can be more welcome to me also than to spend happy hours with you in the silence of a moonlight night? Besides, my stay in Tennis will not be long." "You are going?" she asked, in a hollow tone. "In 3 or 4 days," he answered carelessly. "Then Myrtilus and I will be expected in Alexandria." "But gently, gently. How pale you are, girl. Yes, the parting. But in 6 weeks at latest I shall be here again. Then real life will first begin, and Eros will make the roses bloom for us." Ledscha nodded silently, and gazing into his face with a searching look, asked, "And how long will this season of blossoming last?" "Several months, girl. 3, if not 6." "And then?" "Who looks so far into the future?" She lowered her glance, and, as if yielding to the inevitable, answered, "What a fool I was! Who knows what the morrow may bring? Are we even sure whether 6 months hence we shall not hate, instead of loving, each other?" She passed her hand across her brow as she spoke, exclaiming, "You said just now that only the present belonged to man. Then let us enjoy it, as though every moment might be the last. By the light of the full moon to-night, the happiness which has been predicted to me must begin. After it, the orb between the horns of Astarte will become smaller, but when it falls and wanes again, if you keep your promise and return, then, though they may curse and condemn me, I will come to your studio and grant what you ask. But which of the goddesses do you intend to model from me as a companion statue to the Demeter?" "This time it cannot be one of the immortelles," he answered hesitatingly, "but a famous woman, an artist, who succeeded in a competition in vanquishing even the august Athene." "So it is no goddess?" Ledscha asked in a disappointed tone. "No, child, but the most skilful woman who ever plied the weaver's shuttle." "And her name?" "Arachne." The young girl started, exclaiming contemptuously, "Arachne? That is what you Greeks call the most repulsive of creatures, the spider." "The most skilful of all creatures, that taught man the noble art of weaving," he eagerly retorted. Here he was interrupted. His friend Myrtilus put his fair head into the room, exclaiming, "Pardon me if I interrupt you, but we shall not see each other again for some time. I have important business in the city, and may be detained a long while. Yet before I go I must perform the commission Daphne gave me for you. She sends word that she shall expect you without fail at the banquet for the Pelusinian guests. Your absence, do you hear? Pardon the interruption, fairest Ledscha. Your absence would seriously anger her." "Then I shall be prepared for considerable trouble in appeasing her," replied Hermann, glancing significantly at the young girl. Myrtilus crossed the threshold, turned to the Biamite, and said in his quiet, cheerful manner, "Where beautiful gifts are to be brought to Eros, it beseems the friend to strew with flowers the path of the one who is offering the sacrifices, and you, if everything does not deceive me, would fain choose to-night to serve him with the utmost devotion. Therefore I shall need forgiveness from you and the god if I beseech you to defer the offering, were it only until to-morrow." Ledscha silently shrugged her shoulders and made no answer to the inquiring glance with which Hermann sought hers. But Myrtilus changed his tone, and addressed a grave warning to his friend to consider well that it would be an insult to the names of his dead parents if he should avoid the old couple from Pelusium, who had been their best friends, and had taken the journey hither for his sake. Hermann looked after him in painful perplexity, but the Biamite also approached the threshold, and, holding her head haughtily erect, said coldly, "The choice is difficult for you, as I see. Then recall to your memory again what this night of the full moon means, you are well aware of it, to me. If, nevertheless, you still decide in favour of the banquet with your friends, I cannot help it. But I must now know, shall this night belong to me or to the daughter of Archias?" "Is it impossible to talk with you, unlucky girl, as one would with other sensible people?" Hermann burst forth wrathfully. "Everything is carried to extremes. You condemn a brief, necessary delay as breach of faith and base treachery. This behaviour is unbearable." "Then you will not come?" she asked apathetically, laying her hand upon the door. But Hermann cried out in a tone half beseeching, half imperious, "You must not go so. If you insist upon it, surely I will come. There is no room in your obstinate soul for kind indulgence. No one, by the dog, ever accused me of being specially skilled in this smooth art, yet there may be duties and circumstances." Here Ledscha gently opened the door, but, seized with a fear of losing this rare creature, whose singular beauty attracted him powerfully even now, this peerless model for a work on which he placed the highest hopes, he strode swiftly to her side, and drawing her back from the threshold, exclaimed, "Difficult as it is for me on this special day, I will come. Only you must not demand what is impossible. The right course often lies midway. Half the night must belong to the banquet with my old friends and Daphne. The second half to the barbarian, you think, the spider," she gasped hoarsely. "But my welfare as well as yours depends on the decision. Stay here or come to the island. You have your choice." Wrenching herself from his hold as she spoke, she slipped through the doorway and left the room. Hermann, with a muttered oath, stood still, shrugging his shoulders angrily. He could do nothing but yield to this obstinate creature's will. In the atrium Ledscha met the slave Bias, and returned his greeting only by a wave of the hand. But before opening the side door which was to lead her into the open air, she paused and asked bluntly in the language of their people, "Was Arachne, I don't mean the spider, but the weaver whom the Greeks call by that name, a woman like the rest of us? Yet it is said that she remained victor in a contest with the goddess Athene." "That is perfectly true," answered Bias, "but she had to atone cruelly for this triumph. The goddess struck her on the forehead with the weaver's shuttle, and when, in her shame and rage, she tried to hang herself, she was transformed into the spider." Ledscha stood still, and while drawing the veil over her pallid face, asked with quivering lips, "And is there no other Arachne?" "Not among mortals," was the reply, "but even here in this house there are more than enough of the disagreeable creeping creatures which bear the same name." Ledscha now went down the steps which led to the lawn, and Bias saw that she stumbled on the last one, and would have fallen had not her lithe body regained its balance in time. "A bad omen," thought the slave. "If I had the power to build a wall between my master and the spider yonder, it should be higher than the lighthouse of Sostratus. To heed omens guides one safely through life. I know what I know, and will keep my eyes open for my master too." End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Book 1, Chapter 9 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Translated by Mary J. Stafford. Book 1, Chapter 9. Hermann had intended to add a few more touches to his Demeter, but he could not do it. Ledscha, her demand, and the resentment with which she had left him were not to be driven from his mind. There was no doubt that he must seek her if he was not to lose her, yet he reproached himself for having acted like a thoughtless fool when he proposed to divide the night between her and Daphne. There was something offensive in the proposal to so proud a creature. He ought to have promised positively to come, and then left the banquet somewhat earlier. It would have been easy to apologize for his late arrival, and Ledscha would have had no cause to be angry with him. Now she had, and her resentment awakened in him, though he certainly did not lack manly courage, an uncomfortable feeling closely allied to anxiety. Angered by his own conduct, he asked himself whether he loved the barbarian, and could find no satisfactory answer. At their first meeting he had felt that she was far superior to the other Biamite maidens, not only in beauty but in everything else. The very acerbity of her nature had seemed charming. To win this wonderful pliant creature, slender as a cypress, whose independence merged into fierce obstinacy, had appeared to him worth any sacrifice, and having perceived in her an admirable model for his Arachne, he had also determined to brave the dangers which might easily arise for the Greek from a love affair with a Biamite girl, whose family was free and distinguished. It had been easier for him to win her heart than he expected, yet at none of the meetings which she granted him had he rejoiced in the secret bond between them. Hitherto her austere reserve had been invincible, and during the greater part of their interviews he had been compelled to exert all his influence to soothe, appease her, and atone for imprudent acts which he had committed. True, she too had often allowed herself to display passionate tenderness, but always only to torture him with reproaches and demands inspired by her jealousy, suspicion, and wounded pride. Yet her beauty, and the strong power of resistance which she offered to his wooing, exerted so bewitching a thrall over him that he had been led into conceding far too much, and making vows which he could not and did not desire to fulfil. Love had usually been to him a richly flowing wellspring of gay delight, but this bond had plunged him from one vexation into another, one anxiety to another, and now that he had almost reached the goal of his wishes, he could not help fearing that he had transformed Ledscha's love to hate. Daphne was dear to him. He esteemed her highly, and owed her a great debt of gratitude. Yet in this hour he anathematized her unexpected journey to Tennis, for without it he would have obtained from Ledscha that very day what he desired, and could have returned to Alexandria with the certainty of finding her ready later to pose as the model for his Arachne. Never could he find anywhere a more fitting one. He had devoted himself with passionate love to his art, and even his enemies numbered him among its most promising disciples. Yet hitherto he had not succeeded in obtaining a great and undisputed success. On the other hand, he had experienced what were termed failures in abundant measure. The art to which he had gained entrance by so severe a struggle, and on whose soil he had laboured diligently enough, proved, so far as outward recognition was concerned, cruel to the enthusiastic disciple. Yet even now he would not have abandoned it at any price. The joy of creation compensated him richly for suffering and disappointment. Confidence in his own powers and the final triumph of his conviction had deserted him only occasionally and for a few brief hours. He was born for conflicts. What ill success, what antagonism and difficulties he had encountered! Some day the laurel which had so long adorned the brow of Myrtilus must also grow green for him and the great talent whose possession he felt. With the Arachne, he was sure of this, he would compel even his opponents to accord him the recognition for which hitherto he had striven in vain. While pacing restlessly up and down the spacious apartment, stopping from time to time before his work to fix his eyes angrily upon it, he thought of his friend Demeter, whose head also had Daphne's features, who also bore in her hand a bundle of wheat, and even in attitude did not differ very widely from his own. And yet, eternal gods, how thoroughly dissimilar the two were! In the figure created by Myrtilus, supernatural dignity blended with the utmost womanly charm. In his, a pleasing head rested upon a body in whose formation he had used various models, without striving to accomplish anything except to depart as far as possible from established custom, with which he was at variance. Yet had he not found himself, nevertheless, compelled to follow the old rules? One arm was raised, the other hung down, the right foot was put forward, the left one back, exactly the same as in Myrtilus's statue, and thousands of other figures of Demeter. If he could have used the hammer and chisel, the thing might have become more powerful. But how many things he had had to consider in employing the accursed gold and ivory upon which Archias obstinately insisted! This hammering, chipping, and filing told unfavourably upon his power and his aspiration towards grandeur. This time the battle seemed to be lost. It was fortunate that the conqueror was no other than Myrtilus. Often as he had gone astray in his young life, many as were the errors he had committed, not even the faintest shadow of an envious feeling concerning his friend's more successful work had ever stained his soul. True, the fact that fate, in addition to such abundant gifts of mind and spirit, had also endowed the latter with great worldly possessions, while he, but for the generosity of his uncle Archias, must have starved, had often led Hermann to inveigh angrily against the injustice of the gods. Yet he did not grudge Myrtilus the wealth without which he could not imagine him, and which his invalid friend needed to continue successfully the struggle against the insidious disease inherited with the gold. And his sufferings! Hermann could not have endured keener pain had they been his own. He must even rejoice over the poor dear fellow's victory, for if he, Hermann, succeeded with his Arachne as he hoped, it would make Myrtilus, he could swear it, happier than his own triumph. After these reflections, which again reminded him of the second appointment and of Ledscha, the sculptor turned away from his work and went to the window to look across at Pelican Island, where she must not await him in vain. The boat which was to convey him over to it lay ready in the little flotilla, where a magnificently equipped galley had just been moored to the shore, undoubtedly the one that had brought the guests from Pelusium hither. The best thing he could do was to greet them at once, share the banquet with them, and, before the dessert was served, seek the beautiful woman whom his absence threatened to make his foe. And she was certainly justified in resenting it, if with cruel lack of consideration he paid no heed to what had been prophesied for her on this night of the full moon. For the first time compassion mingled with his feelings for Ledscha. If, to avoid the fleeting censure of aristocratic friends, he left in the lurch the simple barbarian maiden who loved him with ardent passion, it was no evidence of resolute strength of soul, but of pitiful, reprehensible weakness. No, no, he must take the nocturnal voyage in order not to grieve Ledscha. Soon after the girl's abrupt departure he dressed himself in festal garments for the banquet. It would flatter Ledscha also if he went to her in this attire, and, with his figure drawn up to its full height, he walked towards the door to go to the Alexandrian's tent. But what did this mean? Myrtilus was standing before his Demeter, scanning it intently with his keen artist's eyes. Hermann had not noticed his entrance, and did not disturb him now, but fixed his gaze upon his mobile features in intense expectation. There were few of his fellow artists whose opinion he valued as highly as that of this darling of the muse. At a slight shake of the head, which Hermann interpreted as disapproval, he clinched his teeth, but soon his lips relaxed, and his breast heaved with a sigh of relief, for the sunny glance that Myrtilus bent upon the face of the goddess seemed to show Hermann that it aroused his approval, and, as if relieved from an oppressive nightmare, he approached his friend. The latter turned towards him, exclaiming, "Daphne! As in the case of yonder bust, you have succeeded most perfectly with this dear face. Only—" "Only," Hermann repeated slowly. "I am familiar with that evil word. Doubts knock at the door with it. Out with them honestly. I gave up my last hope of the prize yesterday, while looking at your Demeter. Besides, careful scrutiny has just destroyed the last gleam of satisfaction with my own work. But if you like the head, what seems to you the greatest defects in the figure?" "It has nothing to do with defects, which, with your rare ability, can scarcely exist," replied the other, the faint pink flush in his beardless cheeks deepening to a more vivid hue. "It refers rather to the expression which you have given the divinity in yonder statue." Here Myrtilus hesitated, and turning so that he stood face to face with Hermann, asked frankly, "Did you ever seek the goddess? And when you found her, did you feel any supernatural power and beauty?" "What a question!" exclaimed Hermann in astonishment. "A pupil of Straton, and go in search of beings and powers whose existence he denies? What my mother instilled into my heart I lost with my childhood, and you address your question only to the artist who holds his own ground, not to the boy. The power that calls creation to life and maintains it has for me long had nothing in common with those beings like mortals, whom the multitude designates by the name of divinities." "I think differently," replied Myrtilus. "While I numbered myself among the Epicureans, whose doctrine still possesses the greatest charm for me, I nevertheless shared the master's opinion that it is insulting the gods to suppose that they will disturb their blissful repose for the sake of us insignificant mortals. Now my mind and my experience rebel against holding to this view. Yet I believe with Epicurus and with you that the eternal laws of nature bow to neither divine nor human will." "And yet," said Hermann, "you expect me to trouble myself about those who are as powerless as myself?" "I only wished that you might do so," answered Myrtilus, "for they are not powerless to those who from the first assumed that they can do nothing in opposition to those changeless laws. The state, too, rules according to them, and the wise king who refrains from interfering with them in the smallest trifle can therefore wield the sceptre with mighty power. So, in my opinion, it is perfectly allowable to expect aid from the gods. But we will let that pass. A healthy man, full of exuberant vigour like yourself, rarely learns early what they can bestow in suffering and misfortune. Yet where the great majority believe in them, he too will be unable to help forming some idea of them. Nay, even you and I have experienced it. By 1,000 phenomena they force themselves into the world which surrounds us and our emotional life. Epicurus, who denied their power, saw in them at least immortal beings who possess in stainless perfection everything which in mortals is disfigured by errors, weaknesses, and afflictions. To him they are the intensified reflected image of our own nature, and I think we can do nothing wiser than to cling to that, because it shows us to what heights of beauty and power, intellect, goodness, and purity we may attain. To completely deny their existence would hardly be possible even for you, because their persons have found a place in your imagination. Since this is the case, it can only benefit you to recognize in them magnificent models, by whose means we artists, if we imitate, perfect, and model them, will create works far more sublime and beautiful than anything visible to our senses which we meet here beneath the sun. It is this very superiority in sublimity and beauty which I, and those who pursue the same path with me, oppose," replied Hermann. "Nature is sufficient for us. To take anything from her mutilates, to add anything disfigures her." "But not," replied Myrtilus firmly, "when it is done only in a special sense, and within the limits of nature, to which the gods also belong. The final task of art, fiercely as you and your few followers contend against it, lies in the disentanglement, enhancing, and ennobling of nature. You, too, ought not to overlook it when you undertake to model a Demeter, for she is a goddess, no mortal like yourself. The rest, or I ought rather to say the alteration which converts the mortal woman into the immortal one, the goddess, I miss, and with special regret, because you do not even deem it worth consideration." "That I shall never do," retorted Hermann irritably, "so long as it is a changing chimera which presents itself differently to every mind." "Yet, should it really be a chimera, it is at any rate a sublime one," Myrtilus protested. "And whoever among us artists wanders through nature with open eyes and heart, and then examines his own soul, will find it worth while to attempt to give his ideal form." "Whatever stirs my breast during such walks, unless it is some unusual human being, I leave to the poet," replied Hermann. "I should be satisfied with the Demeter yonder, and you too probably, if, entirely apart from that, I had only succeeded fully and entirely in making her an individual, that is, a clearly outlined, distinct personality. This, you have often told me, is just wherein I am usually most successful. But here, I admit, I am baffled. Demeter hovered before me as a kindly dispenser of good gifts, a faithful, loving wife. Daphne's head expresses this. But in modelling the body I lost sight of the whole creation. While, for instance, in my fig-eater, every toe, every scrap of the tattered garments belongs to the street urchin whom I wished to represent, in the goddess everything came by chance, as the model suggested it, and you know that I used several. Had the Demeter from head to foot resembled Daphne, who has so much in common with our goddess, the statue would have been harmonious, complete, and you would perhaps have been the first to acknowledge it. By no means, Myrtilus eagerly interrupted. What our statues of the gods are, we, too, know best. A wooden block, covered with gold and sheets of ivory. But to tens of thousands the statue of the divinity must be much more. When they raise their hearts, eyes, hands to it in prayer, they must be possessed by the idea of the deity which animated us while creating it, and with which we, as it were, permeated it. If it shows them only a woman endowed with praiseworthy qualities, then, interrupted Hermann, the worshipper should thank the sculptor. For is it not more profitable to him to be encouraged by the statue to emulate the human virtues whose successful embodiment it shows him, than to strive for the aid of the botchwork of human hands, which possesses as much or as little power as the wood, gold, and ivory that compose it? If the worshipper does not appeal to the statue, but to the goddess, I fear it will be no less futile. So I shall consider it no blemish if you see in my Demeter a mortal woman, and no goddess. Nay, it reconciles me in some degree to her weaknesses, to which I by no means close my eyes. I too, I confess it, often feel a great desire to give the power of imagination greater play, and I know the divinities in whom I have lost faith as well as anyone. For I too was once a child, and few have ever prayed to them more fervently. But with the increasing impulse towards liberty came the perception there are no gods, and whoever bows to the power of the immortals makes himself a slave. So what I banished from life I will also remove from art, and model nothing which might not meet me to-day or to-morrow. Then, as an honest man, abstain altogether from making statues of the gods, interrupted his friend. That was my intention, long ago, as you are aware, the other answered. You could not commit a worse robbery upon yourself, cried Myrtilus. I know you. Nay, perhaps I see farther into your soul than you yourself. By ingenious fetters you force the mighty winged intellect to content itself within the narrow world of reality. But the time when you will yourself rend the bonds and find the divinity you have lost will come, and then, with your mighty power once more free, you will outstrip most of us, and me also, if I live to see it. Then he pressed his hand upon his rattling chest, and walked slowly to the couch. But Hermann followed, helped him to lie down, and, with affectionate solicitude, arranged his pillows. It is nothing, Myrtilus said soothingly, after a few minutes' silence. My undermined strength has been heavily taxed today. The Olympians know how calmly I await death. It ends all things. Nothing will be left of me except the ashes, to which you will reduce my body, and what you call possession. But even this can no longer belong to me after death, because I shall then be no more, and the idea of possession requires a possessor. My estate, too, is now disposed of. I have just been to the notary, and 16 witnesses, neither more nor less, have signed my will according to the custom of this ceremonious country. There now, if you please, go before me, and let me stay here alone a little while. Remember me to Daphne and the Pelusinians.
I will join you in an hour. End of Book 1, Chapter 9.
Book 1, Chapter 10 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simão. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Translated by Mary J. Safford. Book 1, Chapter 10. When the moon is over Pelican Island. How often Ledge had repeated this sentence to herself, while Hermann was detained by Daphne and her Pelusian guests. When she entered the boat after nightfall, she exclaimed hopefully, sure of her cause, "When the moon is over Pelican Island, he will come." Her goal was quickly reached in the skiff. The place selected for the nocturnal meeting was a familiar one to her. The pirates had remained absent from it quite 2 years. Formerly they had often visited the spot to conceal their arms and booty on the densely wooded island. The large papyrus thicket on the shore also hid boats from spying eyes, and near the spot where Ledge landed was a grassy seat which looked like an ordinary resting place, but beneath it the corsairs had built a long, walled passage that led to the other side of the island, and had enabled many fugitives to vanish from the sight of pursuers, as though the earth had swallowed them. "When the moon is over the island," Ledger repeated after she had waited more than an hour. The time had not yet come. The expanse of water lay before her motionless, in hue a dull, leaden gray, and only the dimly illuminated air and the glimmering radiance along the edges of the waves that washed the island showed that the moon was already brightening the night. When its full orb floated above the island, Hermann, too, would appear, and happiness which had been predicted to Ledger would begin. Happiness? A bitter smile hovered around her delicately cut lips as she repeated the word. Hitherto, no feeling was more distant from her, for when love and longing began to stir in her heart, it seemed as though a hideous spider was weaving its web about her, and vague fears, painful memories, and in their train fierce hate would force glad expectations into the shadow. Yet she yearned with passionate fever to see Hermann again, and when he was once there, all must be well between them. The prediction of old Tabbos, who ruled as mistress over so many demons, could not deceive. After Ledja had so lately reminded the lover, who so vehemently roused her jealous wrath, what this night of the full moon meant to her, she could rely upon his appearance in spite of everything. Various matters undoubtedly held him firmly enough in tennis. She admitted this to herself after she grew calmer. But he had promised to come. He would surely enter the boat, and she would submit to share the night with Helene. Her whole being longed for the bliss awaiting her, and it could come from no one save the man whose lips would seek hers when the moon rose over the Pelican Island. How tardily and sluggishly the cow-headed goddess who bore the silver oar between her horns rose tonight! How slowly the time passed! Yet she did not move forward more certainly that the man whom Ledja expected must arrive. Of the possibility of this non-appearance she would not think. But when the fear that she was perhaps looking for him in vain assailed her, the blood crimsoned her face, as if she felt ashamed of a humiliating insult. Yet why should she make the period of waiting more torturing than it was already? Surely he must come. Sometimes she rested on the grassy seat and gazed across the dull gray surface of the water into the distance. Sometimes she walked to and fro, stopping at every turn to look across at tennis and the bright torches and lights which surrounded the Alexandria's tent. So 1/4 of an island after another passed away. A light breeze rose, and gradually the tops of the rushes began to shine, and the leafage before, beside, and above her to glitter into silvery light. The water was no longer calm, but furrowed by countless little ripples, on whose crests the ray from above played, sparkling and flashing restlessly. A web of shimmering silvery radiance covered the edges of every island, and suddenly the brilliant full moon was reflected in argent lustre like a magnificent quivering column upon the surface of the water, now rippled by the evening breeze. The time during which Ledscha could repeat, "When the moon is over Pelican Island," was past. Already its course had led it beyond. The island lay behind it, and it continued its pilgrimage before the young girl's eyes. The glittering column of light upon the water proved that she was not mistaken. The time which he had appointed for Ormond had already expired. The moon in calm majesty sailed further and further onward in its course, and with it minute after minute elapsed until they became a half hour, then a whole one. "How long is it since the moon was over Pelican Island?" was a question which now pressed itself upon her again and again, and to which she found an answer at every glance upward, for she had learned to estimate time by the position of the stars. Rarely was the silence of the night interrupted by the call of a human being or the barking of a dog from the city, or even the hooting of an owl at a still greater distance. But the farther the moon moved on above her, the fiercer grew the uproar in Ledscha's proud, cruelly wronged soul. She felt offended, scorned, insulted, and at the same time defrauded of the happiness which this night of the full moon contained for her. Or had the demons who promised happiness meant something else in their predictions than Hermann's love? Was she to owe the bliss they had foretold to hate and pitiless retribution? When the midnight hour had nearly arrived, she prepared to depart, but after she had already set her foot on the edge of the boat, she returned to the grassy seat. She would wait a little longer yet. Then there would be nothing which could give Hermann a right to consideration. Then she might lay loose upon him the avenging powers at her command. Ledscha again gazed over the calm landscape, but in the wild tumult of her heart she no longer distinguished the details upon which her eyes rested. Doubtless she saw the light mists hovering like ghosts, or the restless shade of the unburied dead over the shining expanse before her, and filmy vapors that veiled the brightness of the stars, but she had ceased to question the heavenly bodies about the time. What did she care for the progress of the hours, since the constellation of Charles of Wayne showed her that it was past midnight? The moon no longer stood forth in sharp outlines against the deep azure of the vaulted sky, but, robbed of its radiance, floated in a circle of dimly illuminated mists. Not only the feeling which stirred Ledscha's soul, but seen around her, had gained a totally different aspect. Since every hope of the happiness awaiting her was destroyed, she no longer sought to palliate the wrongs Hermann had inflicted upon her. While dwelling on them, she by no means forgot the trivial purpose for which the artist intended to use her charms, and when she again gazed up at the slightly clouded sky, the shrouded moon no longer reminded her of the silver orb between the horns of Astarte. She did not ask herself how the transformation had occurred, but in its place, high above her head, hung a huge great spider. Its gigantic limbs extended over the whole firmament and seemed striving to clutch and stifle the world beneath. The enormous monster was weaving its grey net over Tennis and all the islands in the water, the Pelican Island, and she herself upon the seat of turf, and held them all prisoned in it. It was a horrible vision, fraught with terrors which, even when she shut her eyes in order to escape it, showed very little change. Assailed by anxious fears, Ledscha started up, and a few seconds later was urging her boat with steady strokes toward the owl's nest. Even now lights were still shining from the Alexandria stand through the sultry, veiled night. There seemed to be no waking life on the pirates' island. Even old Tabus had probably put out the fire and gone to sleep, but death-like silence and deep darkness surrounded it. Had Hanno, who agreed to meet her here after midnight, also failed to come? Had the pirate learned, like the Greek, to break his promise? Only half conscious what she was doing, she left the boat. With her slender foot that scarcely touched the land, when the tall figure emerged from the thicket near the shore and approached her through the darkness. "Hanno!" she exclaimed, as if relieved from a burden, and the young pirate repeated, "Hanno!" as if the name was the watchword of the night. Her own name, uttered in a tone of intense yearning, followed. Not another syllable accompanied it, but the expression with which it fell upon her ear revealed so plainly that the young pirate felt for and expected from her that, in spite of the darkness which concealed her, she felt her face flush. Then he tried to clasp her hand, and she dared not withdraw it from the man whom she had chosen for her tool. So she unresistingly permitted him to hold her right hand, while he whispered his desire to take the place of the fallen Ebers and make her his wife. Ledscha, in hurried and embarrassed tones, answered that she appreciated the honor of his suit, but before she gave full consent she must discuss an important matter with him. Then Hanno begged her to go out on the water. His father and his brother Labaja were sitting in the house by the fire with his grandmother. They had learned, in following the trade of piracy, to hide the glimmer of the lights. The old people had approved this choice, but the conversation in the dwelling would soon be over, and then the opportunity of seeing each other alone would be at an end. Without uttering a word in reply, Ledscha stepped back into the boat, but Hanno plied the oars with utmost caution and guided the skiff without slightest sound away from the island to an open part of the water far distant from any shore. Here she took in the oars and asked her to speak. They had no cause to fear being overheard, for the surrounding mists barely subdued the light of the full moon, and no other boat could have approached them unobserved. The few night birds, sweeping swiftly on their strong minions from one island to another, flew past them like fleeting shadows. One hawk only, in search of nocturnal booty, circled around the motionless skiff, and sometimes, with expanded wings, swooped down close to the couple who were talking together so eagerly. But both spoke so low that it would have been impossible, even for the bird's keen hearing, to follow the course of their consultation. Merely a few louder words and exclamations reached the height where it hovered. The young pirate himself was obliged to listen with the most strained attention, while Ledscha, in low whispers, accused the Greek sculptor of having basely wronged and deceived her. But the curse with which Hanno received this acknowledgment reached even the bird circling around the boat, and it seemed as if it wished to express its approval to the corsair, for this time its fierce croak, as it suddenly swooped down to the surface of the water behind the boat, sounded shrilly through the silent night. But it soon soared again, and now Ledscha's declaration that she would become Hanno's bride only on condition that he would aid her to punish the Hellenic traitor also reached him. Then came the words valuable booty, slight risk, thanks and reward. The Kurds whispered allusion to two colossal statues made of pure gold and genuine ivory was followed by a laugh of disagreeable meaning from the pirate. At last he raised his deep voice to ask whether Ledscha, if the venture in which he would willingly risk his life were successful, would accompany him on board of the Hydra, the good ship whose command his father entrusted to him. The firm yes, with which she answered, and her indignant exclamation as she repulsed Hanno's premature attempt at tenderness, might have been heard by the hawk even at a greater distance. Then the pirate's promised bride lowered her voice again, and did not raise her tones until she saw in imagination the fulfillment of the judgment which he was calling down upon the man who had torn her heart with such pitiless cruelty. Was this the happiness predicted for her on the night of the full moon? It might be, and, radiant with secret joy, her eyes sparkling and her bosom heaving as if her foot was already on the breast of the falling foe, she assured Hanno that the golden ivory should belong to him, and to him alone, but not until he had delivered the base traitor to her alive, and left his punishment in her hands, would she be ready to go with him wherever he wished. Not until then, and not one moment earlier. The pirate, with a proud "I'll capture him," consented to this condition, but Ledscha, in hurried words, now described how she had planned the attack, while the corsair, at her bidding, plied the oars so as to bring the boat nearer to the scene of the assault. The Vulture followed the skiff, but when it stopped opposite to the large white building, one side of which was washed by the waves, Ledscha pointed to the windows of Hermann's studio, exclaiming hoarsely to the young pirate, "You will seize him there, the Greek with the long, soft black beard, and slender figure, I mean. Then you will bind and gag him, but, you hear, without killing him, for I can only inflict what he deserves upon the living man. I am not bargaining for a dead one." Just at that instant the bird of prey, with a shrill, greedy cry, as if it were invited to Elysium's banquet, flew far away into the distance and did not return. It flew toward the left. The girl noticed this, and her heavy black eyebrows, which already met, contracted still more. The direction taken by the bird, which soon vanished in the darkness of the night, indicated approaching misfortune. But she was here only to sow destruction, and the more terrible growth it attained it better. With an acuteness which aroused the admiration of the young corsair, who was trained to similar plots, she explained hers. That they must wait until after the departure of the Alexandrian with her numerous train, and for the first dark night, was a matter of course. One signal was to notify Hanno to hold himself in readiness, another to inform him that everyone in the White House had gone to rest, and that Hermann was there too. The pirates were to enter the black-bearded Greek studio. While some were shattering statues to carry away in sacks the gold and ivory which they contained, others were to force their way into Myrtilus's workroom, which was on the opposite side of the house. There they would find the second statue, but this they must spare, because, on account of the great fame of its creator, it was more valuable than the other. The fair-haired artist was ill, and it would be no difficult matter to take him alive, even if he should put himself on the defensive. Hermann, on the contrary, was a strong fellow, and to bind him without injuring him severely would require both strength and skill. Yet it must be done, for only in case Hanno succeeded in delivering both sculptures to her alive would she consider herself, she could not repeat it often enough, bound to fulfill what she had promised him. With the exception of the two artists, only Myrtilus's servant, the old doorkeeper, and Bias, Hermann's slave, remained during the night in the house which was to be attacked, and Hanno would undertake the assault with 25 sturdy fellows, whom he commanded on the Hydra. If his brother Labacha consented to share in the assault, this force could be considerably increased. To take the old corsair into their confidence now would not be advisable, for, on account of his mother's near presence, he would scarcely consent to enter into the peril. Should the venture fail, everything would be over, but if it succeeded, the old man could only praise the courage and skill with which it had been executed. Nothing was to be feared from the coast guard, for since Ebers' death the authorities believed that piracy had vanished from these waters, and the ships commanded by Satabus and his sons had been admitted from Pontus into the stented arm of the Nile as trading vessels. End of Book 1, Chapter 10. Recording by Ana Simão from Portugal. Book 1, Chapter 11 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simão. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Translated by Mary J. Safford. Book 1, Chapter 11. While Hannah was discussing these considerations, he rowed the boat past the landing place from which the garden, with the Alexandrian stand, could be seen. The third hour after midnight had begun. Smoking flames were still rising from pitch pans and blazing torches, and long rows of lanterns also illuminated the broad space. It was as light as day in the vicinity of the tent, and beaming huntsmen and traders were moving to and fro among the slaves and attendants as though it was market time. "Your father, too," Hannah remarks in his awkward fashion, "will scarcely make life hard for us. We shall probably find him in Pontus. He is getting a cargo of wood for Egypt there. We have had dealings with him a long time. He thought highly of Abos, and I, too, have already been useful to him. There were handsome young fellows on the Pontine coast, and we captured them. At peril of our lives we took them to the mart. He may even risk it in Alexandria. So the old man makes over to him a large number of these youths, and often a girl into the bargain, and he does it far too cheaply. One might invite a prophet if it were not your father. When you are once my wife, I'll make a special contract with him about the slaves. And, besides, since the last great capture, in which the old man allowed me a share of my own, I, too, need not complain of poverty. I shall be ready for the dowry. Do you want to know what you are worth to me?" But Lesio's attention was attracted by other things, and even after Hanno, with proud conceit, repeated his momentous question, he waited in vain for a reply. Then he perceived that the girl was gazing at the brilliantly lighted square as if spellbound, and now he himself saw before the tent a shed with a canopied roof, and beneath it cushioned couches, on which several Greeks, men and women, were half sitting, half lying, watching with eager attention the spectacle which a slender young Hellenic woman was presenting to them. The tall man with magnificent black beard, who seemed fairly devouring her with his eyes, must be the sculptor whom Ledscha commanded him to capture. To the rude pirate, the Greek girl, who in a light, half-transparent bombist robe was exhibiting herself to the eyes of the man upon a pedestal draped with cloths, seemed bold and shameless. Behind her stood two female attendants, holding soft white garments ready, and a handsome Pontine boy with black, waving locks, who gazed up at her waiting for her signs. "Nearer," Ledscha ordered the pirate in a stifled voice, and he rowed the boat noiselessly under the shadow of a willow on the bank. But the skiff had scarcely been brought to a stop there when an elderly matron, who shared the couch of an old Macedonian man of a distinguished soldierly appearance, called the name Niobe. The Hellen on the pedestal took a cloth from the hand of one of the female attendants, and beckoned to the boy, who obediently drew through his girdle the short blue chiton which hung only to his knees, and sprang up on the platform. There the Greek girl manipulated in some way the red tresses piled high upon her head, and confined above the brow by a costly gold diadem, flung the white linen fabric which the young slave handed to her over her head, wound her arm around the shoulders to the raven-locked boy, and drew him toward her with passionate tenderness. At the same time she raised the end of the linen drapery with her left hand, spreading it over him like a protecting canopy. The mobile features, which had just smiled so radiantly, expressed mortal terror, and the pirate, to whom even the name Niobe was unfamiliar, looked around him for the terrible danger threatening the innocent child, from which the woman on the pedestal was protecting it with loving devotion. The mortal terror of a mother wrought by a higher power over a child could scarcely be more vividly depicted, and yet haughty defiance hovered around her slightly pouting lips. The uplifted hand seemed not only anxiously to defend, but also to defy an invisible foe with powerless anger. The pirate's eyes rested on this spectacle as if spellbound, and the man who, in Pontus, had dragged hundreds of young creatures, boys and girls, on his ship to sell them into slavery, never thinking of the tears which he thereby caused in huts and mansions, clenched his rough hand to attack the base wretch who was robbing the poor mother of her lovely darling. But just as Hannah was rising to look around him for the invisible evildoer, the loud shouts of many voices startled him. He glanced toward the pedestal. But now, instead of the hapless mother, he found there the bold woman whom he had previously seen, as radiant as if some great piece of good fortune had befallen her, bowing and waving her hand to the other Greeks, who were thanking her with loud applause. The sorely threatened boy, bowing merrily, sprang to the ground, but Hanno put his hand on Ledscha's arm, and in great perplexity whispered, "What did that mean?" "Hush!" said the girl softly, stretching her slender neck toward the illuminated square, for the performant had remained standing up on the pedestal. And Chrysilla, Daphne's companion, sat erect on her couch, exclaiming, "If it is agreeable to you, beautiful Althea, show us Nike crowning the victor." Even the Biomaid's keen ear could not catch the reply and the purport of the rapid conversation which followed. But she guessed the point in question when the young men who were present rose hastily, rushed toward the pedestal, loosened the wreaths from their heads, and offered them to the Greek girl whom Chrysilla had just called beautiful Althea. 4 Hellenic officers in the strong military force under Philippus, the commandant of the Key of Egypt, as Pelusium was justly called, had accompanied the old Macedonian general to visit his friend Archias' daughter at Tennis. But Althea rejected their garlands with an explanation which seemed to satisfy them. Lecce could not hear what she said, but when only Hermann and Myrtilus still stood with their wreaths of flowers opposite the beautiful Althea, and she glanced hesitantly from one to the other, as if she found the choice difficult, and then withdrew from her finger a sparkling ring, the Biomaid detected the swift look of understanding which Hermann exchanged with her. The girl's heart began to throb faster, and, with the keen premonition of a jealous soul, she recognized in Althea her rival and foe. Now there was no doubt about it. Now, as the actress, skilled in every will, hid the hand holding the ring, as well as the other empty one, behind her back, she would know how to manage so that she could use the garland which Hermann handed her. Lecce's foreboding was instantly fulfilled, for when Althea held out her little tightly clenched fist to the artist and asked Myrtilus to choose, the hand to which he pointed and she then opened was empty, and she took from the other the ring, which she displayed with well-feigned regret to spectators. Then Hermann knelt before her, and, as he offered Althea his wreath, his dark eyes gazed so ardently into the blue ones of the red-haired Greek-like Queen Arsinoe, she was of Thracian descent, that Lecce was now positively certain she knew for whose sake her lover had so basely betrayed her. How she hated this bold woman! Yet she was forced to keep quiet, and pressed their lips tightly together as Althea seized the white sheet and with marvelous celerity wound it about her until it fell in exquisite folds like a long robe. Surprise, curiosity, and the pleasant sense of satisfaction in seeing what seemed to her a shamelessly display withdrawn from her lover's eyes, rendered it easier for Lecce to maintain her composure. Yet she felt the blood throbbing in her temples, as Hermann remained kneeling before the Hellene, gazing intently into her expressive face. Was it not too narrow wholly to please the man who had known how to praise her own beauty so passionately? Did not the outlines of Althea's figure, which the Bombyx robe only partially concealed, lack roundness even more than her own? And yet, as soon as Althea had transformed the sheet into a robe and held the wreath above him, Hermann's gaze rested on hers as though enraptured, while from her bright blue eyes a flood of ardent admiration poured upon the man for whom she held the victor's wreath. This was done with the upper portion of her body bending very far forward. The slender figure was poised on one foot; the other, covered to the ankle with long robe, hovered in the air. Had not the wings which, as Nike, belonged to her been lacking, every one would have been convinced that she was flying, that she had just descended from the heights of Olympus to crown the kneeling victor. Not only her hand, her gaze, and her every feature awarded the prize to the man at her feet. There was no doubt that, if Nike herself came to the earth to make the best man happy with noblest of crowns, the spectacle would be a similar one. And Hermann, no garlanded victor, could look up to the gracious divinity more joyously, more completely enthralled by grateful rapture. The applause which now rang out more and more loudly was certainly not undeserved, but it pierced Ledscha's soul like a mockery, like the bitterest scorn. Hanno, on the contrary, seemed to consider the scene scarcely worth looking at. Something more powerful was required to stir him. He was particularly averse to all exhibitions. The utmost which his relatives could induce the quiet, reserved men to do when they ventured into the great seaports was to attend the animal fights and the games of the athletes. He felt thoroughly happy only when at sea, on board of his good ship. His best pleasure was to gaze up at stars on calm nights, guide the helm, and meanwhile dream. Of late most gladly of making the beautiful girl who had seemed to him worthy of his brave brother Abus his own wife. In the secluded monotony of his life, as a scar over memory had exalted Lecce into the most desirable of all women, and the slaughtered Abus into the greatest of heroes. To win the love of this much praised maiden seemed to Hanno peerless happiness, and the young corsair felt that he was worthy of it, for on the high seas, when a superior foe was to be opposed by force and stratagem, when a ship was to be boarded and death spread over her deck, he had proved himself a man of unflinching courage. His suit had progressed more easily than he expected. His father would rejoice, and his heart exulted at the thought of encountering a serious peril for the girl he loved. His whole existence was a venture of life, and, had he ten to lose, they would not have been too dear a price to him to win Ledscha. While Althea, as the goddess of victory, held her wreath aloft, and loud applause hailed her, Hanno was thinking of the treasures which he had cornered since his father had allowed him a share of the booty and the future. When he had accumulated 10 talents of gold, he would give up piracy, like Abus, and carry on his own ships wood and slaves from Pontus to Egypt, and textiles from Tennis, arms, and other manufactured articles from Alexandria to the Pontine cities. In this way Ledscha's father had become a rich man, and he would also, not for his own sake, he needed little, but to make life sweet for his wife, surround her with splendor and luxury, and adorn her beautiful person with costly jewels. Many a stolen ornament was already lying in the safe hiding place that even his brother Lobaja did not know. At last the shouts died away, and as the stopping of the clattering wheel wakes the miller, so the stillness of the shore roused Hanno from his dream. What was it that Ledscha saw there so fascinating that she did not even hear his low call? His father and Lobaja had undoubtedly left his grandmother's house long ago, and were looking for him in vain. Yes, he was right. The old parrot's shrill whistle reached his ear from the owl's nest, and he was accustomed to obedience. So, lightly touching Ledscha on the shoulder, he whispered that he must return to the island at once. His father would be rejoiced if she went with him. "Tomorrow," she answered in a tone of resolute denial. Then, reminding him once more of the meaning of the signals she had promised to give, she waved her hands to him, sprang swiftly past him to the prow of the boat, caught an overhanging bough of the willow on the shore, and, as she had learned during the games of her childhood, swung herself as lightly as a bird into the thicket at the water's edge, which concealed her from every eye. End of Book 1, Chapter 11. Recording by Ana Simão from Portugal.
Book 1, Chapter 12 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Book 1, Chapter 12. Without even vouchsafing Hanno another glance, Ledscha glided forward in the shadow of the bushes to the great sycamore, whose thick, broad top on the side toward the tents was striped with light from the flood of radiance streaming from them. On the opposite side, the leafage vanished in the darkness of the night, but Myrtilus had had a bench placed there, that he might rest in the shade, and from this spot the girl could obtain the best view of what she desired to see. How gay and animated it was under the awning! A throng of companions had arrived with the Pelusinians, and some also had probably been on the ship which, she knew it from Bias, had come to Tennis directly from Alexandria that afternoon. The galley was said to belong to Philotas, an aristocratic relative of King Ptolemy. If she was not mistaken, he was the stately young Greek who was just picking up the ostrich feather fan that had slipped from Daphne's lap. The performance was over. Young slaves in gay garments, and nimble female servants with glittering gold circlets round their upper arms and on their ankles, were passing from couch to couch, and from one guest to another, offering refreshments. Hermon had risen from his knees, and the wreath of bright flowers again adorned his black curls. He held himself as proudly erect as if the goddess Victory herself had crowned him, while Althea was reaping applause and thanks. Ledscha gazed past her and the others to watch every movement of the sculptor. It was scarcely the daughter of Archias who had detained Hermon, for he made only a brief answer. Ledscha could not hear what was said, when she accosted him pleasantly to devote himself to Althea, and, this could be perceived even at a distance, thank her with ardent devotion. And now he even raised the hem of her peplos to his lips. A scornful smile hovered around Ledscha's mouth, but Daphne's guests also noticed this mark of homage, an unusual one in their circle, and young Philotas, who had followed Daphne from Alexandria, cast a significant glance at a man with a smooth, thin, bird-like face, whose hair was already turning gray. His name was Proclus, and, as grammateus of the Dionysian games and high priest of Apollo, he was one of the most influential men in Alexandria, especially as he was one of the favored courtiers of Queen Arsinoe. He had gone by her command to the Syrian court, had enjoyed on his return at Pelusium, with his traveling companion Althea, the hospitality of Philippus, and accompanied the venerable officer to Tennis in order to win him over to certain plans. In spite of his advanced age, he still strove to gain the favor of fair women, and the sculptor's excessive ardor had displeased him. So he let his somewhat mocking glance wander from Althea to Hermon, and called to the latter, "My congratulations, young master! But I need scarcely remind you that Nike suffers no one, not even goodness and grace personified, to take from her hand what it is her sole duty to bestow." While speaking he adjusted the laurel on his own thin hair, but Thyone, the wife of Philippus, answered eagerly, "If I were a young man like Hermon, instead of an old woman, noble Proclus, I think the wreath which beauty bestows would render me scarcely less happy than stern Nike's crown of victory." While making this pleasant reply, the matron's wrinkled face wore an expression of such cordial kindness, and her deep voice was so winning in its melody, that Hermon forced himself to heed the glance of urgent warning Daphne cast at him, and leave the sharp retort that hovered on his lips unuttered. Half turning to the grammateus, half to the matron, he merely said, in a cold and self-conscious tone, that Thyone was right. In this gay circle, the wreath of bright flowers proffered by the hands of a beautiful woman was the dearest of all gifts, and he would know how to value it. "Until other more precious ones cast it into oblivion," observed Althea. "Let me see, Hermon. Ivy and roses. The former is lasting, but the roses She shook her finger in roguish menace at the sculptor as she spoke. The roses, Proclus broke in again, are of course the most welcome to our young friend from such a hand, yet these flowers of the goddess of beauty have little in common with his art, which is hostile to beauty. Still, I don't know what wreath will be offered to the new tendency with which he surprises us." At this, Hermon raised his head higher, and answered sharply: "Doubtless there must have been few of them, since you, who are so often among the judges, do not know them. At any rate, those which justice bestows have hitherto been lacking." "I should deplore that," replied Proclus, stroking his sharp chin with thumb and forefinger, "but I fear that our beautiful Nike also cared little for this lofty virtue of the judge in the last coronation. However, her immortal model lacks it often enough." "Because she is a woman," said one of the young officers, laughing, and another added gaily, "That very thing may be acceptable to us soldiers. For my part, I think everything about the goddess Victory is beautiful and just, that she may remain graciously disposed toward us. Nay, I accuse the noble Althea of withholding from Nike, in her personation, her special ornament, her swift and powerful wings." "She gave those to Eros, to speed his flight," laughed Proclus, casting a meaningful look at Althea and Hermon. No one failed to notice that this jest alluded to the love which seemed to have been awakened in the sculptor as quickly as in the personator of the goddess of Victory, and, while it excited the merriment of the others, the blood mounted into Hermon's cheeks. But Myrtilus perceived what was passing in the mind of his irritable friend, and, as the grammateus praised Nike because in this coronation she had omitted the laurel, the fair-haired Greek interrupted him with the exclamation: "Quite right, noble Proclus. The grave laurel does not suit our gay pastime. But roses belong to the artist everywhere, and are always welcome to him. The more the better." "Then we will wait till the laurel is distributed in some other place," replied the grammateus, and Myrtilus quickly added, "I will answer for it that Hermon does not leave it empty-handed." "No one will greet the work which brings your friend the wreath of victory with warmer joy," Proclus protested. "But, if I am correctly informed, yonder house hides completed treasures whose inspection would give the fitting consecration to this happy meeting. Do you know what an exquisite effect gold and ivory statues produce in a full glow of lamplight? I first learned it a short time ago at the court of King Antiochus. There is no lack of lights here. But what do you say, gentlemen? Will you not have the studios lighted till the rooms are as bright as day, and add a noble enjoyment of art to the pleasures of this wonderful night?" But Hermon and Myrtilus opposed this proposal with equal decision. Their refusal awakened keen regret, and the old commandant of Pelusium would not willingly yield to it. Angrily shaking his large head, around which, in spite of his advanced age, thick snow-white locks floated like a lion's mane, he exclaimed: "Must we then really return to our Pelusium, where Ares restricts the native rights of the Muses, without having admired the noble works which arose in such mysterious secrecy here, where Arachne rules and swings the weaver's shuttle?" "But my two cruel cousins have closed their doors even upon me, who came here for the sake of their works," Daphne interrupted. "And, as rather Zeus is threatening a storm, just see what black clouds are rising. We ought not to urge our artists further. A solemn oath forbids them to show their creations now to anyone." This earnest assurance silenced the curious, and, while the conversation took another turn, the gray-haired general's wife drew Myrtilus aside. Hermon's parents had been intimate friends of her own, as well as of her husband's, and with the interest of sincere affection she desired to know whether the young sculptor could really hope for the success of which Myrtilus had just spoken. It was years since she had visited Alexandria, but what she heard of Hermon's artistic work from many guests, and now again from Proclus, filled her with anxiety. He had succeeded, it was said, in attracting attention, and his great talent was beyond question. But in this age, to which beauty was as much one of the necessities of life as bread and wine, and which could not separate it from art, he ventured to deny it recognition. He headed a current in art which was striving to destroy what had been proved and acknowledged. Yet, though his creations were undeniably powerful, even showed many other admirable qualities, instead of pleasing, satisfying, and ennobling, they repelled. These opinions had troubled the matron, who understood men, and was the more disposed to credit them the more distinctly she perceived traces of discontent and instability in Hermon's manner during the present meeting. So it afforded her special pleasure to learn from Myrtilus his firm conviction that, in Arachne, Hermon would produce a masterpiece which could scarcely be excelled. During this conversation Althea had come to Thyone's side, and, as Hermon had already spoken to her of the Arachne, she eagerly expressed her belief that this work seemed as if it were specially created for him. The Greek matron leaned back comfortably upon her cushions, her wrinkled owl-like face assumed a cheerful expression, and, with the easy confidence conferred by aristocratic birth, a distinguished social position, and a light heart, she exclaimed: "Lucifer is probably already behind yonder clouds, preparing to announce day, and this exquisite banquet ought to have a close worthy of it. What do you say, you wonder-working darling of the Muses?" She held out her hand to Althea as she spoke, "to showing us and the two competing artists yonder the model of the Arachne they are to represent in gold and ivory?" Althea fixed her eyes upon the ground, and, after a short period of reflection, answered hesitatingly: "The task which you set before me is certainly no easy one, but I shall rely upon your indulgence." "She will!" cried the matron to the others. Then, clapping her hands, she continued gaily, in the tone of the director of an entertainment issuing invitations to a performance: "Your attention is requested. In this city of weavers the noble Thracian, Althea, will depict before you all the weaver of weavers, Arachne, in person." "Take heed and follow my advice to sharpen your eyes," added Philotas, who, conscious of his inferiority in intellect and talents to the men and women assembled here, took advantage of this opportunity to assert himself in a manner suited to his aristocratic birth. "This artistic yet hapless Arachne, if any, teaches the lesson how the lofty Olympians punish those who venture to place themselves on the same level. So let artists beware. We stepchildren of the Muse can lull ourselves comfortably in the assurance of not giving the jealous gods the slightest cause for the doom which overtook the pitiable weaver." Not a word of this declaration of the Macedonian aristocrat escaped the listening Ledscha. Scales seemed to fall from her eyes. Hermon had won her love in order to use her for the model of the statue of Arachne, and, now that he had met Althea, who perhaps suited his purpose even better, he no longer needed the barbarian. He had cast her aside like a tight shoe, as soon as he found a more acceptable one in this female juggler. The girl had already asked herself, with a slight thrill of horror, whether she had not prematurely called down so terrible a punishment upon her lover. Now she rejoiced in her swift action. If anything else remained for her to do, it was to make the vengeance with which she intended to requite him still more severe. There he stood beside the woman she hated. Could he bestow even one poor thought upon the Biamite girl and the wrong he had inflicted? Oh no! His heart was filled to overflowing by the Greek. Every look revealed it. What was the shameless creature probably whispering to him now? Perhaps a meeting was just being granted. The rapture which had been predicted to her for this moonlight night, and of which Hermon had robbed her, was mirrored in his features. He could think of everything except her and her poor crushed heart. But Ledscha was mistaken. Althea asked the sculptor whether he still regretted having been detained by her before midnight, and he had confessed that his remaining at the banquet had been connected with a great sacrifice, nay, with an offense which weighed heavily on his mind. Yet he was grateful to the favor of the gods that had guided his decision, for Althea had it in her power to compensate him richly for what he had lost. A glance full of promise flashed upon him from her eloquent eyes, and, turning toward the pedestal at the same instant, she asked softly: "Is the compensation I must and will bestow connected with the Arachne?" An eager yes confirmed this question, and a swift movement of her expressive lips showed him that his boldest anticipations were to be surpassed. How gladly he would have detained her longer! But she was already the object of all eyes, and his too, followed her in expectant suspense as she gave an order to the female attendant, and then stood thoughtfully for some time before the platform. When she at last ascended it, the spectators supposed she would again use a cloth, but, instead of asking anything more from the assistants, she cast aside even the peplos that covered her shoulders. Now, almost lean in her slenderness, she stood with downcast eyes, but suddenly she loosed the double chain, adorned with flashing gems, from her neck, the circlets from her upper arms and wrists, and lastly, even the diadem, a gift bestowed by her relative, Queen Arsinoe, from her narrow brow. The female slaves received them, and then with swift movements Althea divided her thick long tresses of red hair into narrower strands, which she flung over her back, bosom, and shoulders. Next, as if delirious, she threw her head so far on one side that it almost touched her left shoulder, and stared wildly upward toward the right, at the same time raising her bare arms so high that they extended far above her head. It was again her purpose to present the appearance of defending herself against a viewless power, yet she was wholly unlike the Niobe whom she had formerly personated, for not only anguish, horror, and defiance, but deep despair and inexpressible astonishment were portrayed by her features, which obediently expressed the slightest emotion. Something unprecedented, incomprehensible even to herself, was occurring, and to Ledscha, who watched her with an expectation as passionate as if her own weal and woe depended upon Althea's every movement, it seemed as if an unintelligible marvel was happening before her eyes, and a still greater one was impending. For was the woman up there really a woman like herself, and the others whose eyes were now fixed upon the hated actress no less intently than her own? Did her keen senses deceive her, or was not what was occurring actually a mysterious transformation? As Althea stood there, her delicate arms seemed to have lengthened and lost even their slightest roundness. Her figure had become even more slender and incorporeal, and how strangely her thin fingers spread apart! How stiffly the strands of the parted, wholly uncurled locks stood out in the air! Did it not seem as if they were to help her move? The black shadow which Althea's figure and limbs cast upon the surface of the brightly lighted pedestal, no, it was no deception. It not only resembled the spinner among insects, it presented the exact picture of a spider. The Greek's slender body had contracted, her delicate arms and narrow braids of hair changed into spider legs, and the many-jointed hands were already grasping for their prey like a spider, or preparing to wind the murderous threads around another living creature. "Arachne, the spider!" fell almost inaudibly from her quivering lips, and, overpowered by torturing fear, she was already turning away from the frightful image, when the storm of applause which burst from the Alexandrian guests soothed her excited imagination. Instead of the spider, a slender, lank woman, with long outstretched bare arms, and fingers spread wide apart, fluttering hair, and wandering eyes, again stood before Ledscha. But no peace was granted to her throbbing heart, for while Althea, with perspiring brow and quivering lips, descended from the pedestal, and was received with loud demonstrations of astonishment and delight, the glare of a flash of lightning burst from the clouds, and a loud peal of thunder shook the night air and reverberated a long time over the water. At the same instant a loud cry rang from beneath the canopy. Thyone, the wife of Alexander the Great's comrade, though absolutely fearless in the presence of human foes, dreaded the thunder by which Zeus announced his anger. Seized with sudden terror, she commanded a slave to obtain a black lamb for sacrifice, and earnestly entreated her husband and her other companions to go on board the ship with her and seek shelter in its safe, rain-proof cabin, for already heavy drops were beginning to fall upon the tensely drawn awning. "Nemesis!" exclaimed the grammateus. "Nemesis!" whispered young Philotas to Daphne in a confidential murmur, throwing his own costly purple cloak around her to shield her from the rain. "Nowhere that we mortals overstep the bounds allotted to us do we await her in vain." Then bending down to her again, he added, by way of explanation, "The winged daughter of night would prove herself negligent if she allowed me to enjoy wholly without drawback the overwhelming happiness of being with you once more." "Nemesis," remarked Thoas, an aristocratic young hipparch of the guards of the Diadochi, who had studied in Athens and belonged to the Peripatetics there. "The master sees in the figure of this goddess the indignation which the good fortune of the base or the unworthy use of good fortune inspires in us. She keeps the happy mean between envy and malicious satisfaction." The young soldier looked around him, expecting applause, but no one was listening. The tempest was spreading terror among most of the freedmen and slaves. Philotas and Myrtilus were following Daphne and her companion Chrysilla as they hurried into the tent. The deep commanding tones of the old Philippus vainly shouted the name of Althea, whom, as he had bestowed his hospitality upon her in Pelusium, he regarded as his charge, while at intervals he reprimanded the black slaves who were to carry his wife to the ship, but at another heavy peal of thunder set down the litter to throw themselves on their knees and beseech the angry god for mercy. Gras, the steward whom Archias had given to his daughter, a Bithynian who had attached himself to one school of philosophy after another, and thereby ceased to believe in the power of the Olympians, lost his quiet composure in this confusion, and even his usual good nature deserted him. With harsh words, and no less harsh blows, he rushed upon the servants, who, instead of carrying the costly household utensils and embroidered cushions into the tent, drew out their amulets and idols to confide their own imperiled lives to the protection of higher powers. Meanwhile, the gusts of wind which accompanied the outbreak of the storm extinguished the lamps and pitch pans. The awning was torn from the posts, and amid the wild confusion rang the commandant of Pelusium's shouts for Althea and the screams of the two Egyptian slave women, who, with their foreheads pressed to the ground, were praying, while the angry Gras was trying, by kicks and blows, to compel them to rise and go to work. The officers were holding a whispered consultation whether they should accept the invitation of Proclus and spend the short remnant of the night on his galley over the wine, or first, according to the counsel of their pious commandant, wait in the neighboring temple of Zeus until the storm was over. The tempest had completely scattered Daphne's guests. Even Ledscha glanced very rarely toward the tents. She had thrown herself on the ground under the sycamore to beseech the angry deity for mercy, but, deeply as fear moved her agitated soul, she could not pray, but listened anxiously whenever an unexpected noise came from the meeting place of the Greeks. Then the tones of a familiar voice reached her. It was Hermon's, and the person to whom he was speaking could be no one but the uncanny spider woman, Althea. They were coming to have a secret conversation under the shade of the dense foliage of the sycamore. That was easily perceived, and in an instant Ledscha's fear yielded to a different feeling. Holding her breath, she nestled close to the trunk of the ancient tree to listen, and the first word she heard was the name Nemesis, which had just reached her from the tent. She knew its meaning, for Tennis also had a little temple dedicated to the terrible goddess, which was visited by the Egyptians and Biamites as well as the Greeks. A triumphant smile flitted over her unveiled features, for there was no other divinity on whose aid she could more confidently rely. She could unchain the vengeance which threatened Hermon with a far more terrible danger than the thunderclouds above, under the protection, nay, as it were, at the behest of Nemesis. Tomorrow she would be the first to anoint her altar. Now she rejoiced that her wealthy father imposed no restriction upon her in the management of household affairs, for she need spare no expense in choosing the animal she intended to offer as a sacrifice. This reflection flashed through her mind with the speed of lightning while she was listening to Althea's conversation with the sculptor. The question here can be no clever play upon the name and the nature of the daughter of Erebus and Night, said the Thracian gravely. I will remind you that there is another Nemesis besides the just being who drives from his stolen ease the unworthy mortal who suns himself in good fortune. The Nemesis whom I will recall today, while angry Zeus is hurling his thunderbolts, is the other, who chastises sacrilege. Ate, the swiftest and most terrible of the Erinyes. I will invoke her wrath upon you in this hour if you do not confess the truth to me fully and entirely. Ask, Hermon interrupted in a hollow tone, Only you, strange woman. Only, she hastily broke in, whatever the answer may be, I must pose to you as the model for your Arachne. And perhaps it may come to that. But first I must know, briefly and quickly, for they will be looking for me immediately. Do you love Daphne? No, he answered positively. True, she has been dear to me from childhood. And, Althea added, completing the sentence, you owe her father a debt of gratitude, but that is not new to me. I know also how little reason you gave her for loving you. Yet her heart belongs neither to Philotas, the great lord with the little brain, nor to the famous sculptor Myrtilus, whose body is really too delicate to bear all the laurels with which he is overloaded, but to you, and you alone. I know it. Hermon tried to contradict her, but Althea, without allowing him to speak, hurried on. No matter. I wish to know whether you loved her. True, according to appearances, your heart does not glow for her, and hitherto you have disdained to transform by her aid, at a single stroke, the poverty which ill suits you into wealth. But it was not merely to speak of the daughter of Archias that I accompanied you into this tempest, from which I would fain escape as quickly as possible. So speak quickly. I am to serve you in your art, and yet, if I understood you correctly, you have already found here another excellent model. A native of the country, answered Hermon in an embarrassed tone. And for my sake you allowed her to wait for you in vain? It is as you say. And you have promised to seek her? Certainly, but before the appointed hour came, I met you. You rose before me like a new sun, shedding a new light that was full of promise. Everything else sank into darkness. And if you will fulfill the hope which you have awakened in this heart. Just at that moment, another flash of lightning blazed, and, while the thunder still shook the air, Althea continued his interrupted protestation. Then you will give yourself to me, body and soul. But Zeus, who hears oaths, is reminding us of his presence. And what will await you if the Biamite whom you betrayed invokes the wrath of Nemesis against you? The nemesis of the barbarians, he retorted contemptuously. She only places herself at the service of my art reluctantly. But you, Althea, if you will loan yourself to me as a model, I will succeed in doing my very best. But you have just permitted me to behold a miracle, Arachne herself, whom you became, you enchantress. It was real, actual life, and that is the highest goal. The highest? She asked hesitatingly. You will have to represent the female form and beauty, Hermon. Beauty? Will be there, allied with truth, flamed Hermon, if you peerless, more than beautiful creature, keep your word to me. But you will. Let me be sure of it. Is a little love also blended with the wish to serve the artist? A little love, she repeated scornfully. This matter concerns love complete and full, or none. We will see each other again tomorrow. Then show me what the model Althea is worth to you. With these words she vanished in the darkness, while the call of her name again rang from the tents. Althea! He cried in a tone of mournful reproach as he perceived her disappearance, hurrying after her. But the dense gloom soon forced him to give up the pursuit. Ledscha, too, left her place beneath the sycamore. She had seen and heard enough. Duty now commanded her to execute vengeance, and the bold Hanno was ready to risk his life for her. End of Book 1, Chapter 12. Book 1, Chapter 13 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Book 1, Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The following day the sun shone radiantly, with scorching brilliancy, upon Tennis and the archipelago, which at this season of the year surrounded the little city of weavers. Young Philotas, without going to rest, had set out at dawn in pursuit of game, accompanied by a numerous hunting party, to which several of the Pelusinian officers belonged. He too had brought home a great quantity of booty, with which he had expected to awaken Daphne's admiration, and to lay as a token of homage at her feet. He had intended to lead before her garland slaves bearing, tied by ropes, bunches of slaughtered wild fowl, but his reception was very different from what he had anticipated. Instead of praising his exploit, he had been indignantly requested to remove the poor, easily killed victims from her presence, and, wounded and disappointed, he had retired to his magnificent Nile boat, where, spent by his sleepless night, he slumbered so soundly on his soft cushions he did not appear at the breakfast table which the gray-haired commander of Pelusium had invited him to attend on his galley. While others were still feasting there, Daphne was enjoying an hour alone with her companion Chrysilla. She had remained absent from Philippus's banquet, and her pale cheeks showed the ill effects produced by the excitement of the previous night. A little before noon, Hermon came to see her. He, too, had not gone to the Pelusinians' breakfast. After Althea had left him the evening before, he went directly back to the White House, and, instead of going to rest, devoted himself to Myrtilus, for the difficulty of breathing, which during his industrious life in quiet seclusion had not troubled him for several months, attacked him with twofold violence after the gaiety of the previous night. Hermon had not left him an instant until day brought the sufferer relief, and he no longer needed the supporting hand of his kind nurse. While Hermon, in his own sleeping room, ordered Bias to anoint his hair and beard and put on festal garments, the slave told him certain things that destroyed the last remnant of composure in his easily agitated soul. With the firm resolution to keep the appointment on Pelican Island, Hermon had gone at sunset, in response to the Alexandrian's invitation, to attend her banquet, and by no means unwillingly, for his parents' old friends were dear to him, and he knew by experience the beneficial influence Daphne's sunny, warm-hearted nature exerted upon him. Yet this time he did not find what he expected. In the first place, he had been obliged to witness how earnestly Philotas was pressing his suit, and perceived that her companion Chrysilla was most eagerly assisting him, as she saw in the young aristocrat a suitable husband for the daughter of Archias, and it was her duty to assign the guests their seats at the banquet. She had given the cushion beside Daphne to Philotas, and also willingly fulfilled Althea's desire to have Hermon for her neighbor. When Chrysilla presented the black-bearded artist to the Thracian, she would have sworn that Althea found an old acquaintance in the sculptor, but Hermon treated the far-famed relative of Queen Arsinoe as coldly and distantly as if he had now seen her for the first time, and with little pleasure. In truth, he was glad to avoid women of Althea's stamp. For some time he had preferred to associate with the common people, among whom he found his best subjects, and kept far aloof from the court circles to which Althea belonged, and which, thanks to his birth and his ability as an artist, would easily have been accessible to him also. The over-refined women, who gave themselves airs of avoiding everything which imposes a restraint upon nature, and therefore, in their transparent robes, treated with contempt all that modest Macedonian dames deemed worthy of a genuine woman's consideration, were repulsive to him, perhaps because they formed so rude a contrast to his noble dead mother and to Daphne. Although he had been very frequently in feminine society, Althea's manner at first caused him a certain degree of embarrassment, for, in spite of the fact that he believed he met her here for the first time, there was something familiar about her, especially in the tone of her voice, and he fancied that her first words were associated with some former ones. Yet no. If he had ever met her, he would surely have remembered her red gold hair and the other peculiarities of a personality which was remarkable in every respect. It soon proved that they were total strangers, and he wished matters to remain so. He was glad that she attracted him so little, for at least she would scarcely make the early departure to the Biamite, which he considered his duty, a difficult task. True, he admired from the first the rare milk-white line of her delicate skin, which was wholly free from rouge. His artist's eye perceived that and the wonderfully beautiful shape of her hands and feet. The pose of the head on the neck, too, as she turned toward him seemed remarkably fine. This slender, pliant woman would have been an admirable model. Again and again she reminded him of a gay lesbian with whom he had caroused for a night during the last Dionysia in Alexandria. Yet, on closer inspection, the two were as different as possible. The former had been as free and reckless in her conduct as Althea was reserved. The hair and eyebrows of the lesbian, instead of reddish gold, were the deepest black, and her complexion, he remembered it perfectly, was much darker. The resemblance probably consisted merely in the shape of the somewhat too narrow face, with its absolutely straight nose, and a chin which was rather too small, as well as in the sound of the high voice. Not a serious word had reached his ears from the wanton lips of the lesbian, while Althea at once desired information concerning his art, and showed that she was thoroughly familiar with the works and the aspirations of the Alexandrian sculptors. Although aware that Hermon had begun his career as an artist, and was the leader of a new tendency, she pretended to belong to the old school, and thereby irritated him to contradiction and the explanation of his efforts, which were rooted in the demands of the present day and the life of the flourishing capital. The Thracian listened to the description of the new art struggling to present truth, as if these things were welcome surprises, grand revelations, for which she had waited with eager longing. True, she opposed every statement hostile to the old beliefs, but her extremely expressive features soon betrayed to him that he was stirring her to reflect, shaking her opinions, and winning her to his side. Already, for the sake of the good cause, he devoted himself with the utmost zeal to the task of convincing Althea. She, however, did not make it an easy one, but presented clever arguments against his assertions. Whenever he or she, by way of example, mentioned any well-known work of art, she imitated, as if involuntarily, its pose and action with surprising fidelity, frequently also in admirable caricature, whose effect was extremely comical. What a woman! She was familiar with whatever Grecian art had created, and the animated conversation became a bewitching spectacle. When the grammateus Proclus, who was Althea's travelling companion, had a certain claim upon her attention, mingled for a while in the discussion and attracted Althea's notice, Hermon felt injured, and answered his sensible remarks with such rudeness that the elder man, whose social position was so much higher, angrily turned his back upon him. Althea had imposed a certain degree of restraint upon herself while talking to the grammateus, but during the further conversation with Hermon she confessed that she was decidedly of his opinion, and added to the old reasons for the deposition of beauty and ideality in favor of truth and reality new ones which surprised the sculptor. When she at last offered him her hand for a firm alliance, his brain was fevered, and it seemed a great honor when she asked eagerly what would occupy him in the immediate future. Passionate sympathy, echoed in every word, was expressed in every feature, and she listened as if a great happiness was in store for herself when he disclosed the hopes which he based upon the statue of Arachne. True, as time passed, he had spoken more than once of the necessity of retiring, and before midnight really tried to depart, but he had fallen under Althea's thrall, and in reply to her inquiry what must shorten these requisite hours, had informed her in significant words what drew him away, and that his delay threatened him with the loss of a model such as the favor of fate rarely bestowed upon an artist. Now the Thracian for the first time permitted her eyes to make frank confessions. She also bent forward with a natural movement to examine the artistic work on a silver vase, and as while doing so her peplos fell over his hand, she pressed it tenderly. He gazed ardently up at her, but she whispered softly, "Stay. You will gain through me something better than awaits you there, and not only for today and tomorrow. We shall meet again in Alexandria, and to serve your art there shall be a beloved duty." His power of resistance was broken, yet he beckoned to his slave Bias, who was busied with the mixing jars, and ordered him to seek Ledscha and tell her not to wait longer. Urgent duties detained him. While he was giving this direction, Althea had become engaged in the gay conversation of the others, and, as Thyone called Hermon, and he was also obliged to speak to Daphne, he could not again obtain an opportunity for private talk with the wonderful woman who held out far grander prospects for his art than the refractory, rude Biamite maiden. Soon Althea's performance seemed to prove how fortunate a choice he had made. Her Arachne appeared like a revelation to him. If she kept her promise, and he succeeded in modelling her in the pose assumed while imagining the process of transformation, and presented her idea to the spectators, the great success which hitherto, because he had not yielded to demands which were opposed to his convictions, he had vainly expected, could no longer escape him. The Alexandrian fellow artists who belonged to his party would gratefully welcome this special work, for what grew out of it would have nothing in common with the fascination of superhuman beauty, by which the older artists ensnared the hearts and minds of the multitude. He would create a genuine woman, who would not lack defects, yet who, though she inspired neither gratification nor rapture, would touch, perhaps even thrill, the heart by absolute truth. While Althea was standing on the pedestal, she had not only represented the transformation into the spider, but experienced it, and the features of the spectators revealed that they believed they were witnessing the sinister event. His aim was now to awaken the same feelings in the beholders of his Arachne. Nothing at all must be changed in the figure of the model, in which many might miss the roundness and plumpness so pleasing to the eye. Althea's very defects would perfect the figure of the restless, wretched weaver whom Athena transformed into the spider. While devoting himself to nursing his friend, he had thought far less of the new love happiness which, in spite of her swift flight, was probably awaiting him through Althea, than of the work which was to fill his existence in the immediate future. His healthy body, steeled in the palestra, felt no fatigue after the sleepless night passed amid so many powerful excitements when he retired to his chamber and committed himself to the hands of his slave. It had not been possible to hear his report before. But when he at last received it, Hermon was to learn something extremely unpleasant, and not only because no word of apology or even explanation of his absence had reached Ledscha. Bias was little to blame for this neglect, for in the first place he had found no boat to reach the Pelican Island, because half Tennis was on the road to Tanis, where, on the night of the full moon, the brilliant festivals of the Full Eye of Horns and the Great Astarte were celebrated by the mixed population of this place. When a boat which belonged to Daphne's galley was finally given to him, the Biamite girl was no longer at the place appointed for the meeting. Hoping to find her on the Owl's Nest with old Tabus, he then landed there, but had been so uncivilly rebuffed on the shore by a rough fellow that he might be glad to have escaped with sound limbs. Lastly, he stole to Ledscha's house, and, knowing that her father was absent, had ventured as far as the open courtyard in the center of the stately dwelling. The dogs knew him, and as a light was shining from one of the rooms that opened upon the courtyard, he peeped in and saw Taus, Ledscha's younger sister. She was kneeling before the statue of a god at the back of the room, weeping, while the old housekeeper had fallen asleep with the distaff in her lap. He called cautiously to the pretty child. She was awaiting the return of her sister, who, she supposed, was still detained on the Owl's Nest by old Tabus's predictions. She had sorrowful tidings for her. The husband of her friend Gula had returned on his ship and learned that his wife had gone to the Greek studio. He had raged like a madman, and turned the unfortunate woman pitilessly out of doors after sunset. Her own parents had only been induced to receive her with great difficulty. Paseth, the jealous husband, had spared her life and refrained from going at once to kill the artist solely because Hermon had saved his little daughter at his own peril from the burning house. Now, said Ledscha's pretty little sister, it would also be known that she had gone with Gula to his master, who was certainly a handsome man, but for whom, now that little Smethus was wooing her, she cared no more than she did for her runaway cat. All Tennis would point at her, and she dared not even think what her father would do when he came home. These communications had increased Hermon's anxiety. He was a brave man, and did not fear the vengeance of the enraged husband, against whom he was conscious of no guilt except having persuaded his wife to commit an imprudence. What troubled him was only the consciousness that he had given her and innocent little Taus every reason to curse their meeting. The ardent warmth with which Gula blessed him as the preserver of her child had given him infinite pleasure. Now it seemed as if he had been guilty of an act of baseness by inducing her to render a service which was by no means free from danger, as though he wished to be paid for a good deed. Besides, the slave had represented the possible consequences of his imprudence in the most gloomy light, and, with the assurance of knowing the disposition of his fellow countrymen, urged his master to leave Tennis at once. The other Biamite men, who would bear anything rather than the interference of a Greek in their married lives, might force Gula's husband to take vengeance on him. He said nothing about anxiety concerning his own safety, but he had good reason to fear being regarded as a go-between and called to account for it. But his warnings and entreaties seemed to find deaf ears in Hermon. True, he intended to leave Tennis as soon as possible, for what advantage could he now find here? First, however, he must attend to the packing of the statues, and then try to appease Ledscha, and make Gula's husband understand that he were casting off his pretty wife unjustly. He would not think of making a hasty departure, he told the slave, especially as he was to meet Althea, Queen Arsinoe's art-appreciating relative, in whom he had gained a friend, later in Alexandria. Then Bias informed him of a discovery which one of the Thracian slave women had helped him, and what he carelessly told his master drove the blood from his cheeks, and, though his voice was almost stifled by surprise and shame, made him assail him with questions. What great thing had he revealed? There had been reckless gaiety at every festival of Dionysus since he had been in the artist's service, and the slave had indulged in the festal mirth no less freely than the masters. To intoxicate themselves with wine, the gift of the god to whom they were paying homage, was not only permitted, but commanded, and the juice of the grape proved its all-equalizing power. There had been no lack of pretty companions even for him, the bondman, and the most beautiful of all had made eyes at his master, the tall, slender man with the splendid black beard. The reckless lesbian who had favored Hermon at the last Dionysia had played pranks with him madly enough, but then had suddenly vanished. By his orders, Bias had tried to find her again, but, in spite of honest search, in vain. Just now he had met, as Althea's maid, the little Syrian Margula, who had been in her company, and raced along in the procession of bacchanals in his, Bias's, arms. True, she could not be persuaded to make a frank confession, but he, Bias, would let his right hand wither if Hermon's companion at the Dionysia was any other than Althea. His master would own that he was right if he imagined her with black hair instead of red. Plenty of people in Alexandria practiced the art of dyeing, and it was well known that Queen Arsinoe herself mingled in the throng at the Dionysia with the handsome Ephebi, who did not suspect the identity of his companion. This was the information which so deeply agitated Hermon, and then led him, after pacing to and fro a short time, to go first to Myrtilus and then to Daphne. He found his friend sleeping, and though every fibre of his being urged him to speak to him, he forced himself to leave the sufferer undisturbed. Yet so torturing a sense of dissatisfaction with himself, so keen a resentment against his own adverse destiny had awakened with him, that he could no longer endure to remain in the presence of his work, with which he was more and more dissatisfied. Away from the studio! There was a gay party on board the galley of his parents' old friends. Wine should bring him forgetfulness too, bless him again with the sense of joyous existence which he knew so well, and which now he seemed on the point of losing. When he had once talked and drunk himself into the right mood, life would wear a less gloomy face. No, it should once more be gay and reckless. And Althea? He would meet her, with whom he had once caroused and revelled madly enough in the intoxication of the last Dionysia, and, instead of allowing himself to be fooled any longer and continuing to bow respectfully before her, would assert all the rights she had formerly so liberally granted. He would enjoy today, forget tomorrow, and be gay with the gay. Eager for new pleasure, he drew a long breath as he went out into the open air, pressed his hands upon his broad chest, and with his eyes fixed upon the commandant of Pelusium's galley, bedecked with flags, walked swiftly toward the landing place. Suddenly from the deck, shaded by an awning, the loud laugh of a woman's shrill voice reached his ear, blended with the deeper tones of the grammateus, whose attacks on the previous night Hermon had not forgotten. He stopped as if the laugh had pierced him to the heart. Proclus appeared to be on the most familiar terms with Althea, and to meet him with the Thracian now seemed impossible. He longed for mirth and pleasure, but was unwilling to share it with these two. As he dared not disturb Myrtilus, there was only one place where he could find what he needed, and this was, he had said so to himself when he turned his back on his sleeping friend, in Daphne's society. Only yesterday he would have sought her without a second thought, but today Althea's declaration that he was the only man whom the daughter of Archias loved stood between him and his friend. He knew that from childhood she had watched his every step with sisterly affection. 100 times she had proved her loyalty. Yet, dear as she was to him, willingly he would have risked his life to save her from danger. It had never entered his mind to give the tie that united them the name of love. An older relative of both in Alexandria had once advised him, when he was complaining of his poverty, to seek her hand, but his pride of manhood rebelled against having the wealth which fate denied flung into his lap by a woman. When she looked at him with her honest eyes, he could never have brought himself to feign anything, least of all a passion of which, tenderly attached to her though he had been for years, hitherto he had known nothing. "Do you love her?" Hermon asked himself as he walked toward Daphne's tent, and the anticipated "No" had pressed itself upon him far less quickly than he expected. One thing was undeniably certain: whoever won her for a wife, even though she were the poorest of the poor, must be numbered among the most enviable of men. And should he not recognize in his aversion to every one of her suitors, and now to the aristocratic young Philotas, a feeling which resembled jealousy? No, he did not and would not love Daphne. If she were really his, and whatever concerned him had become hers, with whom could he have sought in hours like these soothing, kind, sensible counsel, comfort that calmed the heart, and the refreshing dew which his fading courage and faltering creative power required? The bare thought of touching clay and wax with his fingers, and taking hammer, chisel, and file in his hands, was now repulsive. And when, just outside of the tent, a Biamite woman who was bringing fish to the cook reminded him of Ledscha, and that he had lost her in the right model for his Arachne, he scarcely regretted it. End of Book 1, Chapter 13. Book 1, Chapter 14 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Book 1, Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Outside the door of the tent, Hermon was trying to banish Althea's image from his mind. How foolishly he had overestimated last night the value of this miserable actress, who as a woman had lost all charm for him, even as a model for his Arachne! He would rather have appeared before his pure friend with unsightly stains on his robe than while mastered by yearning for the Thracian. The first glance at Daphne's beloved face, the first words of her greeting, taught him he should find with her everything for which he longed. In simple, truthful words, she reproached him for having neglected her to the verge of incivility the evening before, but there was no trace of bitterness or resentment in the accusation, and she gave Hermon little time for apology, but quickly gladdened him with words of forgiveness. In the opinion of her companion Chrysilla, Daphne ought to have kept the capricious artist waiting much longer for pardon. True, the cautious woman took no part in the conversation afterward, but she kept her charge in sight while she was skillfully knotting the fringe into a cloth which she had woven herself. On account of her favorite Philotas, it was well for Daphne to be aware that she was watched. Chrysilla was acquainted with life, and knew that Eros never mingles more arbitrarily in the intercourse of a young couple than when, after a long separation, there is anything whatever to forgive. Besides, many words which the two exchanged escaped her hearing, for they talked in low tones, and it was hot in the tent. Often the fatigue she felt after the sleepless night bowed her head, still comely in its unwrinkled face, though she was no longer young. Then she quickly raised it again. Neither Daphne nor Hermon noticed her. The former at once perceived that something was weighing on the sculptor's mind, but he did not need any long inquiry. He had come to confide his troubles to her, and she kindly lightened the task for him by asking why he had not gone to breakfast with the Pelusinians. "Because I am not fit for gay company today," was the reply. "Again dissatisfied with fate?" "True, it has given me small cause for contentment of late." "Put in place of fate the far-seeing care of the gods, and you will accept what befalls you less unkindly. Let us stick to the mortals, I entreat you." "Very well, then. Your Demeter does not fully satisfy you." A discontented shrug of the shoulders was the reply. "Then work with twofold zeal upon the Arachne. Although one model I hoped to obtain forsook me, and my soul is estranged from the other." "Althea?" she asked eagerly, and he nodded assent. Daphne clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming so loudly that Chrysilla's head sprang up with a jerk. "It could not be helped being so. Oh, Hermon, how anxious I have been! Now, I thought, when this horrible woman represented the transformation into the spider with such repulsive accuracy, Hermon will believe that this is the true, and therefore the right, ideal. Nay, I was deceived myself while gazing. But, eternal gods! As soon as I imagined this Arachne in marble or chryselephantine work, what a painful feeling overpowered me!" "Of course," he replied in an irritated tone, "the thirst for beauty, to which you all succumb, would not have much satisfaction to expect from this work." "No, no, no," Daphne interrupted in a louder tone than usual, and with the earnest desire to convince him. "Precisely because I transported myself into your tendency, your aspirations, I recognized the danger. Oh, Hermon, what produced so sinister an effect by the wavering light of the lamps and torches while the thunderstorm was rising? The strands of hair, the outstretched fingers, the bewildered, staring blue eyes. Do you not feel yourself how artificial, how unnatural it all was? This transformation was only a clever trick of acting, nothing more. Before a quiet spectator, in the pure, truthful light of Apollo, the foe of all deception, what would this Arachne probably become? Even now, I have already said so. When I imagine her executed in marble or in gold and ivory, beauty? Who would expect to find in the active, constantly toiling weaver, the mortal daughter of an industrious dyer in purple, the calm, refreshing charm of divine women? I, at least, am neither foolish nor unjust enough to do so. The degree of beauty Althea possesses would entirely satisfy me for the Arachne. But when I imagine a plastic work faithful to the model of yesterday evening, though I had seen a great deal with my own eyes, and am always ready to defer to riper judgment, I would think, while looking at it, this statue came to the artist from the stage, but never from nature. Such would be my view, and I am not one of the initiated. But the adepts! The king, with his thorough connoisseurship and fine taste, my father, and the other famous judges, how much more keenly they would perceive and define it!" Here she hesitated, for the blood had left Hermon's cheeks, and she saw with surprise the deep impression which the candid expression of her opinion had produced upon the artist, usually so independent and disposed to contradiction. Her judgment had undoubtedly disturbed, nay, perhaps convinced him, but at the same time his features revealed such deep depression that, far from rejoicing in so rare a success, she patted his arm like an affectionate sister, saying: "You have not yet found time to realize calmly what yesterday dazzled us all, and you," she added in a lower tone, "the most strongly." "But now," he murmured sadly, half to himself, half to her, "my vision is doubly clear. Closed before the success of which I dreamed, failure and bitter disappointment." "If this doubly refers to your completed work, and also to Arachne," cried Daphne in an affectionate desire to soothe him, "a pleasant surprise will perhaps soon await you. For Myrtilus judges your Demeter much more favorably than you yourself do, and he also betrayed to me whom it resembles." She blushed slightly as she spoke, and, as her companion's gloomy face brightened for a short time, went on eagerly: "And now for the Arachne. You will and must succeed in what you so ardently strive to accomplish, a subject so exactly adapted to your magnificent virile genius, and so strangely suited to the course which your art has once entered upon. And you cannot fail to secure the right model. You had not found it in Althea, no, certainly not. Oh, Hermon, if I could only make you see clearly how ill suited she is, in whom everything is false, is to you, your art, your only too powerful strength, your aspiration after truth." "You hate her," he broke in here in a repellent tone, but Daphne dropped her quiet composure, and her gray eyes, usually so gentle, flashed fiercely as she exclaimed: "Yes, and again yes! From my inmost soul I do, and I rejoice in it. I have long disliked her, but since yesterday I abhor her like the spider which she can simulate, like snakes and toads, falsehood and vice." Hermon had never seen his uncle's peaceful daughter in this mood. The emotions that rendered this kindly soul so unlike itself could only be the one powerful couple, love and jealousy, and while gazing intently at her face, which in this moment seemed to him as beautiful as Dallas Athena armed for battle, he listened breathlessly as she continued: "Already the murderous spider had half entangled you in her net. She drew you out into the tempest. Our steward Gras saw it, in order, while Zeus was raging, to deliver you to the wrath of the other gods also, and the contempt of all good men. For whoever yields himself to her, she destroys, sucks the marrow from his bones like the greedy harpies, and all that is noble from his soul." "Why, Daphne," interrupted Chrysilla, raising herself from her cushions in alarm, "I must remind you of the moderation which distinguishes the Greeks from the barbarians, and especially the Hellenic woman." Here Daphne indignantly broke in: "Whoever practices moderation in the conflict against vice has already gone halfway over to evil. She utterly ruined how long ago is it? The unfortunate Meander, my poor Ismene's young husband. You know them both, Hermon. Here, of course, you scarcely heard how she lured him from his wife and the lovely girl who bears my name. She tempted the poor fellow to her ship, only to cast him off at the end of the month for another. Now he is at home again, but he thinks Ismene is the statue from the temple of Isis, which has gained life and speech, for he has lost his mind, and when I saw him I felt as if I should die of horror and pity. Now she is coming home with Proclus, and as the way led through Pelusium, she attached herself to our friends and forces herself in here with them. What does she care about her elderly traveling companion? But you, yes, you, Hermon, are the next person whom she means to capture. Just now, when my eyes closed, but no, it is not only in my dreams. The hideous gray threads which proceed from this greedy spider are continually floating before me and dim the light." Here she paused, for the maid Stephanion announced the coming of visitors, and at the same time loud voices were heard outside, and the merry party who had been attending the breakfast given by the commandant of Pelusium entered the tent. Althea was among the guests, but she took little notice of Hermon. Proclus, her associate in Queen Arsinoe's favor, was again asserting his rights as her traveling companion, and she showed him plainly that the attention which he paid her was acceptable. Meanwhile her eager bright blue eyes were roving everywhere, and nothing that was passing around her escaped her notice. As she greeted Daphne, she perceived that her cheeks had flushed during her conversation with Hermon. How reserved and embarrassed the sculptor's manner was now to his uncle's daughter, whom only yesterday he had treated with as much freedom as though she were his sister. What a bungler in dissimulation! How short-sighted was this big, strong man and remarkable artist! He had carried her, Althea, in his arms like a child for a whole quarter of an hour at the festival of Dionysus, and, in spite of the sculptor's keen eye, he did not recognize her again. What would not dyes and a change of manner accomplish? Or had the memory of those mad hours revived and caused his embarrassment? If he should know that her companion, the Milesian Nanno, with whom he had feasted with her on oyster pasties at Canopus after she had given the slip to her handsome young companion, was Queen Arsinoe! Perhaps she would inform him of it some day if he recognized her. Yet that could scarcely have happened. He had only been told what she betrayed to him yesterday, and was now neglecting her for Daphne's sake. That was undoubtedly the way the matter stood. How the girl's cheeks were glowing when she entered! The obstacle that stood between her and Hermon was the daughter of Archias, and she, fool that she was, had attracted Hermon's attention to her. No matter. He would want her for the Arachne, and she needed only to stretch out her hand to draw him to her again, if she found no better amusement in Alexandria. Now she would awaken his fears that the best models would recall her favor. Besides, it would not do to resume the pleasant game with him under the eyes of Philippus and his wife, who was a follower of the manners of old times. The right course now was to keep him until later. Standing at Proclus's side, she took part gaily in the general conversations. But when Myrtilus and Philemon had joined the others, and Daphne had consented to go with Philippus and Thyone that evening, in order, after offering sacrifice together to Selene, to sail for Pelusium, Althea requested the grammateus to take her into the open air. Before leaving the tent, however, she dropped her ostrich feather fan as she passed Hermon, and, when he picked it up, whispered with a significant glance at Daphne: "I see that what was learned of her heart is turned to account promptly enough." Then, laughing gaily, she continued loudly enough to be heard by her companion also: "Yesterday our young artist maintained that the muse shunned abundance, but the works of his wealthy friend Myrtilus contradict him, and he changed his view with the speed of lightning." "Would that this swift alteration had concerned the direction of his art," replied Proclus in a tone audible to her alone. Both left the tent as he spoke, and Hermon uttered a sigh of relief as he looked after them. She attributed the basest motives to him, and Daphne's opinion of her was scarcely too severe. He no longer needed to fear her power of attraction, though now that he had seen her again, he better understood the spell which she had exerted over him. Every movement of her lithe figure had an exquisite grace, whose charm was soothing to the artist's eye. Only there was something piercing in her gaze when it did not woo love, and, while making the base charge, her extremely thin lips had showed her sharp teeth in a manner that reminded him of the way the she-wolf among the king's wild beasts in the Paneum gardens raised her lips when anyone went near her cage. Daphne was right. Ledscha would have been infinitely better as a model for the Arachne. Everything in this proud creature was genuine and original, which was certainly not the case with Althea. Besides, stern austerity was as much part of the Biamite as her hair and her hands, yet what ardent passion had he seen glow in her eyes! The model so long sought in vain he had found in Ledscha, who in so many respects resembled Arachne. Fool that he was to have yielded to a swift and false ebullition of feeling. Since Myrtilus was again near him, Hermon had devoted himself with fresh eagerness to his artistic task, while a voice within cried more and more loudly that the success of his new work depended entirely upon Ledscha. He must try to regain her as a model for the Arachne. But while pondering over the how, he felt a rare sense of pleasure when Daphne spoke to him or her glance met his. At first he had devoted himself eagerly to his father's old friends, and especially to Thyone, and had not found it quite easy to remain firm when, in her frank, kindly, cordial manner, she tried to persuade him to accompany her and the others to Pelusium. Yet he had succeeded in refusing the worthy couple's invitation. But when he saw Philotas, whose resemblance to the king, his cousin, had just been mentioned by one of the officers, become more and more eager in his attentions to Daphne, and heard him also invited by Philippus to share the nocturnal voyage, he felt disturbed, and could not conceal from himself that the uneasiness which constantly obtained a greater mastery over him arose from the fear of losing his friend to the young aristocrat. This was jealousy, and where it flamed so hotly, love could scarcely be absent. Yet, had the shaft of arrows really struck him, How was it possible that the longing to win Ledscha back stirred so strongly within him that he finally reached a resolution concerning her? As soon as the guests left Tennis, he would approach the Biamite again. He had already whispered this intention to Myrtilus, when he heard Daphne's companion say to Thyone, "Philotas will accompany us, and on this voyage they will plight their troth if Aphrodite's powerful son accepts my sacrifice." He invariably looked at the pair who were intended for each other, and saw Daphne lower her eyes, blushing, at a whisper from the young Macedonian. His blood also crimsoned his cheeks, and when, soon after, he asked his friend whether she cared for his companionship, and Daphne assented in the most eager way, he said that he would share the voyage to Pelusium. Daphne's eyes had never yet beamed upon him so gladly and graciously. Althea was right. She must love him, and it seemed as if this conviction awoke a new star of happiness in his troubled soul. If Philotas imagined that he could pluck the daughter of Archias like a ripe fruit from a tree, he would find himself mistaken. Hermon did not yet exactly understand himself, only he felt certain that it would be impossible to surrender Daphne to another, and that for her sake he would give up 20 Ledschas, though he cherished infinitely great expectations from the Biamite for his art, which hitherto had been more to him than all else. Everything that he still had to do in Tennis he would entrust to his conscientious Bias, to Myrtilus and his slaves. If he returned to the city of weavers, he would earnestly endeavour to palliate the offence which he had inflicted on Ledscha, and, if possible, obtain her forgiveness. Only one thing detained him: anxiety about his friend, who positively refused to share the night voyage. He had promised his uncle Archias to care for him like a brother, and his own kind heart bade him stay with Myrtilus, and not leave him to the nursing of his very skilful but utterly unreliable body servant, after the last night had proved to what severe attacks of his disease he was still liable. Myrtilus, however, earnestly entreated him not to deprive himself on his account of a pleasure which he would gladly have shared. There was plenty of time to pack the statues. As for himself, nothing would do him more good just now than complete rest in his beloved solitude, which, as Hermon knew, was more welcome to him than the gayest society. Nothing was to be feared for him now. The thunderstorm had purified the air, and another one was not to be expected soon in this dry region. He had always been well here in sunny weather. Storms, which were especially harmful to him, never came at this season of the year. Myrtilus secretly thought that Hermon's departure would be desirable, because the slave Bias had confided to him what dangers threatened his friend from the incensed Biamite husbands. Finally, Myrtilus turned to the others, and begged them not to let Hermon leave Pelusium quickly. When, at parting, he was alone with him, he embraced him and said more tenderly than usual, "You know how easy it will be for me to depart from life, but it would be easier still if I could leave you behind without anxiety, and that would happen if the hymeneal hymns at your marriage to Daphne preceded the dirges that will soon resound above my coffin. Yesterday I first became sure that she loves you, and, much good as you have in your nature, you owe the best to her." Hermon clasped him in his arms with passionate affection, and after confessing that he, too, felt drawn with the utmost power toward Daphne, and urging him to anticipate complete recovery instead of an early death, he held out his hand to his friend. But Myrtilus clasped it a long time in his own, saying earnestly, "Only this one frank warning. An Arachne like the model which Althea presented yesterday evening would deal the past of your art a blow in the face. No one at Rhodes, and this is just what I prize in you, hate imitation more. Yet what would using the Arachne on the pedestal for a model be, except showing the world not how Hermon, but how Althea imagines the hapless transformed mortal? Even if Ledscha withdraws from you, hold fast to her image. It will live on in your soul. Recall it there, free it from whatever is superfluous, supply whatever it lacks, animate it with the idea of the tireless artist, the mocking, defiant mortal woman, who ended her life as the weaver of weavers in the insect world, as you have so often vividly described her to me. Then, my dear fellow, you will remain loyal to yourself, and therefore also to the higher truth, towards which every one of us who labors earnestly strives, and, myself included, there is no one who yields hammer and chisel in Greece who could contest the prize with you. End of Book 1, Chapter 14. Book 1, Chapter 15 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Book 1, Chapter 15. When the sun was approaching the western horizon, the travelers started. Light mist veiled the radiant right eye of the goddess of heaven. The blood of the contending spirits of light and darkness, which usually dyed the west of Egypt crimson at the departure of the great sun god, today vanished from sight. The sultry air was damp and oppressive, and experienced old Philippus, who had commanded a fleet of considerable size under the first Ptolemies, agreed with the captain of the vessel, who pointed to several small dark clouds under the silvery stratus, and expressed the fear that Selene would hardly illumine the ship's course during the coming night. But before the departure, the travelers had offered sacrifices to the foam-born Cyprian Aphrodite and Dioscuri, the protectors of mariners, and the conversation took the gayest turn. In the harbor of the neighboring seaport, Tanis, they went aboard the commandant's state galley, one of the largest and finest in the royal fleet, where a banquet awaited them. Cushions were arranged on the high poop, and the sea was as smooth as the silver dishes in which viands were offered to the guests. True, not a breath stirred the still sultry air, but the three long double ranks of rowers in the hold of the ship provided for her swift progress, and if no contrary winds sprang up, she would run into the harbor of Pelusium before the last goblet was emptied. Soon after the departure, it seemed as if the captain of the little vessel had erred in his prediction, for the moon burst victoriously through the black clouds, only its shining orb was surrounded by a dull shimmering halo. Doubtless many a guest longed for a cool breeze, but when the mixed wine had moistened the parched tongues, the talk gained fresh animation. Everyone did his or her part, for the point in question was to induce Philippa and his wife to visit Alexandria again, and spend some time there as beloved guests with Daphne, in her father's house or in the palace of Philotas, who jestingly, yet with many reasons, contested the honor with the absent Archias. The old warrior had remained away from the capital for several years. He alone knew why. Now the act which had incensed him and the offense inflicted upon him were forgotten, and, having passed 74 years, he intended to ask the commander-in-chief once more for the retirement from the army which the monarch had several times refused, in order, as a free man, to seek again the city which in his present position he had so long avoided. Thyone, it is true, thought that her husband's youthful vigor rendered this step premature, but the visit to Alexandria harmonized with her own wishes. Proclus eagerly sided with her. To him, said the man of manifold knowledge, who as high priest of Apollo was fond of speaking in an instructive tone, experience showed that men like Philippus, who solely on account of the number of their years withdrew their services from the state, felt unhappy, and, like the unused plowshare, became prematurely rusty. What they lacked, and what Philippus would also miss, was not merely the occupation, which might easily be supplied by another, but still more the habit of command. One who had had thousands subject to his will was readily overcome by the feeling that he was going downhill, when only a few dozen of his own slaves and his wife obeyed him. This word aroused the mirth of old Philippus, who praised all the good qualities of Macedonian wives, except that of obedience, while Thyone protested that during her more than 40 years of married life, her husband had become so accustomed to her complete submission that he no longer noticed it. If Philippus should command her tomorrow to leave their comfortable palace in Pelusium to accompany him to Alexandria, where they possessed no home of their own, he would see how willingly she obeyed him. While speaking, her bright, clear eyes, which seemed to float in the deep folds sunk by age, sparkled so merrily in her wrinkled face that Philippus shook his finger gaily at her and showed plainly how much pleasure the jest of the old companion of his wanderings gave him. Yet he insisted upon his purpose of not entering Alexandria again until he had resigned his office, and to do this at present was impossible, since he was bound just now, as if with chains, to the important frontier fortress. Besides, there had probably been little change in the capital since the death of his beloved old companion in arms and master, the late king. This assertion evoked a storm of contradiction, and even the young officers, who usually imposed severe restraint upon themselves in the general's presence, raised their voices to prove that they too had looked around the flourishing capital with open eyes. Yet it was not 6 decades since Philippus, then a lad of 17, had been present at its foundation. His father, who commanded as hipparch a division of cavalry in the army of Alexander the Great, had sent for the sturdy youth just at that time to come to Egypt, that he might enter the army. The conqueror of the world had himself assigned him, as a young Macedonian of good family, to the corps of the Heteroi, and how the vigorous old man's eyes sparkled as, with youthful enthusiasm, he spoke of the divine vanquisher of the world, who had at that time condescended to address him, gazed at him keenly yet encouragingly with his all-discerning but kindly blue eyes, and extended his hand to him. That, he cried, made this rough right hand precious to me. Often when, in Asia, in scorching India, and later here also, wounded or exhausted, it was ready to refuse its service, a spirit voice within cried, "Don't forget that he touched it." And then, as if I had drunk the noble wine of Byblus, a fiery stream flowed from my heart into the paralyzed hand, and, as though animated with new life, I used it again and kept it worthy of his touch. To have seen a darling of the gods like him, young men, makes us greater. It teaches us how even we human beings are permitted to resemble the immortals. Now he is transported among the gods, and the Olympians received him, if anyone, gladly. Whoever shared the deeds of such a hero takes a small portion of his renown with him through life and into the grave, and whom he touched, as befell me, feels himself consecrated, and whatever is petty and base flows away from him like water from the anointed body of the wrestler. Therefore I consider myself fortunate above thousands of others, and if there is anything which still tempts me to go to Alexandria, it is the desire to touch his dead body once more. To do that before I die is my most ardent desire. Then gratify it, cried Thyone with urgent impatience, but Proclus turned to the matron, and after exchanging a hasty glance with Althea, said, "You probably know, my venerable friend, that Queen Arsinoe, who most deeply honors your illustrious husband, had already arranged to have him summoned to the capital as priest of Alexander. True, in this position he would have had the burden of disposing of all the revenues from the temple throughout Egypt, but on the other hand, he would always have his master's mortal remains near and be permitted to be their guardian. What influences baffled the queen's wish certainly have not remained hidden from you here." "You are mistaken," replied Philippus gravely. "Not the least whisper of this matter reached my ears, and it is fortunate." "Impossible!" Althea eagerly interrupted. "Nothing else was talked of for weeks in the royal palace. Queen Arsinoe, you might be jealous, Lady Thyone, has been fairly in love with your hero ever since her last stay in your house on her way home from Thrace, and she has not yet given up her desire to see him in the capital as priest of Alexander. It seems to her just and fair that the old companion of the greatest of the great should have the highest place, next to her husband's, in the city whose foundation he witnessed. Arsinoe speaks of you also with all the affection natural to her feeling heart." "This is as flattering as it is surprising," replied Thyone. "The attention we showed her in Pelusium was nothing more than we owed to the wife of the sovereign. But the court is not the principal attraction that draws me to the capital. It would make Philippus happy, you have just heard him say so, to remember his old master beside the tomb of Alexander. And, added Daphne, how amazed you will be when you see the present form of the Soma, in which rests the golden coffin with the body of the divine hero whom the fortunate Philippus aided to conquer the world. You are jesting, interrupted the old warrior. I aided him only as the drops in the stream help to turn the wheel of the mill. As to his body, true, I marched at the head of the procession which bore it to Memphis and thence to Alexandria. In the Soma I was permitted to think of him with devout reverence, and meantime I felt as if I had again seen him with these eyes, exactly as he looked in the Egyptian fishing village of Rakotis, which he transformed into your magnificent Alexandria. What a youth he was! Even what would have been a defect in others became a beauty in him. The powerful neck, which supported his divine head, was a little crooked, but what grace it lent him when he turned kindly to anyone! One scarcely noticed it, and yet it was like the bend of a petitioner, and gave the wish which he expressed resistless power. When he stood erect, the sharpest eye could not detect it. Would that he could appear before me thus once more! Besides, the buildings which surrounded the golden coffin were nearly completed at the time of our departure. But the statues, reliefs, and mosaic work were lacking, said Hermon. They were executed by Lysippus, Euphranor, and others of our greatest artists. The paintings by Apelles himself, Antiphilus, and Nicias. Only those who had won renown were permitted to take part in this work, and the Ares rushing to battle, created by our Myrtilus, can be seen among the others. The tomb of Alexander was not entirely complete until 3 years ago. At the same time as the Paneum, adds Philotas, completing the sentence, and Althea, waving her beaker toward the old hero, remarked, "When you have your quarters in the royal palace with your crowned admirer Arsinoe, which I hope will be soon, I will be your guide." "That office is already bestowed on me by the Lady Thyone," Daphne quietly replied. "And you think that, in this case, obedience is the husband's duty?" cried the other, with a sneering laugh. "It would only be the confirmation of a wise choice," replied Philippus, who disliked the Thracian's fawning manner. Thyone, too, did not favor her, and had glanced indignantly at her when Althea made her rude remark. Now she turned to Daphne, and her plain face regained its pleasant expression as she exclaimed, "We really promised your father to let him show us the way, child, but unfortunately we are not yet in Alexandria and the Paneum." "But you would set out tomorrow," Hermon protested, "if we could succeed in fittingly describing what now awaits you there. There is only one Alexandria, and no city in the world can offer a more beautiful scene than is visible from the mountain in the Paneum gardens." "Certainly not," protested the young hipparch, who had studied in Athens. "I stood on the Acropolis. I was permitted to visit Rhodes and Miletus." "And you saw nothing more beautiful there," cried Proclus. "The aristocratic Roman envoys, who left us a short time ago, admitted the same thing. They are just men, for the view from the capital of their growing city is also to be seen. When the king's command led me to the Tiber, many things surprised me, but as a whole, how shall I compare the two cities? The older Rome, with her admirable military power, a barbarian who is just beginning to cultivate more refined manners. Alexandria, a rich aristocratic Hellene who, like you, my young friend, completed her education in Ilissus, and unites to the elegant taste and intellect of the Athenian the mysterious thoughtfulness of the Egyptian, the tireless industry of the Jew, and the many-sided wisdom and brilliant magnificence of the other Oriental countries." "But who disdains to dazzle the eyes with Asiatic splendor?" interrupted Philotas. "And yet what do we not hear about the unprecedented luxury in the royal palace?" growled the gray-haired warrior. "Parsimony, the gods be praised! No one need expect from our royal pair," Althea broke in. "But King Ptolemy uses his paternal wealth for very different purposes than glittering gems and golden chambers. If you disdain my guidance, honored hero, at least accept that of some genuine Alexandrian. Then you will understand Proclus's apt simile. You ought to begin with the royal palaces in the Brucheium." "No, No, with the harbour of Eunostus, interrupted the grammateus. With the Soma, cried the young hipparch, while Daphne wished to have the tour begin in the Paneum gardens. They were already laid out when we left Alexandria, said Thyone. And they had grown marvelously, as if creative nature had doubled her powers in their behalf, Hermon added eagerly. But man has also wrought amazing miracles here. Industrious hands reared an actual mountain. A winding path leads to the top, and when you stand upon the summit and look northward, you at first feel like the sailor who steps on shore and hears the people speak a language which is new to him. It seems like a jumble of meaningless sounds until he learns, not only to understand the words, but also to distinguish the sentences. Temples and palaces, statues and columns, appear everywhere in motley confusion. Each one, if you separate it from the whole and give it careful examination, is worthy of inspection, nay, of admiration. Here are light, graceful creations of Hellenic, yonder heavy, somber ones of Egyptian art, and in the background the exquisite azure of the eternal sea, which the marvelous structure of the heptastadium unites to the land, while on the island of Pharos the lighthouse of Sostratus towers aloft almost to the sky, and with a flood of light points out the way to mariners who approach the great harbor at night. Countless vessels are also at anchor in the Eunostus. The riches of the whole earth flow into both havens, and the life and movement there and in the inland harbor on Lake Mareotis, while the Nile boats land. From early until late, what a busy throng, what an abundance of wares, and how many of the most valuable goods are made in our own city! For whatever useful, fine, and costly articles industrial art produces are manufactured here. The roof has not yet been put on many a factory in which busy workers are already making beautiful things. Here the weaver's shuttle flies, yonder gold is spun around slender threads of sheep guts. Elsewhere, costly materials are embroidered by women's nimble fingers with the prepared gold thread. There glass is blown, or weapons and iron utensils are forged. Finely polished knives split the pith of the papyrus, and long rows of workmen and workwomen gum the strips together. No hand, no head is permitted to rest. In the museum, the brains of the great thinkers and investigators are toiling. Here, too, reality asserts its rights. The time for chimeras and wretched polemics is over. Now it is observing, fathoming, turning to account, nothing more. Gently, my young friend, Proclus interrupted the artist. I know that you too sat at the feet of some of the philosophers in the museum, and still uphold the teachings of Straton, which your fellow pupil, King Ptolemy, outgrew long ago. Yet he, also, recognized in philosophy, first of all, the bond which unites the widely sundered acquisitions of the intellect, the vital breath which pervades them, the touchstone which proves each true or false. If the praise of Alexandria is to be sung, we must not forget the library to which the most precious treasures of knowledge of East and West are flowing, and which feeds those who thirst for knowledge with the intellectual gains of former ages and other nations. Honor, too, to our king, and that I may be just, to his illustrious wife. For wherever in the Grecian world a friend of the Muses appears, whether he is investigator, poet, architect, sculptor, artist, actor, or singer, he is drawn to Alexandria. And, that he might not be idle, work is provided, palaces spring from the earth quickly enough. Yet not like mushrooms, Hermon interrupted, but as the noblest, most carefully executed creations of art structure and painting provided for their decoration both without and within. And, Proclus went on, abodes are erected for the gods as well as for men, both Egyptian and Hellenic divinities, each in their own style, and so beautiful that it must be a pleasure for them to dwell under the new roof. Go to the gardens of the Paneum, friends, cried young Philotas, and Hermon, nodding to Thyone, added gaily, then you must climb the mountain and keep your eyes open while you are ascending the winding path. You will find enough to do to look at all the new sights. You will stand there with dry feet, but your soul will bathe in eternal, imperishable, divine beauty. The foe of beauty, exclaimed Proclus, pointing to the sculptor with a scornful glance, But Daphne, full of joyous emotion, whispered to Hermon as he approached, "Eternal, divine beauty, to hear it thus praised by you makes me happy." "Yes," cried the artist, "what else should I call what has often filled me with the deepest rapture? The Greek language has no more fitting expression for the grand and lofty things that hovered before me, and which I called by that chameleon of a word. Yet I have a different meaning for what appears before you at its sound. Were I to call it truth, you would scarcely understand me, but when I conjure before my soul the image of Alexandria, with all that springs from it, all that is moving, creating, and thriving with such marvelous freedom, naturalness, and variety within, it is not alone the beauty that pleases the eye that delights me. I value more the sound natural growth, the genuine, abundant life. To truth, Daphne, as I mean it." He raised his goblet as he spoke and drank to her. She willingly pledged him, but after removing her lips from the cup she eagerly exclaimed, "Show it to us, with the mind which animates it, in perfect form, and I should not know wherein it was to be distinguished from the beauty which hitherto has been our highest goal." Here the helmsman loud shout, "The light of Pelusium!" interrupted the conversation. The bright glare from the lighthouse of this city was really piercing the misty night, which for some time had again concealed the moon. There was no further connected conversation, for the sea was now rising and falling in broad, leaden, almost imperceptible waves. The comfort of most of Philippus's guests was destroyed, and the ladies uttered a sigh of relief when they had descended from the lofty galley and the boats that conveyed them ashore, and their feet once more pressed the solid land. The party of travelers went to the commandant's magnificent palace to rest, and Hermon also retired to his room, but sleep fled from his couch. No one on earth was nearer to his heart and mind than Daphne, and it often seemed as if her kind, loyal, yet firm look was resting upon him. But the memory of Ledscha also constantly forced itself upon his mind and stirred his blood. When he thought of the menacing fire of her dark eyes, she seemed to him as terrible as one of the unlovely creatures born of night, the Erinyes, Apate, and Eris. Then he could not help recalling their meeting in the grove of Astarte, her self-forgetting, passionate tenderness, and the wonderfully delicate beauty of her foreign type. True, she had never laughed in his presence, but what a peculiar charm there was in her smile! Had he really lost her entirely and forever? Would it not yet be possible to obtain her forgiveness and persuade her to pose as the model of his Arachne? During the voyage to Pelusium he had caught Althea's eye again and again, and rejected as an insult her demand to give her his whole love. The success of the Arachne depended on Ledscha, and on her alone. He had nothing good to expect from the Demeter, and during the nocturnal meditation, which shows everything in the darkest colors, his best plan seemed to be to destroy the unsuccessful statue and not exhibit it for the verdict of the judges. But if he went to work again in Tennis, to model the Arachne, did not love for Daphne forbid him to sue afresh for Ledscha's favor? What a terrible conflict of feelings! But perhaps all this might gain a more satisfactory aspect by daylight. Now he felt as though he had entangled himself in a snare. Besides, other thoughts drove sleep from his couch. The window spaces were closed by wooden shutters, and whenever they moved with a low creaking or loud banging, Hermon started and forgot everything else in anxiety about his invalid friend, whose suffering every strong wind brought on again, and often seriously increased. 3 times he sprang up from the soft wool, covered with linen sheets, and looked out to convince himself that no storm had risen. But, though masses of black clouds concealed the moon and stars, the sea beat heavily against the solid walls of the harbour. As yet only a sultry breeze of no great strength blew on his head as he thrust it into the night air. This weather could scarcely be dangerous to Myrtilus, yet when the morning relieved him from the torturing anxiety which he had found under his host's roof, instead of rest and sleep, gray and black clouds were sweeping as swiftly over the port and the ramparts beside him as if they were already driven by a tempest, and warm raindrops besprinkled his face. He went, full of anxiety, to take his bath, and while committing the care of the adornment of his outer man to one of the household slaves, He determined that unless, as often happened in this country, the sun gained the victory over the clouds, he would return to Tennis and join Myrtilus. In the hall of the men he met the rest of the old hero's guests. They received him pleasantly enough. Althea alone barely noticed his greeting. She seemed to suspect in what way he thought of her. Thyone and Daphne extended their hands to him all the more cordially. Philippus did not appear until after breakfast. He had been detained by important dispatches from Alexandria, and by questions and communications from Proclus. The latter desired to ascertain whether the influential warrior who commanded the most important fortress in the country could be persuaded to join a conspiracy formed by Arsinoe against her royal husband. But he seemed to have left Philippus with very faint hopes. Subordinate officers and messengers also frequently claimed the commandant's attention. When the marketplace was filling, however, the sturdy old soldier kindly fulfilled his duties as host by offering to show his guests the sights of the fortified seaport. Hermon also accompanied him at Daphne's side, but he made it easy for Philotas to engross her attention. For, though the immense thickness of the walls and the arrangement of the wooden towers which, crowned with battlements, rose at long intervals, seemed to him also well worth seeing, he gave them only partial attention. While Philippus was showing the guests how safely the archers and slingers could be concealed behind the walls and battlements and discharge their missiles, and explaining the purpose of the great catapults on the outermost dike washed by the sea, the artist was listening to the ever-increasing roar of the waves which poured into the harbor from the open sea, to their loud dashing against the strong mole, to the shrill scream of the seagulls, the flapping of the sails, which were being taken in everywhere, in short, to all the sounds occasioned by the rising violence of the wind. There were not a few warships in the port, and among them perfect giants of amazing size and unusual construction, but Hermon had already seen many similar ones. When, shortly after noon, the sun for a few brief moments pierced with scorching rays the dark curtain that shrouded it from sight, and then suddenly dense masses of clouds, driven from the sea by the tempest, covered the day star, his eyes and ears were engrossed entirely by the uproar of the elements. The air darkened as if night was falling at this noontide hour, and with savage fury the foaming mountain waves rushed like mad wild beasts in fierce assault upon the mole, the walls, and the dikes of the fortified port. "Home!" cried Thyone, and again entered the litter which she had left to inspect the new catapults. Althea, trembling, drew her peplos together as the storm swept her light figure before it, and, shrieking, struggled against the black slaves who tried to lift her upon the war elephant which had borne her here. Philotas gave his arm to Daphne. Hermon had ceased to notice her. He had just gone to his gray-haired host with the entreaty that he would give him a ship for the voyage to Tennis, where Myrtilus would need his assistance. "It is impossible in such weather," was the reply. "Then I will ride," cried Hermon resolutely, and Philippus scanned the son of his old friend and companion in arms with an expression of quiet satisfaction in his eyes, still sparkling brightly, and answered quickly, "You shall have 2 horses, my boy, and a guide who knows the road besides." Then, turning swiftly to one of the officers who accompanied him, he ordered him to provide what was necessary. When, soon after, in the impluvium, the tempest tore the velarium that covered the open space from its rings, and the ladies endeavored to detain Hermon, Philippus silenced them with the remark, "A disagreeable ride is before him, but what urges him on is pleasing to the gods. I have just ventured to send out a carrier dove," he added, turning to the artist, "to inform Myrtilus that he may expect you before sunset. The storm comes from the east, otherwise it would hardly reach the goal. Put even if it should be lost, what does it matter?" Thyone nodded to her old husband with a look of pleasure, and her eyes shone through tears at Hermon as she clasped his hand and, remembering her friend, his mother, exclaimed, "Go, then, you true son of your father, and tell your friend that we will offer sacrifices for his welfare." "A lean chicken to Aesculapius," whispered the grammateus to Althea. "She holds on to the oboli." "Which at any rate would be hard enough to dispose of in this wretched place, unless one were a dealer in weapons or a thirsty sailor," sighed the Thracian. As soon as the sky and sea are blue again, chains could not keep me here, and the cooing around this insipid rich beauty into the bargain." This remark referred to Philotas, who was just offering Daphne a magnificent bunch of roses, which a mounted messenger had brought to him from Alexandria. The girl received it with a grateful glance, but she instantly separated one of the most beautiful blossoms from its companions and handed it to Hermon, saying, "For our suffering friend, with my affectionate remembrances." The artist pressed her dear hand with a tender look of love, intended to express how difficult it was for him to leave her, and when, just at that moment, a slave announced that the horses were waiting, Thyone whispered, "Have no anxiety, my son. Your ride away from her through the tempest will bring you a better reward than his slave's swift horse will bear the giver of the roses." End of Book 1, Chapter 15. Book 1, Chapter 16 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Book 1, Chapter 16. Hermon, with the rose for his friend fastened in the breastfolds of his chiton, mounted his horse gratefully, and his companion, a sinewy bronze Midianite, who was also to attend to the opening of the fortress gate, did the same. Before reaching the open country, the sculptor had to ride through the whole city, with which he was entirely unfamiliar. Fiercely as the storm was sweeping down the streets and squares, and often as the horseman was forced to hold on to his traveling hat and draw his chlamys closer around him, he felt the anxieties which had made his night sleepless and saddened his day suddenly leave him as if by a miracle. Was it the consciousness of having acted rightly? Was it the friendly farewell which Daphne had given him and the hope Thyone had aroused, or the expectation of seeing Ledscha once more and at least regaining her goodwill that had restored his lost lightheartedness? He did not know himself, nor did he desire to know. While formerly he had merely glanced carelessly about him in Pelusium, and only half listened to the explanations given by the veteran's deep voice, now whatever he saw appeared in clear outlines and awakened his interest, in spite of the annoyances caused by the storm. Had he not known that he was in Pelusium, it would have been difficult for him to determine whether the city he was crossing was an Egyptian, a Hellenic, or a Syrian one. For here rose an ancient temple in the time of the pharaohs, with obelisks and colossal statues before the lofty pylons. Yonder the sanctuary of Poseidon, surrounded by stately rows of Doric columns, and further on, the smaller temple dedicated to the Dioscuri, and the circular Grecian building that belonged to Aphrodite. In another spot, still close to the harbor, he saw the large buildings consecrated to the worship of the Syrian Baal and Astarte. Here he was obliged to wait a while, for the tempest had excited the war elephants, which were returning from their exercising ground, and their black keepers only succeeding with the utmost difficulty in restraining them. Shrieking with fear, the few persons who were in the streets besides the soldiers, that were everywhere present, scattered before the huge, terrified animals. The costume and appearance of the citizens, too, gave no clue to the country to which the place belonged. There were as many Egyptians among them as Greeks, Syrians, and Negroes. Asiatics appeared in the majority only in the marketplace, where the dealers were just leaving their stands to secure their goods from the storm. In front of the big building, where the famous Pelusian Xythus beer was brewed, the drink was being carried away in jugs and wineskins, in ox carts and on donkeys. Here, too, were men loading camels, which were rarely seen in Egypt, and had been introduced there only a short time before. How forcibly all these things riveted Hermon's attention, now that no one was at hand to explain them, and no delay was permitted! He scarcely had time for recollection and expectation. Finally the last gate was unlocked, and the ramparts and moats lay behind him. Thus far the wind had kept back the rain, and only scattered drops lashed the riders' faces. But as soon as they entered the open country, it seemed as if the pent-up floods burst the barriers which retained them above, and a torrent of water such as only those dry regions know rushed, not in straight or slanting lines, but in thick streams, whirled by the hurricane, upon the marshy land which stretched from Pelusium to Tennis, and on the horsemen. The road led along a dike raised above the fields which, at this season of the year, were under water, and Hermon's companion knew it well. For a time both riders allowed themselves to be drenched in silence. The water ran down upon them from their broad-brimmed hats, and their dripping horses trotted with drooping heads and streaming flanks one behind the other until, at the very brick kiln where Ledscha had recalled her widowed sister's unruly slaves to obedience, the guide stopped with an oath, and pointed to the water that had risen to the top of the dam, and in some places concealed the road from their eyes. Now it was no longer possible to trot, for the guide was obliged to seek the traces of the dike with great caution. Meanwhile the force of the pouring rain by no means lessened, nay, it even seemed to increase, and the horses were already wading in water up to their fetlocks. But if the votive stones, the little altars and statues of the gods, the bushes and single trees along the sides of the dike road were overflowed while the travelers were in the region of the marsh, they would be obliged to interrupt their journey, for the danger of sinking into the morass with their horses would then threaten them. Even at the brick kiln, travelers, soldiers, and trains of merchandise had stopped to wait for the end of the cloud burst. In front of the farmhouse, too, which Hermon and his companion next reached, they saw dozens of people seeking shelter, and the Midianite urged his master to join them for a short time at least. The wisest course here was probably to yield, and Hermon was already turning his horse's head toward the house when a Greek messenger dashed past the beckoning refuge and also by him. "Do you dare ride farther?" the artist shouted in a tone of warning inquiry to the man on the dripping bay, and the latter, without pausing, answered, "Duty! On business for the king." Then Hermon turned his steed back toward the road, beat the water from his soaked beard with the edge of his hand, and with a curt "Forward!" announced his decision to his companion. Duty summoned him also, and what another risked for the king he would not fail to do for a friend. The Midianite, shaking his head, rode angrily after him. But, though the violence of the rain was lessening, the wind began to blow with redoubled force, beating and lashing the boundless expanse of the quickly formed lake with such savage fury that it rolled in surges like the sea, and sweeping over it dense clouds of foam like the sand waves tossed by the desert tempests. Sometimes moaning, sometimes whistling, the gusts of the hurricane drove the water and the travelers before it, while the rain poured from the sky to the earth, and wherever it struck splashed upward, making little whirlpools and swiftly breaking bubbles. What might not Myrtilus suffer in this storm? This thought strengthened Hermon's courage to twice ride past other farmhouses which offered shelter. At the third, the horse refused to wade farther in such a tempest, so there was nothing to be done except spring off and lead it to the higher ground which the water had not yet reached. The interior of the peasant hut was filled with people who had sought shelter there, and the stifling atmosphere which the artist felt at the door induced him to remain outside. He had stood there dripping barely 15 minutes when loud shouts and yells were heard on the road from Pelusium, by which he had come, and upon the flooded dike appeared a body of men rushing forward with marvelous speed. The nearer they came, the fiercer and more bewildering sounded the loud, shrill melody of their frantic cries, mingled with hoarse laughter, and the spectacle presented to the eyes was no less rough and bold. The majority seemed to be powerful men. Their complexions were as light as the Macedonians. Their fair red and brown locks were thick, unkempt, and bristling. Most of the reckless, defiant, bold faces were smooth shaven, with only a mustache on the upper lip, and sometimes a short imperial. All carried weapons, and a fleece covered the shoulders of many, while chains, ornamented with the teeth of animals, hung on their white, muscular chests. Galatians! Hermon heard one man near him call to another. They came to the fortress as auxiliary troops. Philippus forbade them to plunder on pain of death, and showed them, the gods be thanked, that he was in earnest. Otherwise it would soon look here as though the plagues of locusts, flood, and fire had visited us at once. Red-haired men are not the only sons of Typhon. And Hermon thought that he had indeed never seen any human beings equally fierce, bold to the verge of reckless madness, as these Gallic warriors. The tempest which swept them forward, and the water through which they waded, only seemed to increase their enjoyment, for sheer delight rang in their exulting shouts and yells. Oh yes, to march amid this uproar of the elements was a pleasure to the healthy men. It afforded them the rarest, most enlivening delight. For a long time nothing had so strongly reminded them of the roaring of the wind and the rushing of the rain in their northern home. It seemed a delicious relief after the heat and dryness of the south, which they had endured with groans. When they perceived the eyes fixed upon them they swung their weapons, arched their breasts with conscious vanity, distorted their faces into terrible threatening grimaces, or raised bugle horns to their lips, drew from them shrill, ear-piercing notes, and gloated, with childish delight, in the terror of the gaping crowd, on whom the restraint of authority sternly forbade them to show their mettle. Lust for rapine and greed for booty glittered in many a fiery longing look, but their leaders kept them in check with the sword. So they rushed on without stopping, like a thunderstorm pregnant with destruction, which the wind drives over a terrified village. Hermon also had to take the road they followed, and, after giving the Gauls a long start, he set out again. But though he succeeded in passing the marshy region without injury, there had been delay after delay. Here the horses had left the flooded dike road and floundered up to their knees in the morass. There trees from the roadside, uprooted by the storm, barred the way. As night closed in the rain ceased and the wind began to subside, but dark clouds covered the sky, and the horsemen were still an hour's ride from the place where the road ended at the little harbor from which travelers entered the boat which conveyed them to Tennis. The way no longer led through the marsh, but through tilled lands, and crossed the ditches which irrigated the fields on wooden bridges. On their account, in the dense darkness which prevailed, caution was necessary, and this the guide certainly did not lack. He rode at a slow walk in front of the artist, and had just pointed out to him the light at the landing place of the boat which went to Tennis, when Hermon was suddenly startled by a loud cry, followed by clattering and splashing. With swift presence of mind he sprang from his horse and found his conjecture verified. The bridge was broken down, and horse and rider had fallen into the broad canal. The Galatians reached Hermon from the dark depths, and the exclamation relieved him concerning the fate of the Midianite. The latter soon struggled to the road uninjured. The bridge must have given way under the feet of the savage horde, unless the Gallic monsters, with brute malice, had intentionally shattered it. The first supposition, however, seemed to be the correct one, for as Hermon approached the canal he heard moans of pain. One of the Gauls had apparently met with an accident in the fall of the bridge, and been deserted by his comrades. With the skill acquired in the wrestling school, Hermon descended into the canal to look for the wounded man, while his guide undertook to get the horses ashore. Deep darkness considerably increased the difficulty of carrying out his purpose. But the young Greek went up to his neck in the water. He could not become wetter than he was already. So he remained in the ditch until he found the injured man, whose groans of suffering pierced his compassionate heart. He was obliged to release the luckless Gaul from the broken timbers of the bridge, and, when Hermon had dragged him out on the opposite bank of the canal, he made no answer to any question. A falling beam had probably struck him senseless. His hair, which Hermon's groping fingers informed him was thick and rough, seemed to denote a Gaul, but a full long beard was very rarely seen in this nation, and the wounded man wore one. Nor could anything be discovered from the ornaments or weapons of this fierce barbarian. But to whatever people he might belong, he certainly was not a Greek. The thoroughly un-Hellenic wrapping up of the legs proved that. No matter. Hermann at any rate was dealing with someone who was severely injured, and the self-sacrificing pity with which even suffering animals inspired him, and which in his boyhood had drawn upon him the jeers of the companions of his own age, did not abandon him now. Reluctantly obeying his command, the Midianite helped him bandage the sufferer's head, in which a wound could be felt, as well as it could be done in the darkness, and lift him on the artist's horse. During this time, fresh groans issued from the bearded lips of the injured warrior, and Hermann walked by his side, guarding the senseless man from the dangers of falling from the back of the horse as it slowly followed the Midianites. This tiresome walk, however, did not last long. The landing place was reached sooner than Hermann expected, and the ferry boat bore the travelers and the horses to Tennis. By the flickering light of the captain's lantern, it was ascertained that the wounded man, in spite of his long dark beard, was probably a Gaul. The stupor was to be attributed to the fall of a beam on his head, and the shock rather than to the wound. The great loss of blood sustained by the young and powerful soldier had probably caused the duration of the swoon. During the attempts at resuscitation a sailor boy offered his assistance. He carefully held the lantern, and, as its flickering light fell for brief moments upon the artist's face, the lad of 13 or 14 asked if he was Hermann of Alexandria. A curt, "If you will permit," answered the question, considered by the Hellenes as an unseemly one, especially from such a youth. But the sculptor paid no further attention to him, for while devoting himself honestly to the wounded man, his anxiety about his invalid friend increased, and Ledscha's image also rose again before him. At last the ferry boat touched the land, and when Hermann looked around for the lad, he had already leaped ashore, and was just vanishing in the darkness. It was probably within an hour of midnight. The gale was still blowing fiercely over the water, driving the black clouds across the dark sky, sometimes with long-drawn, wailing sounds, sometimes with sharp, whistling ones. The rain had wholly ceased, and seemed to have exhausted itself here in the afternoon. As Archias's white house was a considerable distance from the landing place of the ferry boat, Hermann had the wounded warrior carried to it by Biamite sailors, and again mounted his horse to ride to Myrtilus at as swift a trot as the soaked, wretched, but familiar road would permit. Considerable time had been spent in obtaining a litter for the Gaul, yet Hermann was surprised to meet the lad who had questioned him so boldly on the ferry boat coming, not from the landing place, but running toward it again from the city, and then saw him follow the shore, carrying a blazing torch, which he waved saucily. The wind blew aside the flame and smoke which came from the burning pitch, but it shone brightly through the gloom, and permitted the boy to be distinctly seen. Whence had the nimble fellow come so quickly? How had he succeeded, in this fierce gale, in kindling the torch so soon into a powerful flame? Was it not foolish to let a child amuse itself in the middle of the night with so dangerous a toy? Hermann hastily thought over these questions, but the supposition that the light of the torch might be intended for a signal did not occur to him. Besides, the boy and the light in his hand occupied his mind only a short time. He had better things to think of. With what longing Myrtilus must now be expecting his arrival! But the Gaul needed his aid no less urgently than his friend. Accurately as he knew what remedies relieved Myrtilus in severe attacks of illness, he could scarcely dispense with an assistant or a leech for the other, and the idea swiftly flashed upon him that the wounded man would afford him an opportunity of seeing Ledscha again. She had told him more than once about the healing art possessed by old Tabus on the Owl's Nest. Suppose he should now seek the angry girl to entreat her to speak to the aged miracle worker in behalf of the sorely wounded young foreigner? Here he interrupted himself. Something new claimed his attention. A dim light glimmered through the intense darkness from a bit of rising ground by the wayside. It came from the temple of Nemesis, a pretty little structure belonging to the time of Alexander the Great, which he had often examined with pleasure. Several steps led to the anteroom, supported by Ionic columns, which adjoined the naos. 2 lamps were burning at the side of the door leading into the little open cella, and at the back of the consecrated place the statue of the winged goddess was visible in the light of a small altar fire. In her right hand she held the bridle and scourge, and at her feet stood the wheel, whose turning indicates the influence exerted by her power upon the destiny of mortals. With stern severity that boded evil, she gazed down upon her left forearm, bent at the elbow, which corresponds with the L, the just measure. Hermon certainly now, if ever, lacked both time and inclination to examine again this modest work of an ordinary artist, yet he quickly stopped his weary horse. For in the little pronaos, directly in front of the cella door, stood a slender figure clad in a long floating dark robe, extending its hands through the cella door toward the statue in fervent prayer. She was pressing her brow against the left post of the door, but at her feet, on the right side, cowered another figure, which could scarcely be recognized as a human being. This too was a woman. Deeply absorbed in her own thoughts, she was also extending her arms toward the statue of Nemesis. Hermon knew them both. At first he fancied that his excited imagination was showing him a threatening illusion, but no. The erect figure was Ledscha, the crouching one Gula, the sailor's wife whose child he had rescued from the flames, and who had recently been cast out by her husband. "Ledscha!" escaped his lips in a muttered tone, and he involuntarily extended his hands towards her as she was doing toward the goddess. But she did not seem to hear him, and the other woman also retained the same attitude, as if hewn from stone. Then he called the supplicant's name in a loud tone, and the next instant still more loudly, and then she turned, and in the faint light of the little lamp showed the marvelously noble outlines of her profile. He called again, and this time Ledscha heard anguished yearning in his deep tones, but they seemed to have lost their influence over her, for her large dark eyes gazed at him so repellently and sternly that a cold tremor ran down his spine. Swinging himself from his horse, he ascended the steps of the temple, and in the most tender tones at his command exclaimed, "Ledscha! Severely as I have offended you, Ledscha! Oh, don't say no! Will you hear me?" "No," she answered firmly, and before he could speak, continued, "This place is ill chosen for another meeting. Your presence is hateful to me. Do not disturb me a moment longer." "As you command," he began hesitatingly, but she swiftly interrupted with the question, "Do you come from Pelusium, and are you going directly home?" "I did not heed the storm on account of Myrtilus's illness," he answered quietly, "and if you demand it, I will return home at once. But first let me make one more entreaty, which will be pleasing also to the gods." "Get your response from yonder deity," she impatiently interrupted, pointing with a grand, queenly gesture, which at any other time would have delighted his artist's eye, to the statue of Nemesis in the cella. Meanwhile Gula had also turned her face toward Hermon, and he now addressed her, saying with a faint tone of reproach, "And did hatred lead you also, Gula, to this sanctuary at midnight to implore the goddess to destroy me in her wrath?" The young mother rose and pointed to Ledscha, exclaiming, "She desires it." "And I?" he asked gently. "Have I really done so much evil?" She raised her hand to her brow as if bewildered. Her glance fell on the artist's troubled face, and lingered there for a short time. Then her eyes wandered to Ledscha, and from her to the goddess, and finally back again to the sculptor. Meanwhile Hermon saw how her young figure was trembling, and, before he had time to address a soothing word to her, she sobbed aloud, crying to Ledscha, "You are not a mother! My child! He rescued it from the flames! I will not, and I cannot! I will no longer pray for his misfortune!" She drew her veil over her pretty tear-stained face as she spoke, and darted lightly down the temple steps close beside him to seek shelter in her parents' house, which had been unwillingly opened to the cast-off wife, but now afforded her a home rich in affection. Immeasurably bitter scorn was depicted in Ledscha's features as she gazed after Gula. She did not appear to notice Hermon. When at last he appealed to her, and briefly urged her to ask the old enchantress on the owl's nest for a remedy for the wounded Gaul, she again leaned against the post of the cella door, extended both arms with passionate fervor toward the goddess, and remained standing there motionless, deaf to his petition. His blood seethed in his veins, and he was tempted to go nearer and force her to hear him. But before he had ascended the first of the flight of steps leading to the pronaos, he heard the footsteps of the men who were bearing the wounded warrior after him. They must not see him here with one of their own countrywomen at this hour, and manly pride forbade him to address her again as a supplicant. So he went back to the road, mounted his horse, and rode on without vouchsafing a word of farewell to the woman who was invoking destruction upon his head. As he did so his eyes again rested on the stern face of Nemesis, and the wheels whose turning determined the destiny of men at her feet. Assailed by horrible fears, and overpowered by presentiments of evil, he pursued his way through the darkness. Perhaps Myrtilus had succumbed to the terrible attack which must have visited him in such a storm, and life without his friend would be bereft of half its charm. Orphaned, poor, a struggler who had gained no complete victory, had been rich only in disappointments to him, in spite of his conviction that he was a genuine artist, and was fighting for a good cause. Now he knew that he had also lost the woman by whose assistance he was certain of a great success in his own much disputed course, and Ledscha, if anyone, was right in expecting a favorable hearing from the goddess who punished injustice. He did not think of Daphne again until he was approaching the place where her tents had stood, and the remembrance of her fell like a ray of light into his darkened soul. Yet on that spot had also been erected the wooden platform from which Althea had shown him the transformation into the spider, and the recollection of the foolish error into which the Thracian had drawn him disagreeably clouded the pleasant thought of Daphne. End of chapter 16. Book 1, Chapter 17 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Book 1, Chapter 17. Complete darkness enfolded the White House. Hermon saw only two windows lighted, the one in his friend's studio, which looked out into the open square, while his own faced the water. What did this mean? It must be nearly midnight, and he could no longer expect Myrtilus to be still at work. He had supposed that he should find him in his chamber, supported by his slaves, struggling for breath. What was the meaning of the light in the workrooms now? Where was his usually efficient Bios? He never went to rest when his master was to return home, yet the carrier dove must have announced his coming. But Hermon had also enjoined the care of Myrtilus upon the slave, and he was undoubtedly beside the sufferer's couch, supporting him in the same way that he had often seen his master. He was now riding across the open space, and he heard the men who carried the Gaul talking close behind him. Was the wounded barbarian the sole acquisition of this journey? The beat of his horse's hoofs and the voices of the Biamites echoed distinctly enough amid the stillness of the night, which was interrupted only by the roaring of the wind. And this disturbance of the deep silence around had entered the lighted windows before him, for a figure appeared at one of them, and could he believe his own eyes? Myrtilus looked down into the square, and a joyous welcome rang from his lips as loudly as in his days of health. The darkness of night suddenly seemed to Hermon to be illumined. A leap at the ground, 2 bounds up the steps leading to the house, an eager rush through the corridor that separated him from the room in which Myrtilus was, the bursting instead of opening the door, and, as if frantic with happy surprise, he impetuously embraced his friend, who, burin and file in hand, was approaching the threshold, and kissed his brow and cheeks in the pure joy of his heart. Then what questions, answers, and tidings! In spite of the torrents of rain and the gale, the invalid's health had been excellent. The solitude had done him good. He knew nothing about the carrier dove. The hurricane had probably blown it away, as the breeders of the swift messengers said. Question and reply now followed one another in rapid succession, and both were soon acquainted with everything worth knowing. Nay, Hermon had even delivered Daphne's rose to his friend, and informed him what had befallen the Gaul who was being brought into the house. Bias and the other slaves had quickly appeared, and Hermon soon rendered the wounded man the help he needed in an airy chamber in the second story of the house, which, owing to the heat that prevailed in summer so close under the roof, the slaves had never occupied. Bias assisted his master with equal readiness and skill, and at last the Gaul opened his eyes and, in the language of his country, asked a few brief questions which were incomprehensible to the others. Then, groaning, he again closed his eyes. Hitherto Hermon had not even allowed himself time to look around his friend's studio and examine what he had created during his absence. But, perceiving that his kind act had not been in vain, and consuming with a vigorous appetite the food and wine which Bias set before him, he obliged Myrtilus, for another day was coming, to go to rest, that the storm might not still prove hurtful to him. Yet he held his friend's hand in a firm clasp for a long time, and, when the latter at last prepared to go, he pressed it so closely that it actually hurt Myrtilus. But he understood his meaning, and, with a loving glance that sank deep into Hermon's heart, called a last good night. After 2 sleepless nights and the fatiguing ride which he had just taken, the sculptor felt weary enough, but when he laid his hands on the Gaul's brow and breast and felt their burning heat, he refused Bias's voluntary offer to watch the sufferer in his place. If to amuse or forget himself he had caroused far more nights in succession in Alexandria, why should he not keep awake when the object in question was to wrest a young life from the grasp of death? This man and his life were now his highest goal, and he had never yet repented his foolish eccentricity of imposing discomforts upon himself to help the suffering. Bias, on his part, was very willing to go to rest. He had plenty of cause for weariness. Myrtilus's unscrupulous body servant had stolen off with the other slaves the night before and did not return, with staggering gait, until the next morning. But in order to keep his promise to his master, he had scarcely closed his eyes, that he might be at hand if Myrtilus should need any assistance. So Bias fell asleep quickly enough in his little room in the lower story, while his master, by the exertion of all his strength of will, watched beside the couch of the Gaul. Yet, after the first quarter of an hour, his head, no matter how he struggled to prevent it, drooped again and again upon his breast. But just as slumber was completely overpowering him, his patient made him start up, for he had left his bed, and when Hermon, fully roused, looked for him, was standing in the middle of the room, gazing about him. The artist thought that fever had driven the wounded warrior from his couch, as it formerly did his fellow pupil Lycon, whom, in the delirium of typhus, he could keep in bed only by force. So he led the Gaul carefully back to the couch he had deserted, and, after moistening the bandage with healing balm from Myrtilus's medicine chest, ordered him to keep quiet. The barbarian yielded as obediently as a child, but at first remained in a sitting posture and asked, in scarcely intelligible broken Greek, how he came to this place. After Hermon had satisfied his curiosity, he also put a few questions, and learned that his charge not only wore a mustache like his fellow countrymen, but also a full beard, because the latter was the badge of the bridge builders, to which class he belonged. While examining the one crossing the canal, it had fallen in upon him. He closed his eyes as he spoke, and Hermon wondered if it was not time for him to lie down also. But the wounded man's brow was still burning, and the Gaelic words which he constantly muttered were probably about the phantoms of fever, which Hermon recognized from Lycon's illness. So he resolved to wait and continue to devote the night, which he had already intended to give him, to the sufferer. From the chair at the foot of the bed he looked directly into his face. The soft light of the lamp, which with 2 others hung from a tall heavy bronze stand in the shape of an anchor, which Bias had brought, shone brightly enough to allow him to perceive how powerful was the man whose life he had saved. His own face was scarcely lighter in hue than the barbarian's, and how sharp was the contrast between his long thick black beard and his white face and bare arched chest! Hermon had noticed this same contrast in his own person. Otherwise, the Gaul did not resemble him in a single feature, and he might even have refused to compare his soft, wavy beard with the harsh, almost bristly one of the barbarian. And what a defiant, almost evil expression his countenance wore when, perhaps because his wound ached, he closed his lips more firmly. The children who so willingly let him, Hermon, take them in his arms would certainly have been afraid of this savage-looking fellow. Yet in build, and at any rate in height and breadth of shoulders, there was some resemblance between him and the Gaul. As a bridge builder, the injured man belonged, in a certain sense, to the ranks of the artists, and this increased Hermon's interest in his patient, who was now probably out of the most serious danger. True, the Greek still cast many a searching glance at the barbarian, but his eyes closed more and more frequently, and at last the idea took possession of him that he himself was the wounded man on the couch, and someone else, who again was himself, was caring for him. He vainly strove to understand the impossibility of this division of his own being, but the more eagerly he did so, the greater became his bewilderment. Suddenly the scene changed. Ledscha had appeared. Bending over him, she lavished words of love, but when, in passionate excitement, he sprang from the couch to draw her toward him, she changed into the Nemesis to whose statue she had just prayed. He stood still as if petrified, and the goddess, too, did not stir. Only the wheel which had rested at her feet began to move, and rolled, with a thundering din, sometimes around him, sometimes around the people who, as if they had sprung from the ground, formed a jeering company of spectators, and clapped their hands and laughed, and shouted whenever it rolled toward him and he sprang back in fear. Meanwhile the wheel constantly grew larger, and seemed to become heavier, for the wooden beams over which it rolled splintered, crashing like thin lathes, and the spectators' shouts of applause sounded ruder and fiercer. Then mortal terror suddenly seized him, and while he shouted for help to Myrtilus, Daphne and her father Archias, his slave Bias, the old comrade of Alexander, Philippus, and his wife, he awoke, bathed in perspiration, and looked about him. But he must still be under the spell of the horrible dream, for the rattling and clattering around him continued, and the bed where the wounded Gaul had lain was empty. Hermon involuntarily dipped his hand into the water which stood ready to wet the bandages, and he sprinkled his own face with it. But if he had ever beheld life with waking eyes, he was doing so now. Yet the barbarian had vanished, and the noise in the house still continued. Was it possible that rats and mice? No, that was the shriek of a terrified human being, that a cry for help. This sound was the imperious command of a rough man's voice, no, he was not mistaken, that was his own name, and it came from the lips of Myrtilus, anxiously, urgently calling for assistance. Then he suddenly realized that the White House had been attacked, that his friend must be rescued from robbers or the fury of a mob of Biamites, and, like the bent wood of a projectile, when released from the noose which holds it to the ground, the virile energy that characterized him sprang upward with mighty power. The swift glance that swept the room was sent to discover a weapon, and before it completed the circuit, Hermon had already grasped the bronze anchor, with the long rod twined with leaves and the teeth turned downward. Only one of the three little vessels filled with oil that hung from it was burning. Before swinging the heavy standard aloft, he freed it from the lamps, which struck the floor with a clanging noise. The man to whom he dealt a blow with this ponderous impediment would forget to rise. Then, as if running for a prize in the gymnasium, he rushed through the darkness to the staircase, and with breathless haste groped his way down the narrow ladder-like steps. He felt himself an avenging, punishing power, like the Nemesis who had pursued him in his dreams. He must wrest the friend who was to him the most beloved of mortals from the rioters. To defeat them himself seemed a small matter. His shout, "I'm coming, Myrtilus! Snuphus, Bias, Dorcas, Cyrus, here, follow me!" was to summon the old Egyptian doorkeeper and the slaves, and inform his friend of the approach of the deliverer. The loudest roar echoed from his own studio. Its door stood wide open, and black smoke, mingled with the deep red and yellow flames of burning pitch, poured from it toward him. "Myrtilus!" he shouted at the top of his voice, as he leaped across the threshold into the tumult which filled the spacious apartment, at the same time clashing the heavy iron anchor down upon the head of the broad-shouldered, half-naked fellow who was raising a clumsy lance against him. The pirate fell as though struck by lightning, and again he shouted, "Myrtilus!" into the big room, so familiar to him, where the conflict was raging chaotically amid a savage clamor, and the smoke did not allow him to distinguish a single individual. For the second time he swung the terrible weapon, and it struck to the floor the monster with a blackened face, who had rushed toward him, but at the same time the anchor broke in two. Only a short metal rod remained in his hand, and, while he raised his arm, determined to crush the temples of the giant carrying a torch who sprang forward to meet him, it suddenly seemed as if a vulture with glowing plumage and burning beak was attacking his face, and the terrible bird of prey was striking its hard, sharp, red-hot talons more and more furiously into his lips, cheeks, and eyes. At first a glare as bright as sunshine had flashed before his gaze. Then, where he had just seen figures and things half veiled by the smoke, he beheld only a scarlet surface, which changed to violet, and finally a black spot, followed by a violet-blue one, while the vulture continued to rend his face with beak and talons. Then the name "Myrtilus" once more escaped his lips. This time, however, it did not sound like the encouraging shout of an avenging hero, but the cry for aid of one succumbing to defeat, and it was soon followed by a succession of frantic outbursts of suffering, terror, and despair. But now sharp whistles from the water shrilly pierced the air and penetrated into the darkened room, and, while the tumult around Hermon gradually died away, he strove, tortured by burning pain, to grope his way toward the door. But here his foot struck against a human body, there against something hard, whose form he could not distinguish, and finally a large object which felt cool, and could be nothing but his Demeter. But she seemed doomed to destruction, for the smoke was increasing every moment, and constantly made his open wounds smart more fiercely. Suddenly a cooler air fanned his burning face, and at the same time he heard hurrying steps approach and the mingled cries of human voices. Again he began to shout the names of his friends, the slaves and the porter, but no answer came from any of them, though hasty questions in the Greek language fell upon his ear. The strategist, with his officers, the nomarch of the district with his subordinates, and many citizens of Tennis had arrived. Hermon knew most of them by their voices, but their figures were not visible. The red, violet, and black cloud before him was all he could see. Yet although the pain continued to torture him, and a voice in his soul told him he was blinded, he did not allow the government officials who eagerly surrounded him to speak, only pointed hastily to his eyes, and then bade them enter Myrtilus's studio. The Egyptian cello, the Tennis goldsmith, who had assisted the artists in the preparation of the noble metal, and one of the police officers, who had been summoned to rid the old house of the rats and mice which infested it, both knew the way. They must first try to save Myrtilus's work, and, when that was accomplished, preserve his also from destruction by the flames. Leaning on the goldsmith's arm, Hermon went to his friend's studio, but before they reached it, smoke and flames poured out so densely that it was impossible even to gain the door. "Destroyed, a prey to the flames," he groaned, "and he. Then, like a madman, he asked if no one had seen Myrtilus and where he was, but in vain, always in vain. At last the goldsmith who was leading him asked him to move aside, for all who had flocked to the White House when it was seized by the flames had joined in the effort to save the statue of Demeter, which they had found unharmed in his studio. 17 men, by the exertion of all their strength, were dragging the heavy statue from the house, which was almost on the point of falling into the square. Several others were bearing corpses into the open air, the old porter Snuphus and Myrtilus's body servant. Some motionless forms they were obliged to leave behind. Both the bodies had deep wounds. There was no trace of Myrtilus and Bias. Outside the storm had subsided, and a cool breeze blew refreshingly into Hermon's face, as he walked arm in arm with the notary Melampus, who had invited him to his house, and heard someone at his side exclaim, "How lavishly Eos is scattering her roses today!" He involuntarily lifted the cloth with which he had covered his smarting face to enjoy the beautiful flush of dawn, but again beheld nothing save a black and violet blue surface. Then drawing his hand from his guide's arm, he pressed it upon his poor, sightless, burning eyes, and in helpless rage, like a beast of prey which feels the teeth of the hunter's iron trap rend his flesh, groaned fiercely, "Blind! Blind!" and again, and yet again, "Blind!" While the morning star was still paling, the lad, who after Hermon's landing had raced along the shore with a burning torch, glided into the little pronaos of the temple of Nemesis. Ledscha was still standing by the doorpost of the cella with uplifted hand, so deeply absorbed in fervent prayer that she did not perceive the approach of the messenger until he called her. "Succeeded?" she asked in a muffled tone, interrupting his hasty greeting. "You must give the goddess what you vowed," was the reply. "Hanno sends you the message. And also, you must come with me in the boat quickly, at once." "Where?" the girl demanded. "Not on board the Hydra yet," replied the boy hurriedly. "First only to the old man on the Megara. The dowry is ready for your father. But there is not a moment to lose." "Well, well!" she gasped hoarsely. "But first, shall I find the man with the black beard on board of one of the ships?" "Certainly," answered the lad proudly, grasping her arm to hurry her, but she shook him off violently, turned toward the cella again, and once more lifted her hands and eyes to the statue of Nemesis. Then she took the bundle she had hidden behind a pillar, drew from it a handful of gold coins, which she flung into the box intended for offerings, and followed the boy. "Alive?" she asked as she descended the steps, but the lad understood the meaning of the question and answered, "Yes, indeed. Hanno says the wounds are not at all dangerous." "And the other?" "Not a scratch. On the Hydra, with two severely wounded slaves, the porter and the others were killed." "And the statues?" Such things cannot be accomplished without some blunder. Labaja thinks so too." "Did they escape you?" "Only one. I myself helped to smash the other, which stood in the workroom that looks out upon the water. The gold and ivory are on the ship. We had horrible work with the statue, which stood in the room whose windows face the square. They dragged the great monster carefully into the studio that fronts upon the water, but probably it is still standing there, if the thing is not already. Just see how the flames are whirling upward, if it is not already burned with the house." "What a misfortune!" Ledscha reproachfully exclaimed. "It could not be helped," the boy protested. "People from Tennis suddenly rushed in. The first, a big furious fellow, killed our Lule and the fierce Judas. Now he has to pay for it. Little Kareb threw the black powder into his eyes, while Hanno himself thrust the torch in his face." "And Bias, the Blackbeard's slave?" "I don't know. Oh yes, wounded, I believe, on board the ship." Meanwhile the lad, a precocious 14-year-old cabin boy from the Hydra, pointed to the boat which lay ready, and took Ledscha's bundle in his hand. But she sprang into the light skiff before him and ordered it to be rowed to the Owl's Nest, where she must bid Mother Tabus good-bye. The cabin boy, however, declared positively that the command could not be obeyed now, and at his signal two black sailors urged it with swift oar strokes toward the northwest, to Satabus's ship. Hanno wished to receive his bride as a wife from his father's hand. Ledscha had not insisted upon the fulfillment of her desire, but as the boat passed the Pelican Island, her gaze rested on the lustreless waning disk of the moon. She thought of the torturing night, during which she had vainly waited here for Hermon, and a triumphant smile hovered around her lips. But soon the heavy eyebrows of the girl, who was thus leaving her home, contracted in a frown. She again fancied she saw, where the moon was just fading, the body of a gigantic, hideous spider. She banished the illusion by speaking to the boy. Spiders in the morning mean misfortune. The early dawn, which was now crimsoning the east, reminded her of the blood which, as an avenger, she must yet shed. End of Book 1, Chapter 17. End of Book 1.
Book 2, Chapter 1 of Arachne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Arachne by Georg Ebers. Translated by Mary J. Safford. Book 2, Chapter 1. While the marketplace in Tennis was filling, Archia's white house had become a heap of smouldering ruins. Hundreds of men and women were standing around the scene of the conflagration, but no one saw the statue of Demeter, which had been removed from Hermon's studio just in time. The nomarch had had it locked up in the neighboring temple of the goddess. It was rumored that a divinity had saved her own statue by a miracle. Pamot, the police officer, said that he had seen her himself as, surrounded by a brilliant light, she soared upward on the smoke that poured from the burning house. The strategist and the nomarch used every means in their power to capture the robbers, but without the least success. As it had become known that Paseth, Gula's husband, had cast off his wife because she had gone to Hermon's studio, the magistrates believed that the attack had been made by the Biamites. Yet Paseth was absent from the city during the assault, and the innocence of the others could also be proved. Since, for 2 entire years, piracy had entirely ceased in this neighborhood, no one thought of corsairs, and the bodies of the incendiaries having been consumed by the flames with the white house, it could not be ascertained to what class the marauders belonged. The blinded sculptor could only testify that one of the robbers was a negro, or at any rate had had his face blackened, and that the size of another had appeared to him almost superhuman. This circumstance gave rise to the fable that, during the terrible storm of the previous day, Hades had opened and spirits of darkness had rushed into the studio of the Greek betrayer. The strategist, it is true, did not believe such tales, but the superstition of the Biamites, who, moreover, aided the Greeks reluctantly to punish a crime which threatened to involve their own countrymen, put obstacles in the way of his measures. Not until he heard of Ledscha's disappearance, and was informed by the priest of Nemesis of the handsome sum which had been found in the offering box of the temple shortly after the attack, did he arrive at a conjecture not very far from the real state of affairs. Only, it was still incomprehensible to him what body of men could have placed themselves at the disposal of a girl's vengeful plan. On the 2nd day after the fire, the epistrategus of the whole Delta, who had accidentally come to the border fortress, arrived at Tennis on the galley of the commandant of Pelusium, and with him Proclus, the grammateus of the Dionysian artists, the lady Thyone, Daphne, and her companion Chrysilla. The old hero Philippus was detained in the fortress by the preparations for war. Althea had returned to Alexandria, and Philotas, who disliked her, had gone there himself, as Chrysilla intimated to him that he could hope for no success in his suit to her ward as long as Daphne had to devote herself to the care of the blinded Hermon. The epistrategus proceeded with great caution, but his efforts also remained futile. he ordered a report to be made of all the vessels which had entered the harbours and bays of the north-eastern Delta, but those commanded by Satabus and his sons gave no cause for investigation. They had come into the Tanite arm of the Nile as lumber ships from Pontus, and had discharged beams and planks for the account of a well-known commercial house in Sinope. Yet the official ordered the Owl's Nest to be searched. In doing this, he made himself guilty of an act of violence, as the island's right of asylum still existed, and this incensed the irritable and refractory Biamites the more violently, the deeper was the reverent awe with which the nation regarded Thebes, who, according to their belief, was over 100 years old. The Biamites honoured her not only as an enchantress and a leech, but as the ancestress of a race of mighty men. By molesting this aged woman and interfering with an ancient privilege, the Epistrategus lost the aid of the hostile fishermen, sailors, and weavers. Any information from their ranks to him was regarded as treachery, and, besides, his stay in Tennis could be but brief, as the king, on account of the impending war, had summoned him back to the capital. On the third day after his arrival, he left Tennis, and sailed from Tanis for Alexandria. He had had little time to attend to Thyone and her guests. Proclus, too, could not devote himself to them until after the departure of the Epistrategus, since he had gone immediately to Tanis, where, as head of the Dionysian artists of all Egypt, he had been occupied in attending to the affairs of the newly established theatre. On his return to Tanis, he had instantly requested to be conducted to the temple of Demeter, to inspect the blinded Hermon's rescued work. He had entered the cellar of the sanctuary with the expectation of finding a peculiar, probably a powerful work, but one repugnant to his taste, and left it fairly overpowered by the beauty of this noble work of art. What he had formerly seen of Hermon's productions had prejudiced him against the artist, whose talent was great, but who, instead of dedicating it to service of the beautiful and the sublime, chose subjects which, to Proclus, did not seem worthy of artistic treatment, or, when they were, sedulously deprived them of that by which, in his eyes, they gained genuine value. In Hermon's Olympian banquet he, who had also held the office of a high priest of Apollo in Alexandria, had even seen an insult to the dignity of the deity. In the street boy eating figs, the connoisseur's eye had recognized a peculiar masterpiece, but he had been repelled by this also, for, instead of a handsome boy, it represented a starving, emaciated vagabond. True to life as this figure might be, it seemed to him reprehensible, for it had already induced others to choose similar vulgar subjects. When recently at Althea's performance, he had met Hermon and saw how quickly his beautiful travelling companion allowed herself to be induced to bestow the wreath on the handsome, black-bearded fellow, it vexed him, and he had therefore treated him with distant coldness, and allowed him to perceive the disapproval which the direction taken by his art had awakened in his mind. In the presence of Hermon's Demeter, the opinion of the experienced man and intelligent connoisseur had suddenly changed. The creator of this work was not only one of the foremost artists of his day, nay, he had also been permitted to fathom the nature of the deity and to bestow upon it a perfect form. This Demeter was the most successful personification of the divine goodness which rewards the sowing of seed with the harvest. When Hermon created it, Daphne's image had hovered before his mind, even if he had not been permitted to use her as a model, and of all the maidens whom he knew there was scarcely one better suited to serve as the type for the Demeter. So what he had seen in Pelusium, and learned from woman, was true. The heart and mind of the artist who had created this work were not filled with the image of Althea, who during the journey had bestowed many a mark of favour upon the aging man, and with whom he was obliged to work hand in hand for Queen Arizona's plans. But the daughter of Archias, and this circumstance also aided in producing his change of view. Hermon's blindness, it was to be hoped, would be cured. Duty, and perhaps also interest, commanded him to show him frankly how highly he estimated his art and his last work. After the arrival of Thyone and Daphne, Hermod had consented to accompanying them on board the Proserpina, their spacious galley. True, he had yielded reluctantly to this arrangement of his parents' old friend, and neither she nor Daphne had hitherto succeeded in soothing the fierce resentment against fate which filled his soul after the loss of his sight and his dearest friend. As yet every attempt to induce him to bear his terrible misfortune with even a certain degree of composure had failed. The tennis leech, trained by the Egyptian priest at Sais in the art of healing, who was attached as a pastophorus to the temple of Isis, in the city of weavers, had covered the artist's scorched face with bandages, and earnestly adjured him never in his absence to raise them, and to keep every ray of light from his blinded eyes. But the agitation which had mastered Hermon's whole being was so great that, in spite of the woman's protestation, he lifted the covering again and again, to see whether he could not perceive once more at least a glimmer of the sunlight whose warming power he felt. The thought of living in darkness until the end of his life seemed unendurable, especially as now all the horrors which, hitherto, had only visited him in times of trial during the night, assailed him with never ceasing cruelty. The image of the spider often forced itself upon him, and he fancied that the busy insect was spreading its quickly made web over his blinded eyes, which he was not to touch, yet over which he passed his hand to free them from the repulsive wheel. The myth related that because Athene's blow had struck the ambitious weaver Arachne, she had resolved, before the goddess transformed her into a spider, to put an end to her disgrace. How infinitely harder was the one dealt to him! How much better reason he had to use the privilege, in which man possesses an advantage over the immortals, of putting himself to death with his own hand when he deems the fitting time has come. What should he, the artist, to whom his eyes brought whatever made life valuable, do longer in this hideous black night, brightened by no sunbeam? He was often overwhelmed, too, by the remembrance of the terrible end of the friend in whom he saw the only person who might have given him consolation in this distress, and the painful thought of his poverty. He was supported solely by what his art brought and his wealthy uncle allowed him. The Demeter which Archias had ordered had been partially paid for in advance, and he had intended to use the gold, a considerable sum, to pay debts in Alexandria. But it was consumed with the rest of his property, tools, clothing, mementos of his dead parents, and a few books which contained his favourite poems and the writings of his master, Straton. These precious rolls had aided him to maintain the proud conviction of owing everything which he attained or possessed solely to himself. It had again become perfectly clear to him that the destiny of earth-born mortals was not directed by the gods whom men had invented after their own likeness, in order to find cause for the effects which they perceived, but by deaf and blind chance. Else how could even worse misfortune, according to the opinion of most people, have befallen the pure, guiltless Myrtilus, who so deeply revered the Olympians and understood how to honor them so magnificently by his art, than himself, the despiser of the gods? But was the death for which he longed a misfortune? Was the Nemesis who had so swiftly and fully granted the fervent prayer of an ill-used girl also only an image conjured up by the power of human imagination? It was scarcely possible. Yet, if there was one goddess, did not that admit the probability of the existence of all the others? He shuddered at the idea. For if the immortal thought, felt, acted, how terribly his already cruel fate would still develop. He had denied and insulted almost all the Olympians, and not even stirred a finger to the praise and honor of a single one. What marvel if they should choose him for the target of their resentment and revenge? He had just believed that the heaviest misfortune which can befall a man and an artist had already stricken him. Now he felt that this too had been an error, for, like a physical pain, he realized the collapse of the proud delusions of being independent of every power except himself, freely and arbitrarily controlling his own destiny, owing no gratitude except to his own might, and being compelled to yield to nothing save the enigmatical, pitiless power of eternal laws or their co-operation, so incomprehensible to the human intellect, called chance, which took no heed of merit or unworthiness. Must he, who had learned to silence and starve every covetous desire, in order to require no gifts from his own uncle and his wealthy kinsman and friend, and be able to continue to hold his head high, as the most independent of the independent, now, in addition to all his other woe, be forced to believe in powers that exercised an influence over his every act? Must he recognize praying to them and thanking them as the demand of justice, of duty and wisdom? Was this possible either? And, believing himself alone, since he could not see Thyone and Daphne, who were close by him, he struck his scorched brow with his clenched fist, because he felt like a free man who suddenly realizes that a rope which he cannot break is wound around his hands and feet, and a giant pulls and loosens it at his pleasure. Yet no! Better die than become for gods and men a puppet that obeys every jerk of visible and invisible hands. Starting up in violent excitement, he tore the bandage from his face and eyes, as Thyone seriously reprimanded him, that he would go away, no matter where, and earn his daily bread at the handmill, like the blind Ethiopian slave whom he had seen in the cabinet maker's house at Tennis. Then Daphne spoke to him tenderly, but her soothing voice caused him keener pain than his old friend's stern one. To sit still longer seemed unendurable, and, with the intention of regaining his lost composure by pacing to and fro, he began to walk, but at the first free step he struck against the little table in front of Thyone's couch, and it was upset and the vessels containing water fell with it, clinking and breaking. He stopped and, as if utterly crushed, groped his way back, with both arms outstretched, to the armchair he had quitted. If he could only have seen Daphne press her handkerchief first to her eyes, from which tears were streaming, and then to her lips, that he might not hear her sobs; if he could have perceived how Thyone's wrinkled old face contracted, as if she were swallowing a colocynth apple, while at the same time she patted his strong shoulder briskly, exclaiming with forced cheerfulness: "Go on, my boy! The steer rears when the hornet stings. Try again, if it only suits you. We will take everything out of your way. You need not mind the water jars. The potter will make new ones." Then Hermon threw back his burning head, rested it against the back of the chair, and did not stir until the bandage was renewed. How comfortable it felt! He knew, too, that he owed it to Daphne. The matron's fingers could not be so slender and delicate, and he would have been more than glad to raise them to his lips and thank her, but he denied himself the pleasure. If she really did love him, the bond between them must now be severed, for, even if her goodness of heart extended far enough to induce her to unite her blooming young existence to his crippled one, how could he have accepted the sacrifice without humiliating himself? Whether such a marriage would have made her happy or miserable he did not ask, but he was all the more keenly aware that if, in this condition, he became her husband, he would be the recipient of alms, and he would far rather, he mentally repeated, share the fate of the negro at the handmill. The expression of his features revealed the current of his thoughts to Daphne, and, much as she wished to speak to him, she forced herself to remain silent, that the tones of her voice might not betray how deeply she was suffering with him. But he himself now longed for a kind word from her lips, and he had just asked if she was still there when Thyone announced a visit from the grammateus Proclus. He had recently felt that this man was unfriendly to him, and again his anger burst forth. To be exposed in the midst of his misery to the scorn of a despiser of his art was too much for his exhausted patience. But here he was interrupted by Proclus himself, who had entered the darkened cabin where the blind man remained very soon after Thyone. Hermon's last words had betrayed to the experienced courtier how well he remembered his unkind remarks, so he deferred the expression of his approval, and began by delivering the farewell message of the epistrategus who had been summoned away so quickly. He stated that his investigations had discovered nothing of importance, except perhaps the confirmation of the sorrowful apprehension that the admirable Myrtilus had been killed by the marauders. A carved stone had been found under the ashes, and Cello, the tennis goldsmith, said he had in his own workshop the gem set in the hapless artist's shoulder clasp, and supplied it with a new pin. While speaking, he took Hermon's hand and gave him the stone, but the artist instantly used his fingertips to feel it. Perhaps it really did belong to the clasp Myrtilus wore, for, although still unpractised in groping, he recognized that a human head was carved in relief upon the stone, and Myrtilus's had been adorned with the likeness of the Epicurean. The damaged little work of art, in the opinion of Proclus and Daphne, appeared to represent this philosopher, and at the thought that his friend had fallen a victim to the flames, Hermon bowed his head and exerted all his strength of will in order not to betray by violent sobs how deeply this idea pierced his heart. Thyone, shrugging her shoulders mournfully, pointed to the suffering artist. Proclus nodded significantly, and, moving nearer to Hermon, informed him that he had sought out his Demeter and found the statue uninjured. He was well aware that it would be presumptuous to offer consolation in so heavy an affliction, and after the loss of his dearest friend, yet perhaps Hermon would be glad to hear his assurance that he, whose judgment was certainly not unpractised, numbered his work among the most perfect which the sculptor's art had created in recent years. "I myself best know the value of this Demeter," the sculptor broke in harshly. "Your praise is the bit of honey which is put into the mouth of the hurt child." "No, my friend," Proclus protested with grave decision. "I should express no less warmly with which this noble figure of the goddess fills me if you were well and still possessed your sight. You were right just now when you alluded to my aversion, or, let us say, lack of the appreciation of the individuality of your art. But this noble work changes everything, and nothing affords me more pleasure than that I am to be first to assure you how magnificently you have succeeded in this statue." "The first!" Hermon again interrupted harshly. "But the second and third will be lacking in Alexandria. What a pleasure it is to pour the gifts of sympathy upon one to whom we wish ill! But, however successful my Demeter might be, you would have awarded the prize twice over to the one by Myrtilus." "Wrong, my young friend," the statesman protested with honest zeal. "All honor to the great dead, whose end was so lamentable. But in this contest, let me swear it by the goddess herself, you would have remained victor, for at the utmost, nothing can rank with the incomparable save a work of equal merit, and I know life and art, two artists rarely pursuing anything so perfect as this masterpiece at the same time and in the same place." "Enough!" gasped Hermon, hoarse with excitement. But Proclus, with increasing animation, continued: "Brief as is our acquaintance, you have probably perceived that I do not belong to the class of flatterers, and in Alexandria it has hardly remained unknown to you that the younger artists number me, to whom the office of judge so often falls, among the sterner critics. Only because I desire their best good do I frankly point out their errors. The multitude provides the praise. It will soon flow upon you also in torrents, I can see it approach, and as this blindness, if the august Aesculapius and healing Isis aid, will pass away like a dreary winter night, it would seem to me criminal to deceive you about your own ability and success. I already behold you creating other works to the delight of gods and men. But this Demeter extorts boundless, enthusiastic appreciation. Both as a whole and in detail, it is faultless and worthy of the most ardent praise. Oh, how long it is, my dear friend, unfortunate friend, since I could congratulate any other Alexandrian with such joyful confidence upon the most magnificent success! Every word, you may believe it, which comes to you in commendation of this last work from lips unused to eulogy is sincerely meant, and as I utter it to you I shall repeat it in the presence of the king Archias and the other judges." Daphne, with hurried breath, deeply flushed cheeks, and sparkling eyes, had fairly hung upon the lips of the clever concierge. She knew Proclus, and his dreaded, absolutely inconsiderate acuteness, and was aware that this praise expressed his deepest conviction. Had he been dissatisfied with the statue of Demeter, or even merely superficially touched by its beauty, he might have shrunk by wounding the unfortunate artist by censure, and remained silent, but only something grand, consummate, could lead him to such warmth of recognition. She now felt it a misfortune that she and Thyone had hitherto been prevented, by anxiety for the patient, from admiring his work. Had it still been light, she would have gone to the temple of Demeter at once. But the sun had just set, and Proclus was obliged to beg her to have patience. As the cases were standing finished at the cabinetmaker's, the statue had been packed immediately, under his own direction, and carried on board his ship, which would convey it with him to the capital the next day. While this arrangement called forth loud expressions of regret from Daphne and the vivacious matron, Hermon assented to it, for it would at least secure the ladies, until their arrival in Alexandria, from a painful disappointment. "Rather," Proclus protested with firm dissent, "it will rob you for some time of a great pleasure, and you, noble daughter of Archias, probably the deepest emotion of gratitude with which the favor of the immortals have hitherto rendered you happy. Yet the master who created this genuine goddess owes the best part of it to your own face." "He told me himself that he thought of me while at work," Daphne admitted, and a flood of the warmest love reached Hermon's ears in her agitated tones, while, greatly perplexed, he wondered with increasing anxiety whether the stern critic Proclus had really been serious in the extravagant eulogium so alien to his reputation in the city. Myrtilus, too, had admired the head of his Demeter, and, this he himself might admit, he had succeeded in it, and yet ought not the figure, with its too pronounced inclination forward, which, it is true, corresponded with Daphne's usual bearing, and the somewhat angular bend of the arms, have induced this keen-sighted concierge to moderate the exalted strain of his praise? Or was the whole really so admirable that it would have seemed petty to find fault with the less successful details? At any rate, Proclus's eulogy ought to give him twofold pleasure, because his art had formerly repelled him, and Hermon tried to let it produce this effect upon him. But it would not do. He was continually overpowered by the feeling that under the enthusiastic homage of the intriguing Queen Arizona's favorite lurked a sting which he should some day feel. Or could Proclus have been persuaded by Thyone and Daphne to help them reconcile the hapless blind man to his hard fate? Hermon's every movement betrayed the great anxiety which filled his mind, and it by no means escaped Proclus' attention. But he attributed it to the blinded sculptor's anguish in being prevented, after so great a success, from pursuing his art further. Sincerely touched, he laid his slender hand on the sufferer's muscular arm, saying: "A more severe trial than yours, my young friend, can scarcely be imposed upon the artist who has just attained the highest goal, but three things warrant you to hope for recovery: your vigorous youth, the skill of your Alexandrian leeches, and the favor of the immortal gods. You shrug your shoulders? Yet I insist that you have won this favor by your Demeter. True, you owe it less to yourself than to yonder maiden. What pleasure it affords one whom, like myself, taste and office bind to the arts! To perceive such a revolution in an artist's course of creation, and trace it to its source! I indulged myself in it, and, if you will listen, I should like to show you the result." "Speak," replied Hermon dully, bowing his head as if submitting to the inevitable, while Proclus began. "Hitherto your art imitated, not without success, what your eyes showed you, and if this was filled with the warm breath of life, your work succeeded. All respect to your boy eating figs, in whose presence you would feel the pleasure he himself enjoyed while consuming the sweet fruit. Here, among the works of Egyptian antiquity, there is imminent danger of falling under the tyranny of the canon of proportions which can be expressed in figures, or merely even the demands of the style hallowed by thousands of years. But in a subject like the fig eater, such a reproach is not to be feared. He speaks his own intelligible language, and whoever reproduces it without turning to the right or left has won, for he has created a work whose value every true friend of art, no matter to what school he belongs, prizes highly. To me personally, such works of living reality are cordially welcome. Yet art neither can nor will be satisfied with snatches of what is close at hand. But you are late born, sons of a time when the two great tendencies of art have nearly reached the limits of what is attainable to them. You were everywhere confronted with completed work, and you are right when you refuse to sink to mere imitations of earlier works, and therefore return to nature, with which we Hellenes, and perhaps the Egyptians also, began. The later forgot her; the former, we Greeks, continued to cling to her closely. Some few," Hermon eagerly interrupted the other, "still think it worth the trouble to take from her what she alone can bestow. They save themselves the toilsome search for the model which others so successfully used before them, and bronze and marble still keeps wonderfully well. Bring out the old masterpieces. Take the head from this one, the arm from that, etc. The pupil impresses the proportions on his mind, only so far as the longing for the beautiful permits do even the better ones remain faithful to nature, not a finger's breadth more." "Quite right," the other went on calmly, "but your objection only brings one nearer the goal. How many who care only for applause content themselves today, unfortunately, with nature at second hand? Without returning to her eternal flesh, inexhaustible spring, they draw from the convenient accessible wells which the great ancients dug for them. I know these many," Hermon wrathfully exclaimed. "They are brothers of the Homeric poets, who take verses from the Iliad and Odyssey to piece out from their own pitiful poems." "Excellent, my son!" exclaimed Thyone, laughing, and Daphne remarked that the poet Cleon had surprised her father with such a poem a few weeks before. It was a marvellous bit of botch work, and yet there was a certain meaning in the production, compiled solely from Homeric verses. "Diomed's Hecuba," observed Proclus, "and the Aphrodite by Hippias, which were executed in marble, originated in the same way, and deserve no better fate, although they please the great multitude. But, praised be my lord Apollo, our age can also boast of other artists, filled with the spirit of the god. They are able to model truthfully and faithfully even the forms of the immortals invisible to the physical eye. They stand before the spectator as if borrowed from nature, for their creators have filled them with their own healthy vigor. Our poor Myrtilus belonged to this class, and, after your Demeter, the world will include you in it also." "And yet," answered Hermon in a tone of dissent, I remained faithful to myself, and put nothing at all of my own personality, into the forms borrowed from nature." "What need of that was there?" asked Proclus with a subtle smile. "Your model spared you the task. And this at last brings me to the goal I desired to reach. As the great Athenians created types of eternity, so also does nature at times in a happy hour for her own pleasure, and such a model you found in your Daphne. No contradiction, my dear young lady. The outlines of the figure, by the dog! Hermon might possibly have found forms no less beautiful in the Aphrodisian, but how charming and lifelike is the somewhat unusual yet graceful pose of yours! And then the heart, the soul! In your companionship our artist had nothing to do, except lovingly to share your feelings in order to have at his disposal everything which renders so dear to us all, the giver of bread, the preserver of peace, the protector of marriage, the creator and supporter of the law of moderation in nature, as well as in human existence. Where would all these traits be found more perfectly united in a single human being than in your person, Daphne, your quiet, kindly rule?" "Oh, stop!" the girl entreated. "I am only too well aware—" "That you also are not free from human frailties," Proclus continued, undismayed. "We will take them, great or small as they may be, into the bargain. The secret ones do not concern the sculptor, who does not or will not see them. What he perceives in you, what you enable him to recognize through every feature of your sweet, tranquilizing face, is enough for the genuine artist to imagine the goddess. For the distinction between the mortal and the immortal is only the degree of perfection, and the human intellect and artist soul can find nothing more perfect in the whole domain of Demeter's jurisdiction than is presented to them in your nature. Our friend yonder sees it, and his magnificent work of art proves how nearly it approaches the purest and loftiest conception we form of the goddess whom he had to represent. It is not that he deified you, Daphne; he merely bestowed on the divinity forms which he recognized in you." Just at that moment, obeying an uncontrollable impulse, Hermon pulled the bandage from his eyes to see once more the woman to whom this warm homage was paid. Was the experienced connoisseur of art and the artist's soul in the right? He had told himself the same thing when he selected Daphne for a model, and her head reproduced what Proclus praised as the common possession of Daphne and Demeter. Truthful Myrtilus had also seen it. Perhaps his work had really been so marvellously successful because, while he was engaged upon it, his friend had constantly stood before his mind in all the charm of her inexhaustible goodness. Animated by the ardent desire to gaze once more at the beloved face, to which he now owed also this unexpectedly great success, he turned toward the spot whence her voice had reached him. But a wall of violet mist, dotted with black specks, was all that his blinded eyes showed him, and with a low groan he drew the linen cloth over the burns. This time Proclus also perceived what was passing in the poor artist's mind. When he took leave of him it was with the resolve to do his utmost to brighten with the stars of recognition and renown the dark night of suffering which enshrouded this highly gifted sculptor, whose unexpectedly great modesty had prepossessed him still more in his favor. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 23rd of October, 2011.